Hey, check, check. Hello, hello. Oh my god, I misspelled Twitch. Allo, allo. Hey, 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 hey. This seems to be working. Captions. Captions. Hey, hey. Cool. Hi, everyone. Very, 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 bonus stream territory. Hi, Sally. Hi, Kayla. Hi, Jace. Hi, Hannah. Hi, Riza. Hi, Devil. Hi, Alex. Hi, Lady J. Hi, Mothmod. Hi, Sarah. Sarah Liff. I never call you Sarah. That was weird. I shortened your name. Hi, Mops. Welcome in. Hi, Kat Dana. Hello. Hi, Tiny. Can the baby say hey? Hello, you and Tiny baby. Hi, Eb. Oh, yeah, the wiggle's very fast for some reason. Hi, Freckled. Ooh, coffee's hot. Wow. Hi, Kay. Welcome in. Hi, Sin. Hi, you. Hi, Caleb. Hi, Zorshi. Hi, Lauren. I go by Sarah a lot. You're cool. Okay, I'm like, I just shortened your name. I took the liberty. Hi, Rachel. Hi, Jenny. Hi, kids. Let me get the Instagram story up. I have the tweet drafted. I gotta send the graphic to myself. It's time for Block Wars. Yo, they made us a really cute skins for our pink team. We're gonna look fabulous. I'm excited. Let's see, my clipboard. Save. Hi, Bell Blue. I get my ribs blasted, but here for the vibes. Oh my god, get my ribs blasted is wild. Yeah, I'm gonna get my ribs blasted. Live with Twitch rivals. Get in. Twitch.tv/dtune. Boom. Instagram stories posted. Nimbus, hi, hello, welcome in. I changed your friend nickname in Discord to Rickrolled X times in 2024. Hope that's chill. Nimbus, what'd you stream? How'd it go? How you doing? I got notified by Twitch. Wait, I got notified by Twitch. Got one, and now my Carl bot went off. Let's go. Yo, welcome in, Ali Moves. Hello. Hi, everyone. It should be a really chill stream. Hi, May. Welcome in. Hi, Altleaf. Good morning. This is what it looks like outside right now. At least it doesn't look like the one on the screen at the moment, you know? If it was like the whole time, would have problems. Hi, Kristen. Welcome in. It's not the same. He's going so fast. Yeah, I don't know what causes that. I'm not sure in which world this is the thing that happens. Okay, our Planet Minecraft skin. Oh my god, the skin is so cute. Wait, this is so cute. Do I have an account here? I don't remember if I have one. Hold on. Sign in with Google. Sign in with Google. Sign in with Google. Download the Minecraft skin. Save. Sever block. We're saying it should be good. Ads are still playing. I'm gonna back it up a bit. Wait, y'all are gonna love the skin. It is so cute. Oh, it's so cute. Been a hot minute to be able to join, but I hope you're all doing well. And y'all look so lovely today. Aw. Hi, Spooky Yuki. Welcome in. Hi, hi, hi. Hi, Hannah. Hi, NB Megan. Hearing this intro song with your voice is one of the biggest highlights for me whenever you announce you're going to be streaming. It was the main thing I look forward to. Aww. So what do you think of the 75 stream streak in the kindest of words? Spike. Hi, hello. I just realized I have a PC and do the Minecraft server. Let's go. Hi, Sass. Okay, we should be able to start. All right, 3, 2, 1. Let's see if this works. Bloop. Oh, it does.
Yo, new friends.
Wow.
Hey, welcome to the stream.
Yo, who's here?
Just got that.
Not feeling great, so feeling wrong. Fitness, I hope you feel better.
Like,
Skins. Oh fuck, what did I do with my Minecraft launcher? I had to install the legacy launcher because I got that bug where the new launcher just doesn't open. Anybody have that bug? I had the bug where the new launcher just straight up does not open at all. Hi friends, I'm using, I've used mobile today because my mom is supposed to be taking a nursing test. She already seems super stressed taking her test. She's having problems saying she can't log in and there was no test for her to take. Turns out, she's scheduled for 4 a.m., not 4 p.m. She's not doing so hot right now. The mental cost $600 to take the test. Maybe they'll pay again. I feel bad I can't do anything for her. Emmy, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for what's happening. That's rough. I hope, I hope things get better. Let's see. That's so cute. That is so cute. What the heck? That's so cute. Work have been busy, but getting by. Hope you're doing well. I am. I'm doing well. Save and use. I'm collecting skins. I have my Block Wars 13, which was the Incredible skin. And now my Christmas Block Wars one, which is this really cute pink candy cane. Purple cape because rivals. Capes are bad for PvP because people see them. You stand out with a cape. You can't wear a cape in rivals because you stand out in PvP and pew pew pew. Lurking to conserve spoons. I get that. Makes sense, yeah. No capes. And specifically when we had our Incredible skin, we lore canonically could not wear capes, you know? We couldn't wear capes. The lore says we're not allowed. You get to keep them? Yeah. It's really cool. Just building up a skin library. Build the cape into the skin? Oh my god. True, you could. But yes, so it's gonna be a fun event. M's joining us on our team. M is the only person I know on our team. Feinberg's on our team, which Fine, as y'all know, is a Minecraft god. Fine won first place in the last Block Wars event we did. Absolutely stomped everyone else. So we have that on our team. We have a god on our team. We have Pop on our team as well. And Pyro is joining in on the team as well. Pyrocyph, who's also really good at Minecraft. So M and I are going to be kicked, drag kicking and screaming to the finish line. It's going to be great. Hi, I'm new here. My friend recommended me. Oh, welcome in. Hello, welcome in. I hope you're well. I'll say a little tidbit of positivity before I lurk. I have a job interview tomorrow, so I'm hoping that works out. Yo, that's huge. That's huge. Hey, everyone got their coffee? Cheers. It's gonna be a coffee type of day. Also, I think we are doing Supernatural, starting a Supernatural-thon tomorrow. So keep that in mind. I think we're starting it tomorrow. So I have a UMG show tomorrow. I'll be live on the UMG channel, 3.5, from 11 to 1 p.m. So a quick 2-hour stream. We're doing the In the Groove, where we play records and we kind of commentate on them, which is really fun. So we're doing that tomorrow from 11 to 1. Last time I did it, we did the Kendrick album. One of the Kendrick albums I picked. We did Chapel Roan, and then we did Brand New, which you got to keep that record, which is really cool. But I'm really excited. You're ready for Media Made in 2005? I gotta prep and get ready for jump scare of racism. 2005. I have a BTTV Dean emote for you. Drop it in. Neko, think of a 100 stream streak. The brand new lore was fun, so sick. I'm so there, holy shit. I can't wait to see the Toledo episode of Supernatural. Toledo is in Ohio. Now what the fuck is this?
Thanks for your support.
Now what the fuck is this? Desert Punk, hi, hello, welcome. Sailor, thank you for 7 entire months. I appreciate it. And that Prime, you get one of those a month. You decide to use it here. I appreciate it for it. What the fuck is this? What is this? I was watching NCIS today. Sounds like Jump Scare Transphobia episode. Oh yeah, get ready for that. Old media. Got here right at time? No, you did not. I did not realize I knew the whole Brand New album was literally my favorite songs on them. Oh, let's go. Oh my god, Sally. Oh, Sally, you're normal color again. You're no longer Italian, you're normal. I'm gonna message M real quick. Let me know when live if you wanna. Before rivals come out. Hi Civ, welcome in. Zoodle Noodle, hi, hello. You're no longer normal. You are now Italian. Mario is no longer. Wait. For those who don't know that joke, it came off of this meme. Mario is no longer Italian. He is normal now. Pasta never do you live viewers. Okay, cool. There you go. No! I'm hyped to watch tomorrow. I have the day off. So I think it's on YouTube. I think they put it on their YouTube channel per contract with Twitch. Of like DMCA-able music and stuff. It's a whole thing. Mamma mia. Jeffy, hi, hello. How is your leveling? Beautiful, stunning, fantastic. I'm scared of what's about to happen. I'm scared of this Minecraft event Do y'all think we'll do okay? And not give me go lives? Welcome in, Twi. Wait, did we get Pung? You got this. It should be good. It's gonna be it's gonna be similar to the ones we've done before. Pung has happened. Huge. You always do great. It'll be my third one. Wait, Manny. We did Rookie League, and then I did the Twitch Rivals event. That was not Block Wars. That was House of Nightmares. Huevos. And then I got invited back for regular Block Wars, not the Rookie League, and we placed 5th overall, 4th or 5th overall. And then so this is my third one. This is my third one. Third. I don't know why I put up 2 fingers. Gets rickrolled during the event. I would cry. All right, y'all ready for? Here you go. This is for you.
The bus can't even go. Oh my God, call the police. Oh my God, he is the police. Oh my shit.
Oh my God, he is the police. It's so
The bus
good.
can't even go. Oh my God, call the police. Oh my God, he is the police.
That sound has so much potential. Honestly, that sounds incredible. We should probably do something paranormal related with that sound. I have an idea, and this could be a dangerous idea, and I'll probably have to waterproof my setup. What if we do a spit take stream? Where you all send media requests, and before I watch it, I have to take a big gulp of water and try to not do a spit take. I don't know why I thought of this, but you know how chaotic. I will wrap everything in plastic. I will wrap everything in plastic. We will literally look like a Dexter kill room from the show Dexter. I will wear plastic. I will wear a poncho. I will cover everything in plastic. And I hope for the best. Water will come out of my nose, yes. Every time you do it, you'll gift a sub, I'll go broke.
Thanks for your support.
Lulu, thank you for the 21 entire months.
Everyone, Detune pulled Detune legal 21 months.
Hi, Kelly. Welcome in. A harmonica? Wait. A harmonica one would be really funny. And less messy. If I have a harmonica or a kazoo, I'm scared of a kazoo because I feel like I might inhale it, you know? Both hardcore mode, true. I'm committed. I'm so committed it's scary. And oh my god. Paywall for Vibrator, Jake Paul, Shake Paul, Ambassador of Horny Ghosts, I Hope You're Wet, Spank Your Gifter, Big ol' A Dumpy, Rickroll 15 times in 2024, Shit Shamer, Sharp Blamer, Overwatch Player, Kovu, 2 Men, 1 Baby, How to Drain Your Dragon, Seeing Thighs, Lesbian Lobby, 6 hours on the cock, Shadows the Breast, Furrest, 8 hours on the tongue. Wait till you see my Raiders, Frauder, Paranormal Thighs, Special Tits, Legs for Days. Tits. There you go. Say with confidence, I refuse. Kelly Jelly, thank you for the 38 entire months.
Happy Tuesday stream, Detune Jammies, Detune Primes, Detune Jammies.
I can't see the word kazoo without thinking of this one particular video.
I like to sing, dance, pretend, and I like to have fun. Hi. You. Let's go over here. Just you and me.
Oh?
I just wanted to say, can we do more kazoo?
First time seeing it? You've never seen this? I fucking love this video. It goes so hard. Are you kidding me?
You're my special friend.
Aw. I needed that. Oh, wait. He doesn't believe in me. He doesn't believe in me. Sorry. My bad. Oh, I missed being able to do this yesterday, so here we go. Rat, shaker, rat, shaker, rat, shaker, rat. Rat, 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 rat.
Rat, shaker, rat, shaker, rat, shaker, rat. Rat, 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 rat. Rat, shaker, rat, shaker, rat, shaker, rat. Rat, 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 rat.
It's okay, my dad doesn't believe in me. It's okay, I don't believe in my dad. He's a mystical creature. Similar to a unicorn. Christmas rat jam? Yes, please. Yes, please. I am Confusion. Welcome in. What is this? The entire Undertale OST, but it's Sonic the Hedgehog sound font? What? Do I play Undertale again soon? I ask that all the time. Do I run it back? Do I play Undertale again soon? Get some food? Yeah, get some food. Hi, Civ. Do it. Hi, Chaotic. Hi, Cat Dana, by the way. What is the sound font? Basically the instruments within a game. Video games, especially of that era, only had a limited set of sounds they could use. So it's the ones they chose to make their digital instruments sound different. Then Deltarune. So I was gonna do Deltarune back when it first dropped, but it was so far like away from being finished that I just didn't do it. Is it more of a complete thing now, or is it still just kind of like it do what it do, it be how it is? Here's today's tweet. If you already retweeted, it's a free way to help the stream. Chapter 3 and 4 next year. Ooh. How many chapters are there? What is this?
You know, you go from 5 to 7, 5, 8, 7, 8. So, and at the end you go a little trill on 4 and 7, which sounds like shit on acoustic.
You know,
But
I can envision it in my head though on electric.
as long as you have the vision. So basically it goes a little bit like this. Shit. Shred for it, Bubbles.
Oh, I wish I could.
It's the bathroom. You can do anything you want.
Ooh. Okay. Okay. I told my roommate that you said you play Sans boss fight for fun. They said it was Tumblr coded of you, and those Flora that said you didn't have a Tumblr. Oh, did they update Edge and it broke? Blue attacks will look like normal attacks. They messed it up. Oh, I don't know it that well to know what's blue and what's not. Narc, thank you for the 175. Oh shit. Wait. Dude, hold on. There's usually a prop to start it. Hold on. I'm not gonna be able to do it because I don't remember the blue attacks. Alright, let me see if I can do this. Oh yeah, those are blue. Oh, that's hard. No, I'm not gonna be able to do it. Not gonna be able to do it. Those are supposed to be blue. Fuck! Okay, so I have to try a different browser. I gotta try a different browser.
Now that's gotta be at least 2.
First, thank you for the 24 entire months. That's almost a year. Wow. That's so close to a year. Can I do it in Chrome? Ah!
Thanks for your support.
I feel like we didn't do it in Chrome
Been a
because it
while.
broke.
Your girl's excited to not be as busy. Happy 44 months, streamer.
Aww. Cousin Shake, thank you for the 44 entire months. I hope you're well. Sorry? No, you're all good. Let me see if it works in here. I think we couldn't do it in here because it lagged. Oh, this also doesn't have WebGL. What the fuck? Why don't I have WebGL? I came in the stream back before you beat Sans. I'm not gonna be able to do it. Damn. I used to be able to one-shot this just at random. I have to get a browser that will let me see the colors of the fight. Or if I really get good, I can memorize it. Yeah. Fuck, man. That's gonna be too hard. No, it's gonna be too hard. I'm not gonna remember. Shit. I can do all these easy. Yeah, not gonna be able to do it. Undertale was such a banger. Okay. I need to be able to play it in a browser where I could see the blue color.
Where are you, Doomslayer? Oh, hey there, little buddy. I didn't know it was baby mode.
Oh, hey. It's baby mode, is it? Oh, no. Ah, you got me.
All right, on you go, killer. You've got a long day ahead of you.
Hi, Ollie. Starts at 2, 30 minutes. Hello, gamer.
Oh my god, we're so boned. You and I are so... I mean, we got this. We're gonna do so good.
Hello, gamer.
Hello, gamer. Hello.
Ah, we're cooked.
We're so fucking
We're
cooked.
cooked. I looked at all the other teams and I'm like, bro, uh-oh.
Yeah, brother. Oh my god.
Uh-oh.
Listen, goal is to not be in last place today.
Yes, that's it. That's it.
That's literally it. How do I just boot Minecraft launcher? Let's go to like the training grounds.
Yeah, did you
Shall we?
get your skin?
Yeah, I did. I did install
Isn't
my
it so
skin.
cute?
It's the cutest thing ever. I freaking love it.
Team
So
not
cute.
last, coming inbound.
Team not last. Ow! I injured myself with my brass knuckles. My
What?
ring.
Those are illegal.
They're just big rings.
Is it wild to think that in the United States, guns are totally legal, fine, in like thumbs up, but brass knuckles are highly illegal? Does that make sense?
My computer like just shut off. I don't know what's happening. Oh, it's literally just Minecraft. Yeah, that's crazy.
What? Oh.
Oh my god, this
Wait.
is insane. Sorry, it's still shutting off. and when
Parkour
something
practice
starts-
is 121.1. Did I launch the wrong? Oh wait, I'm going the
Yeah.
wrong one. It's the MCC.
No, yeah,
Island.
it's a new one. Yeah. Hold on, I gotta change my video settings. Woo!
Oh.
What?
It's thinking.
It's thinking about it.
Oh, it's
How
lagging.
do I? Bro, you know what?
Okay.
Same.
Wait, why is it lagging? What the heck?
It's auto going to full screen and it's fucking my shit up, but I don't know how to change it.
Ah.
Mine lagged a lot too.
Yeah, mine was lagging a ton in the overworld. But I'm in.
I'm in too. I just need to change my. How do you change your video settings for this?
Settings video. Sorry.
Wow, that's crazy.
Settings.
All right. Damn,
video.
you spitting. That's crazy.
Chat, do you like my
I
new
almost-
skin?
I clicked your skin by accident, by the way.
You're
so I
wearing
almost,
my
like-
skin? Hey, wait.
I almost wear your skin by accident.
Wait.
I downloaded it and everything. I literally did, and then I
Wait.
went, "That's not mine."
So you
I'm like,
saw
wow, they made me a little darker than like I thought.
made me a little darker is wild.
Like my hair isn't even the same color. That's crazy.
a little darker is diabolical.
I was like, wait, this isn't me. Like, I was like, I'm not tan like that.
a little darker. Oh my god.
I literally downloaded it. I swear. I'm gonna show you. I need to pull it up. Okay. I want to apologize. I want to apologize for the way that came across, but it's the way that it.
Did
the
you
way that my
just
brain works.
just commit Minecraft blackface?
But I didn't. I didn't put it on. I didn't put it on. It's different. If I had put it on, then yes. But no. I am not the Prime Minister of Canada, okay? I don't do that.
True.
All right, multiplayer.
I'm just sitting in MCC Island waiting for you.
Hell yeah, bro. MCC Island. Let's freaking go.
Oh,
Let's freaking train, bro.
where are you?
Sorry.
It says you came online.
That's disgusting. Don't ever say that to me again.
Sorry.
Okay. Parkour Warrior Survivor or Parkour Warrior Dojo? The dojo, right?
Oh, I'm just running around the world. Wait, are you in the
Go to the
overworld?
dojo. Yeah, brother.
Oh, we're just in a different instance.
How do I,
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, you just gotta go to the... And then I think I can invite you.
Ow.
Capture, hold on, I have to make it capture Minecraft because Minecraft doesn't exist to my computer right
Oh,
now.
nice. Good.
Yeah, love that. For us.
Socials.
I think I have to invite you to my team, right?
Whoops. I accidentally grabbed you by your face.
You, sorry, what? Sorry, what did
There
you
you
do?
go. I meant to invite you and I grabbed you by your face and it de-skinned you and it was very scary. It was very scary. If you go to social,
Oh my
you
god!
go to social
Wow!
and then click on the person, it de-skinned you. Look at that. Am I wrong? Look. She's like
I
a
can't even
bear
find
rug.
Social. You're actually you're impressive. I'm like, wait, am I not adorable? What's going on?
You are adorable.
Thank you. How do I look at myself?
F5.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Hell yeah, brother. Okay.
You lead the way.
How do we auto run all the time? What's that thing?
It's control.
You're a legend. I'm
Wait,
really
did you-
thankful for you.
Do you have it toggled on?
Oh yeah, now it's toggled. Okay,
Okay.
perfect.
Yeah,
Wait.
keep that on.
Yeah.
We're going here.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
D-skin menu
I-
looks like waiting for the towel sandwich.
How do I even? Okay, right click it. Easy. What?
Sam said the de-skin menu looks like waiting for the towel. Oh, fuck.
I don't know what that means, but sick.
I'm not
Did
explaining.
You immediately fell?
I died. Because it's a timing one. I'm not... oh, there you go. I'm not paying attention to see which way it's going. Oh, it went the other way. Okay, you have to cycle. Yeah, you have to go with it.
Why do I have to keep toggling it on?
Because you messed up.
How do I toggle running?
Is it set in your menu?
I don't think it is.
Yeah, if you tap toggle on, it should just stay on.
Okay, if you tap control?
Yeah. So, like, if I just hit W key, it runs.
How do I fix that? Because mine's not doing that
menu.
right now. Menu, and then controls.
Oh, it's so loud.
Sprint toggle. There
Toggle.
we go.
Yes.
Yeah,
Ooh,
yeah,
slimes. I'm so bad at slimes. Slimes and ice boats. I'm really bad at ice boats too. Let's see if we make it. Nope.
Oh,
that's,
shit.
that's
Okay, I know
not
what to
where
do.
you're supposed to go. Supposed to land on this. Except I messed up the timing. I think I go now.
Hell yeah.
There it is.
Fucking
Goodbye.
never mind. Did you
Saw
see what
that.
I did?
Oh yeah. Oh, it's a ledge jump. And then remember, oh, can you not make that? I think you can, but I'm just not good at that. So you could do this to this one to this one. Oh, can I not make those jumps anymore?
You have
Oh, I
to
think
wait
you
really long.
can with momentum to go from this corner to that corner. You should be able to do that jump.
Oh yeah, it's easy. I just
Yeah,
didn't know
see?
what I was doing. Yeah, wow, we should have been doing this for days.
Yep. It's just getting muscle memory back for certain things is like the thing I have to remember. Slime jumps from Parkour Civ. Oh my god. We're cooked.
Are we?
Yep. Shane.
Well, we're so fucked. I can't even do the first one.
Wait, really? Oops.
Okay.
Chain jumps mess me up because you have to hit shift at a certain time, or you can run them, and I don't remember which ones you can run or not. I ran that one.
Okay. I'm coming.
Lamppost? Oh, do you go from here? Oh, you go from here to here to here to here to here. Ah, yeah. We'll be fine.
You can
I'm a Papa
mostly
viewer.
run
Good luck in
these.
your games. Oh, thank you. We're gonna we're gonna do okay.
We're gonna do great. Listen,
we are the
expect to be-
personality hires. You know,
We really are, yeah. And what's crazy is they put us on the same team, which was actually
that was a
bonkers.
mistake.
Yeah, that was really crazy of them to do.
They're gonna be like, we're never putting them on the same team ever again.
Yeah, they went, we're gonna put the newbies with these really talented individuals, and then we're gonna see how they shape up, and it's gonna be interesting.
It's gonna be good. Sure shit a lot. Love your name.
Very sick name. Really love that about you.
Balance, yeah. They just had to nerf our other three friends because they're
Teammates.
really good.
Yeah, the talent is unreal. It's
They're like,
unparalleled.
yeah, we gotta nerf them.
Yeah. You know,
So-
we have the two guys for the job, and that's us.
Yeah, we're the personality hires. We're the entertainment factor.
We're proud of it too. Like we're actually really proud of it.
The fact
Last
that
one to get to the end is the rotten egg.
hey, you
Think
can't
about
say that now. You couldn't
You're
make the
rotten.
first jump.
I like changing the rules to be whatever I want them to be. Alright.
What was I gonna say? I forget. Oh, I fell because I was thinking about huevos.
Never think.
But
That's
huevos,
your first mistake.
you know?
We love huevos in this house.
Oh, the ladders
Huevos.
disappear. I was like, am I just bad? So they featured me in the tweet, which was really funny because
Oh, interesting.
it was a bunch of, it was like Tubbo and like amazing Minecraft players and then me. And I'm like, do they know that?
Do they know? Were they
Do
there that
they
day?
know?
They think you're a Minecrafter. They really think it. And I can't wait. And you know what? I think that someone went, oh my god, his Weibo spit was hilarious. Like, they think that because you were funny that one time, you got skills.
You were funny that one time. Gee, thanks.
On record, that one time you were funny.
The one time you were like really funny.
Chad, does anyone remember that one time D-Tune was funny? Were we all there that day?
I'm cooked. I'm cooked. Which
You're
way did you
so
go?
cooked.
Did you go this way across
Which
the
way
base?
did he go? Sorry. Yeah.
What did I do? Which way did he go, George? Which way did he go?
George? At least we're gonna have fun. We're gonna really piss off the rest of our teammates, though. Tell you what.
Yeah, we might get shunned to our own VC, which is
I
going to
wouldn't
be
mind that.
very funny.
I hope we do. I hope they tell us to fuck off.
We just noticed that they make a new room and then just drop us in the new room, and they're like, "Yeah," and it's just
No
called.
one's talking for a while. Hey guys,
Hey,
where are you guys?
what's up? What's the call
Hey,
out?
guys. Someone just came into my chat and went mid bobs.
Oh,
Yeah, Sag.
oh,
Now I'll never think happily about my titties ever again. Because of Antoine. Fucking god damn it.
a bunch of people came in my chat and said QP.
I don't know what that means.
I don't know either. Are they,
Mid PP?
are they telling me?
What they-
They're telling me
Whoa.
I belong in quick play.
Ah! I fell off.
That's a good scream.
Sorry. Got ratio. No swearing.
Oh, okay.
This is for charity.
Who shows up and judges Bob's?
That guy.
Wait, put him on blast again.
Antoine?
Nice, thank you.
I'll freaking die, I guess. That's cool.
Oh,
Sorry.
short form for okay. I thought y'all just come in and tell me I belong in quick play.
You belong in quick
I
play, you
belong in
loser.
Minecraft quick play.
Figure it out, stupid.
Who's the best on your rivals team? Our team is pretty stacked. I can tell you who's not the best. Em and I are not the best.
Keeps calling me mid. That's crazy. How could
No.
you do that? I'm a woman.
I would say from the people I played with on our team, Feinberg is really good at this game.
Okay, I'm just gonna sprint it. That's the plan.
I wasn't paying attention to what we supposed to do. Wait, what are we? It's telling me.
Okay, so yeah.
The arrow said down, so I looked down and then I died.
The arrow says up. I died too.
Wait, what am I not understanding about this one?
So this one is like certain ones you have to sprint.
Can I just
You
do
don't
this?
jump. That's hilarious. You're really
I'm
cheating
leaving.
the system there, pal.
I'm leaving.
He left.
Wait, somebody came over here with me. Follow me.
Okay, and then
Oh,
just die, I guess.
you mean it's a walk off? I get it.
yeah, walk it off.
I see. Wasn't paying attention. I was too busy wondering why everyone is telling me to play Minecraft quick play.
Hey guys, what do you mean by that? Hey guys, are you calling me dumb? Okay, I guess I just don't know how to play video games,
Oops.
and that's okay with me.
I have to like wait until I'm not spawning in someone's head because I get really confused. You know,
Spawning inside your head makes me anxious.
it does. I'm like, I have my own things going on up here. I don't need yours too. Are you doing okay?
Okay.
Yes, I am. I'm doing
No.
okay. I'm playing Minecraft
not.
quick play.
He's not doing okay.
Oh, I keep
I'm
sli-
never gonna complete
I
that,
keep
so I'm gonna go to the
s-
easy ones.
No, we got this. I keep sliding off a block. I know my mistake. Now let me actually try. So you have to last minute jump to this one.
Someone
Oh.
came into my chat and they went, Papa Latte likes you.
Oh.
Wow, okay. That's my
Wow.
teammate.
Oh. Damn.
Papa Latte says he's glad he's not the only bad one on the team. We're fucked! This team is going to hell!
They all just came in here and told me to play quick play, and they're telling you that. Oh, okay. Are you on the easy path? Let's
Wait, why did that remind me of Moto Moto likes you?
We're cooks. We're the
Moto
personality
Moto
hires.
likes
It's
you.
fine. It's fine. Oops.
Yeah, we're here for fun. It's for charity. Anyone that takes it seriously is a loser.
Whoa.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry, I took it seriously for a sec. My
Yeah,
bad.
what the you took it seriously. Wait, were we supposed to check in?
I don't check in with whom. God. I haven't done
Yes.
that in a long time.
No, like for the event, are we supposed to be somewhere right now?
Pink team, well, the pink team is together. So we could just go over there. But then we would have to chat with everybody else. And like, I don't want them to know how bad we are yet.
Yeah, we'll
Let's
just
leave 4
we'll just
more minutes.
we'll wait a few more minutes.
Let's go back to the main area and we'll select a new one.
Okay. Boom, boom, boom.
Do you speak
boom.
German?
Was ist
Bit-
das? Was ist los?
Yeah, he does. So.
Ich liebe dich.
I don't know. I'm sorry.
It's gonna be funny.
I have
And
German
he really likes
friends.
how you all are. Aw.
Wait, he
Good.
does?
We need more personality hires in this game.
We like him. Yeah, as long as we're the goofy bunch, we can be the comedy today.
The
You know,
goofy
everybody
bunch
else can
is
be-
needed, you know?
It is needed. We're essential.
We were the goofy bunch of House of Nightmares, and we actually made it pretty far. Before everything kind
I
of fell
feel like
apart.
we're the kids in class that the teacher comes over and goes, "Aw, look at them. They're trying."
Aw.
You know?
Wait, are you in the... Oh! That disappeared. Are you in this one with me?
Yeah, I'm in the second one, so it was across the way from the first one.
Yeah.
I don't know if M12.
I wasn't paying attention.
I'm running across tracks. Is that what you have?
Yeah. Wait, are we not in the
Yeah,
same...
yeah.
Are we not in the same instance? Did I, leave you?
I think,
might
if
have
you
left
did, that's really freaking rude.
Well, listen. That's all I got. Oh, I missed.
That's all she wrote. It's all good.
My brain
I don't know what
breaks
that
at
means.
the pattern ones for some reason.
Me too. That's why we're on the same team.
Oh, yeah. Huevos.
Huevos!
Huevos.
Huevos! Are you on this one too? The fan?
Yeah, I just passed the fan. I'm on the blue blocks.
Wow, way to brag.
Yeah, I'm on the blue blocks.
He's
What
actually
the
on the boo box now.
Oh, this is a ladder. I just jumped off the map. Do you want to do a Minecraft hardcore server with me?
Yes.
I think
I
it'd be
would
so
live for
fun.
that.
And we can... 2 complete noobs try to beat the game in hardcore.
That would be super fun. I'd actually like that a lot.
Okay, we'll do it. Let's make it like a weekly episode we do. Little series.
I'm really in, actually. Like, you just let me know and I would be there.
Okay, sick. Because I'm so down. I'm on WoW hardcore kick right now. Whoops, I knew I couldn't make that.
You
So
just
I'm-
like the risk of... You like any sort of thing with, like, a risk to your life.
Yes.
Which is why I assumed you'd be super down for the going back in time thing, but... I'm kidding,
Oh my god!
I'm kidding.
Oh my god!
I'm kidding. My jokes are really dark today. I'm so sorry.
Are you okay?
No, I'm scared. Deep tune. I get funnier when I'm scared. I get funnier. Like, I go to the doctor if I have to get like a surgery or something. You know what I mean? Like, I literally I'm joking the whole time. I'm cracking the best jokes you've ever seen. My hands are sweating.
That's so funny.
I'm nervous.
That's so funny. I think
Oh,
we're the
thank
only
God.
ones not in our chat.
Yeah, whatever. Sorry, I'm kidding. I'll go.
No. We vibe.
Aren't
we
they
vibe. A
all
little
goody
bit
two
longer.
shoes to you? Just a
I
little
don't-
bit.
Do I jump? Where do I jump from here? Is it this block? No.
Wait, where are you? Did you get past the? Are you in the grass?
I'm in the weird, like, there's a glass pane you have to jump to. It's like white clouds. There's like
Oh,
a
yeah, I
jump I
think-
don't know how to do. Is it this corner? Oh, I was on the wrong corner. Oh, and then I died. Yeah, it's a momentum. I have to stop stopping.
Oh, I see. I'm
So
at the end.
This one.
Okay, let's join them then. And just we
Okay.
can be nice. Yeah. Oh, fellas, what is up?
Hello, fellow gamers.
Hello, how you doing?
Good,
Hi,
how are you?
Pyro.
Good. Hi. Are you guys excited?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, super excited. Where
Hell yeah.
do we go for the server? Is there like a block course? Yeah, there is.
Yeah.
Okay, I can just join that, right?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Oh,
I
yeah.
haven't even joined this up yet.
Blockers, events.
I'll be right back. I'm just gonna run to the bathroom before we get ready.
I'll be right here. Oh, I have to. It's 21. Wait, I'm in 21.1. What? Huh? Let me relaunch. Installations. Oh, I wasn't in my 21.1. Whoops.
Whoops. Nah, it's a classic. You guys have it wrong.
That's my bad. Yeah,
It is what it is.
I'm a gamer. Do we have to turn shaders off and everything for this, right?
Yeah, it's probably advised to turn shaders off.
Okay.
I think you can have them on, but usually most folks turn them off. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's do this. Come on. Let me in. Oh. What? Boom, ba-dum, boom.
Okay. How we feeling? Are you excited? Confident?
Yeah.
How you feeling?
Hey, I'm here for the vibes, you know?
I'm here for the vibes as well. I mean, that's what we all say. I want to do okay, but like I just want to have fun today, really, and just do stuff for charity. That's about
Yeah. At the end of the day, it's charity.
it. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god, I was watching your stream yesterday with that. It was like you were in this like in your complete darkness, and you're like walking through like this like chained fence area.
Oh
and
yeah.
There was, like, Velociraptor screams. Yeah, that was horrifying.
Yeah,
Oh
that game
my
was so
God.
scary. I'm looking forward to the full release.
Oh my god, what's it called?
Oh god. Chat, what was it called? Unknown Tapes? I think it was called Unknown Tapes.
Unknown Tapes. Okay, cool. I'll give it that crack. That is. Yeah, it was. I jumped about as hard as you did when there was this one really.
That
massive
first
gap.
one? That was so loud.
Yeah, it was just like something was like rattling against the fence. Like you were walking down this like really like narrow sort of like fence way.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And it just screamed.
Oh my god.
Ooh, my game's lagging. Come on, game. PQ's scared of speaking English. Oh my German's not that good. Shoot. I wish it was.
Did you study it in school or something?
I just kind of picked it up. I had a lot of friends who
damn,
just like
okay.
spoke German around me. I picked up
Right.
enough to have like very rudimentary conversation.
Yeah. I did a semester of it at university this year, and I went to Munich as well this year.
Mhm.
I barely remember a single word.
Hi, man.
Hey.
Hello.
So I watched the update video, but I don't understand the mini game with the teleport function, which you can use
function?
one time. It has like a teleport item.
Oh, the beep test?
I don't know. It's like a parkour mini game or
Oh,
something.
yeah. So that's one of the 4 party games.
The party
So
games.
what that
Okay.
is- yeah. So what that is you can use that teleporter and go from like a hard path where you get more points to like an easier path that like you can complete more likely.
Okay. I see.
So if
but
you like
can
get
use it only
stuck,
once.
basically, like if,
You can, I don't know if there's a limit to how many times you can use it. I think it's a new feature, so I'm not really 100% sure about
works
that
yet?
sort of stuff. Yeah.
Okay,
I'm not really
okay.
sure 100%, but
hi everyone, hello, welcome in.
This is gonna be fun.
This is gonna be really
it's gonna
fun.
be so good.
Yeah.
It's the best.
How do I say your name? Papa Latte?
Yes, it's in Germany we say Papa Platte, but you can say like
Papa
Kevin.
Platte.
You can say Kevin or
Okay.
say it however you want.
Your chat came into my chat and
Yeah.
they went, Papa likes you. And I was like,
Oh
what?
man, cringe. Yeah, I mean,
Sorry to expose them, but it was funny.
Caught.
I tried to
Chat's
check.
caught.
I tried to check the vibe of every one of you.
That's
Yeah.
totally fair. Yeah,
Yeah,
that
because-
makes sense.
Because I really suck a lot in Minecraft, and I don't know what. I mean, I do my best today,
Oh,
but
me too.
you
Me
know.
too. Don't worry,
Okay,
bro.
okay, okay,
Literally,
okay,
us also.
Yeah,
But
we're here for
gonna
the
have a great
vibes.
time, and we're gonna really kill it this time. Don't worry, Pyro. We're not gonna hold you back.
Okay,
No.
My goal is to not be in last place. That's it.
We have fine. Just end of the day, if things go bad, we have Feinberg.
We're gonna
True.
Yeah, Feinberg's on our team. What up?
Yeah, I'll do my best.
That's
to
the
carry,
keep
man.
carry. Let's go.
We'll do our best to not get in your way.
to break your back, man. I'm not gonna be happy.
In a good way, with comedy.
Yeah.
With comedy, yes.
Yes.
Woo. Em and I are
And
definitely
skill.
the personality hires here.
I thought I
No,
was
it's perfect.
personality.
I'm used to that in Block Wars, I will say.
There we
I've
go.
been in these situations a lot, so it really doesn't matter.
Huge.
As long as we are all trying and the vibes are good, and that just happens every time, so I don't really care.
That's what I'm good at. I'm good at trying very hard and keeping vibes up.
And I love, and for what it's worth, I love the VTubers, but nothing will be worse than Block Wars rookies teams with 4 VTubers. Like, I will never be more alone in games and just by myself. Like, the vibes are so good, but just from a raw, like, if you guys think you're gonna hold me down, it's been worse. So don't worry about it. It's
Just hold on
fine.
to that memory then. Just hold on to that memory
True.
this whole time.
Anytime you see
I
us
think-
messing up, you'd be like, no, could be worse.
It was worse. It was. Yeah.
My team was dead last by like 3,000, and I still got first individual in like the first rookies.
That's insane.
I think
It's just like you don't, yeah, it'll be fun.
I've done, I think this is my 3rd Block Wars. And every time I came in at least, I think 5th was the lowest I've placed, like as a team. And I'm
Yeah.
usually middle of the pack, like 20 something.
That's hype. No, I've seen you in a couple. There's so many like they're doing so good with like so many new names though. There's like a ton of people that I haven't heard of that play a lot, which is cool. It means the vibes for my teams are different every time, and I like it.
True. All right, who's the team?
Is this the 3rd time I've played it? Find in the last like year.
Yeah, you've been subbed into my teams twice in like the past 3 months, and it's awesome.
Who's the team we're looking out for?
The purple team is just the best by far because
It's
they were the best.
Uh-huh.
Like just because it's Purple and Shane, which are just number 2 and number 3.
True.
And when Purple and Camman were a duo, I think their team got first. I don't remember if they won the finale game or not, but like their team got first. And granted, that could be because I think May was on their team, and they just didn't know that May was like really good at shooter games. So she did like way better like Extraction and a couple other games than like Wolfie thought. But Purple and Camman is worse than Purple and Shane. I'll say it. Shane gaps Camman a little bit, and so their team was already good, and then Lion Shoe subbed in today, and it made their team better. So they should just win, unless I don't know, like
that
they'd
is
have to troll really bad.
that is a
They'd have to
stacked
troll really
team.
bad. Yeah.
Which team is it?
Purple team.
Phantoms.
Oh,
Phantoms.
gotcha.
Like that team was like the bottom 3 weren't even like that low, like low tier anyway. Like they were just, it was a really good team. I don't know who made that one, but slipped through the cracks.
No, it's okay to let the top frags have fun sometimes and
Yeah.
team together once in a while.
I do like our skins. They're very cute.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are cute. I like them.
The artists always go crazy. We love artists.
I'm walking around. Oh, I'm looking at the staff. Oh God, they saw me. I gotta get out of here. Munchkin, I think y'all could just be yourselves. I have to behave, but y'all could just do you. Specifically because it's a Rivals event. Not so much like the Minecraft event itself, but Rivals. Chaos, yes, Chaos reigns supreme. Greetings from Germany. Hi Sam, welcome in. Hello. I'm just gonna stay here and just vibe all day.
The only thing I'm like worried about today is getting interviewed. I know I said on the form that I was okay to get interviewed, but like I'm nervous to get
The rival
dragged
stuff.
into-
Yeah, I don't know when
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
gonna do stuff like that because they said this was gonna take 4 hours, and Block Wars usually takes like 2.5 or like 3. So I think there's just like longer gaps in between the games.
Hello
I
from
don't know,
Germany.
man.
Hi.
Like, how they pull people in though.
Hello. He's the biggest German
Hey
streamer.
Kevin, your chat wants me to ask you about the time you shat in your car.
Oh.
Is that the BMW story? They're asking that to me as well.
Wait,
Yeah,
I have
they
a, I have,
really wanna know.
I have a car
They
poop
also give you a
story
bunch of
too.
names.
No, you don't. Really?
I do.
Oh my god. Tell
My
us.
chat immediately goes, "Oh, Jordan, you could bond." Okay.
Apparently he's on the shitter right now.
Oh wow. I love how we know that. That's so great. We have an active like timeline of exactly when he went to poop today.
Oh
That's
no,
so
he's
great.
pooping right now. Oh, that's messed up. I can
Wow.
bond with him about accidentally pooping in your car.
How about you go first? What happened to what's your car poop? Maybe.
So, okay, speedrun. I used to be a music producer before I got into streaming. So my lunch breaks are always very, very tight. Because it's like I have to just go from the studio. Bands are like on their break or whatever. I want to go to my favorite restaurant. I'm driving down the road, and I'm very excited to go to my favorite restaurant and pick up my food. And then I hit a pothole to end all potholes, a crater,
make me
if you
cry.
will. And I
Yeah.
hit it, and I'm like, oh, I think I sharded. I think I straight up sharded when I hit the pothole. And then I was panicked because I had to like decide because I was right in front of the restaurant, and I'm like, do I try to still get my food, or do I go home and just not eat for the next 8 hours because this label's like breathing down my neck? And I'm like, no, I need my food. I'm not gonna get through the session. So I had to wait until no one was inside, and I saw my food on the counter, and I ran in to grab it really fast, right? Really fast. I grab my food, I start leaving, and the person behind the counter, mind you, my favorite restaurant, I go there all the time, I hear her go, "Oh my God." And then I panicked as I'm at the door. I look over to some random guy and just make a stank face at him, and then make eye contact with her. And I totally threw the blame on the other guy, and I bolted out of
No.
there.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
yeah. And now they're calling me. What do they call me? They called me the sharp blamer, the gastral gaslighter. I'm cooked.
That's hilarious. That's a
cooked.
crazy story. I'm so sorry that that happened
They
to
said
you.
I committed encrapment, and I'm like, okay. The fecal fibber.
Fecal fibber?
Yeah. Anyway, I can bond over accidentally sharding in a car. Mind you, this is my first impression of you coming from PQ. Okay, well, welcome in. What do I do?
Oh, is this like? I swear they added more like training in the lobby. They added like a little trident bit.
Yeah.
Wait, where at? Ooh.
That's cool.
Everyone's skins are so cute. You just told this story to 30,000 Germans. Whoops.
That's awesome.
Whoopsies.
That's incredible.
Whoopsies. I have fun here. Yeah, now we
do
gotta
have
get
fun here.
now we gotta get Kevin to tell his story.
Yeah.
Oh no, guys.
Kevin,
I
can
was
you tell
1 minute away.
Can you tell your chat to like stop telling women what to do because they're all misogynists if they do that? Can you do that?
Oh man. What the fuck?
Anyways, yeah, tell us about your poop story. I want to hear it.
Because I told mine.
Yeah. You want the short version or the more longer version?
I think we got time.
We got that.
Okay. So my girlfriend had her birthday at this day, because so the next day, and we had a long distance relationship at this time. So I had to drive to her at this time, and it was like a 4-hour drive or something. And maybe 3 hours in, I had to poop while I'm in my car. So yeah, so I did, and
You just went
Yeah,
for
so
it?
You just
shit happens. I guess.
shit happens when you make it happen, man. Yeah.
And then I have to drive like on the side and use my underwear as a as toilet paper and have to throw it away after.
Oh my
afterwards.
god.
And yeah,
So I did.
and it was fucking embarrassing.
Sorry
mean-
to interrupt, but Papa,
Well,
can
luckily
you
never
check you've got server resource packs enabled for me? Because you currently don't have the pack enabled.
Yes.
Oh no.
So
That's good
you
timing,
need to-
Jordan, sorry.
You'll need to relog in and make sure it's enabled.
do I have to rejoin the server?
That's
Yeah,
staff,
just before you
y'all.
join the server, just make sure you edit and click server resource packs to enable.
Yes.
The British person who jumped in. That's
I didn't
staff.
get any like screen or something.
Staff
you
jumped
edit it
in.
before you join the server.
Ah, okay.
Yeah,
okay, okay.
so log out and then like click on it in the server list, and then there should be like an edit button at the bottom.
Ah, okay. See.
And you click that,
Oh,
and then there should
no.
be one of the buttons there. It says like server resource packs. Just set it to enabled, and then rejoin. That should work.
I think they've been here for a while. I think they were just here for a while. That's so funny.
Yep.
Yep,
It worked.
Hi, German
Thank you very
friends.
much.
Okay, are we good? Are we set up? Do we need anything different or anything changed, or is it just
I
gonna
think
start when it
I
starts?
think the
Hello.
the admin guy would have yelled at
Ich
us
liebe
more.
dich.
I think that
Okay.
was it.
You think we're good? Okay.
I'm just running around.
Well, everyone's logged in. We're probably just like Twitch rivals pace locked, honestly.
Yeah,
They're
probably.
they're probably just doing something on their main stream.
Yeah, I'm sure. The casting or something.
Yeah.
Guten
I'm joking.
Tag. Guten Tag. Showing off duo. No, I'm not doing German duo. Good cardio, get your steps in Minecraft. True. I love the music in here. Boop-ba-doop-ba-doo. First, thank you for the 2 entire months. I appreciate it. So many months. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Sorry, I'm beating someone up right now.
Why are you beating someone up?
I don't know. It's kind of fun.
Okay, cool. Just wondering.
I'm enjoying myself.
Ah.
I'm exploring right now.
I'm on the roof, and there's like this parkour thing you can do.
Ooh, roof parkour.
Yeah, a little roof parkour action.
Hello.
I'm trying to find more people.
Yeah, I keep going and ending up alone.
Yeah, I found like the trident bit. I'm just doing any parkour I can find now, pretty much.
Go to the roof. It's fun.
Oop. Oop. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Oh, it's a full parkour course up here. Okay.
Is every game chosen randomly?
I
Yeah,
usually choose
just
it
like
as
the
a-
order. The order is kind of random. Like we get to vote, but like everyone else gets to vote too, so it's kind of random.
Yeah.
But
But
like,
we play every of the 8 games, right?
yeah, all the 8 games get played. It's just the order that's different.
Okay.
What did you think our worst game will be for points maxing?
That's up to you guys. I'm chill with anything.
True. Is
up to you guys.
the farm
Jump
game in
around
this
game,
one?
Jump run game. The movement game.
You think you're bad or good at that?
I suck.
Okay.
So I suck at every mini game we play today, but I guess I suck the most at this one.
Okay, we can try and do it early then.
Hold on,
get
let me
out of the
see.
way.
Let me see which ones are up for this. The one
Yeah,
I'm like,
the farming game's into. I think you asked that.
yeah, that's the one
Yeah.
I've done it like 3 times. And I still don't really understand what the heck is going on because I've never had it like properly explained. I just
Usually
someone
the
tells me to
problem
do a
is
task
the
and
meta for the game is that like you put the people that aren't the top frags at just like collecting stuff, and then you just have somebody like there's like 1 or 2 people that hard focus like making and delivering the stuff.
Okay.
Do you think
So-
at the food game, the good players should do the delivery and stuff?
Yeah.
So what is my job at the food game?
When that happens, it's probably gonna be like you, Jatoon, and is it Emerome or Emerome or like how do I?
Oh, just call me. Just call me M. It's fine.
Oh, yeah, okay,
Yeah, okay.
that figures. Okay. you three are probably gonna do like the collecting stuff, and like that'll just kind of work out. Like one of you will just get like most of the crops, like carrots, pumpkins, sugar cane, whatever.
Easy.
One of you will
easy,
get like
easy.
most of the animals. One of you can get like mushrooms, apples, stuff like that. Like we'll
And then
figure
the
it out
rest
when
of you
we're
guys
there.
will.
And then
Yeah.
me and Pyro, I will just like do the orders the whole time, and then Pyro will like be more of a floater, whereas like he'll maybe help you guys with collecting stuff sometimes, and then do orders the other part of the times. And then like when the game gets super close to ending, like it's like I think it's 10 minutes. And like the last couple minutes, we usually just have so much stuff that it just doesn't matter, and then like everyone can help with the orders. But it's like when there's too many people around, like it gets like really hectic. So it's just good. Like I will just lock in. We will get top 2 in that game, just like 100%. I don't think I've ever not gotten top 2. It's just like,
Okay.
so we'll just like lock in. Like I'm not worried about that game at all. The team game's all
easy.
Okay. That's the one that I feel like I'm always a little bit of a slog, or maybe I just don't know what I'm supposed to be doing.
It's like, honestly, I don't know. I feel like the game design is like kind of silly because I'm always like the person that's doing everything. I just like put myself in that role.
Yeah.
Like on the teams that I'm on. So like, I've never been a person that just like sort of collects stuff. So I don't know like how it feels, but it makes sense that like it would feel like that because you're just like getting crops for like 10 minutes. You're not actually like seeing the orders happen, but like it does actually matter. Like if I don't have this stuff, I can't get it done. So like, it obviously does matter when you're collecting stuff, but I guess there's not like good visual feedback that like what you're doing matters in the moment, I guess.
Yeah, that's all.
But
cool.
Yeah, that game will go really well. It just clicks for me.
Cool. Yeah, that's always the
rest
one
of us
that I'm
doing Farmville.
Did you kill someone again? I didn't know I was on team with a monster. Just murdering
Oh,
people.
sorry, I was muted. I knocked a girl off the top of this parkour thing, and she knocked me off like several times before that. So this is my vengeance, but I didn't tell her that.
Mean.
No, that's sick. That's awesome. We need that ferocity in the battle. That's what we need it for.
True.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna keep the anger.
Good.
Yeah, no, I like heads up. I'm gonna be pretty like washed at extraction just because I'm on about 350 ping.
Oh.
Wow. God, is it 350?
Oh, I gotta check. It's probably. Hang on. Is there a check somewhere?
No,
every
you can't
server
do
I play on
such
for
thing.
events. Every server I play on is
so
around-
bad.
Yeah, it's like 300 just because I'm from Melbourne. And it's
Oh, Melbourne.
yeah, it's rough.
And the US East is like exact opposite too.
Yeah. No, I have to go across the Pacific. It's tough.
Jeez.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Do 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 do.
Wolfie World. Wow.
The music is so chill.
I know.
Oh, the music's great.
This definitely doesn't lead you to believe that there's gonna be a
A bloodbath?
terrifying competition. Yeah,
Oh.
bloodbath.
When did they add fishing?
Yeah, I was looking at that.
This is awesome.
Whose dog? Is that my dog?
That's mine. Sorry, I gotta get him. He's a little yappy terrier. He's just the best.
I have a Yorkie Cocker Spaniel, and the bark sounds similar. I was like, is that Otis?
Aww. That's the mascot today. The dogs.
Dogs, yes. Just punching people. Oh,
I'm practicing my trident jumps.
I just did that. Now Shadoon's kicking my ass. Buddy, stop. Stop kicking my ass.
Whee!
Come on. Oh, I see. It's like Smash Bros. Oh, he healed. Dishonorable duel. Oh, yeah, it is like Smash. Kicking your butt? Yes. We have no idea when the first game starts. Ba-da-da-da-da-da.
I'm super gassed for Tomb Titans. I think that's my favorite.
Let's see, I'm looking at all of them now.
Nah, I like Teen Titans. You played it like once or twice, Pyro.
I've done it twice now. Yeah.
That's it.
Oh, I do like that one a lot. Shockwave. PvP extraction. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I'm muted so I can chat with y'all. I have no idea when games are gonna start. Is that? Yo, Nix, it's Shadow the Hedgehog. You're a beta male, Sonic. Oh. I have Twitch God Master streaming. Oh, nice. Yeah, the only interactions I had with Shadowin was during, House of Nightmares. The other Rivals event. That one was really fun. Was there a
I'm trying to
Sonic?
find this arena. I'm trying to find the roof.
Well, yeah, how do you get... Oh, yeah, wait, that looks sick. How do you get up there? Oh my god. Just looking at people is so fun. But yeah, it's gonna be cool. The hell is that emote? The greatest emote of all time. I'm glad I'm making friends with a fellow person who accidentally pooped their pants in a car. Except they were more Chad about
I
it.
keep hearing. Oh my god. My. So, context. My girlfriend is in this event, and she was streaming it on my PC. And I just hear her note of spam. It's still, I don't know which tab it's in. It's somewhere.
On your OBS, like as a browser source?
Yeah, on my OBS. It's a. Hang on, I gotta add it and then delete it like entirely. Yeah, browser source. Hang on.
Wait, that's amazing. Oh.
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 Oh, on Gangnam Style.
I'm going fishing.
You going fishing? Where's that? The fishing game?
Yeah. Just hanging out with Tommy and other admin.
What's the parkour one that we can practice? Do you know?
The parkour game actually isn't in this one. Like the one where it's like 12 minutes and you get to choose what you do. That's not a game this time. Like we still have like the race map thing, but that's like a lot less parkoury. So
got it.
It's not as big of a deal, I think.
Nice, good to know. That's the only thing I practiced.
It's kind of the only thing you can like easily practice. So
ready
my
check.
God, yes.
Oh,
ready check.
Okay. Let's go.
ready?
All I'm saying is our
Yes,
team was the first
sir.
full team to click ready. Huh?
That's facts.
Let's go. Easy.
Yes.
Guys, we're
Shame
gonna
the
win.
people who aren't ready. I believe in us.
Boom.
We got
Yeah, I believe in us too. We got this.
Oh yeah. We're good. I'm
having fun. This is so fun. The Trident game.
Yeah, I like the Trident game. Oh. There
Let's
it is.
go.
We're ready.
Okay, let's go. Do we already know which game is the first one?
We'll have
No,
to. We'll go to a
we'll get to
wheel.
vote. There's like a cool intro sequence here, and then it'll send us to like a voting arena that
Okay,
we'll do
see.
for all 8 of them. Yeah.
2 minutes. Nice.
Hell yeah.
Oops, I'm inside my own head.
Hey, why do you have the legend thing next to your name, Pyro?
It's like a Discord guild. It's one of the new features they've got.
Oh, neat.
It's like if you applied for it like ages ago. It's like if you join a server, somebody makes it a guild, it like limits the server count and it makes it sort of like, I don't know, like a special gaming space or something like that. But this is just like a friend of mine, Lagundo's. And his, yeah.
That's
There's
really
a couple
cool.
others in the server. I think it's pals as well.
Wow, cool.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, look at
Hey,
my
would you
friends.
get?
Handsome
I have a
fella.
question. This could be controversial. Would you get offended if someone came up to you and was like, "Oh my God, it's a British"? Sorry.
A British? No, I get it a lot. I get it a lot. The worst I get, okay, it depends how out of, because like that's understandable. If I like have a certain accent on a certain day, yeah, I can maybe hear it. But like, if somebody's like, yeah, you sound kind of South African, no, not a chance. Maybe Kiwi, maybe, but like. People have said the wildest out of like left field ones. Like South Africa's probably the worst, but like somebody said Ireland one time, and I'm like, I don't know.
Is that like offensive?
No, nothing's offensive to Australians. We like we use very colorful words, very colorful language.
Right.
Which I usually try to turn down for block walks.
I think that's fun.
It's probably a good idea.
Yeah.
My friend Brody is, I think, outside of Melbourne.
Oh hell yeah!
And
I'm moving to Canberra in like a day.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Doing this and then
back up very quickly after this. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, damn.
Yeah.
I have a message to relay to Kevin. You're not as bad at this game as you're saying. Wow.
Wait, me?
Yeah, you got very supportive chatters, and they're saying, "Hey, you're not as bad."
It's Cap. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Ooh,
okay, 60 seconds, guys. Let's
we
go.
gaming.
Lock in.
Okay, lock
Rolling
in.
up the sleeves, getting the coffee. Your
God,
chat's
I
so
don't know if I can
nice.
perform under pressure.
My chat just calls me short and a gastral gaslighter. Damn.
Yeah, they call me like pyro shit.
Pyro shit is crazy, man. Pyro shit is crazy.
Bam, bam, bam.
Yeah, pyro shit, piss scythe.
Piss scythe.
I had this like really bad bleached hair, and then they just called me like piss hair for like a year because they didn't fix it.
Oh shit! Classic.
It's like a
Yeah,
whole
my
soccer
chat.
field.
My chat calls me Papa Kacke, what in English means like Papa shit.
Yeah.
You painstakingly earned that title, so.
We're flying.
Okay, it's lagging.
Oh yeah, the Block Wars lag. Let's go.
Heck yeah. Did anyone else turn down the music, or is it just me?
I turned down the entire
I have
game.
it still
It's so
on.
loud.
It's really loud.
But it's bopping. Father Feces is wild. Team reveals. Woo!
Ooh, mine's really, really framed right now.
Yeah, mine's frozen.
Yeah, Minecraft's not an optimized game. It's not.
SK, let's go.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah!
Two newcomers. Awesome.
Smear teams. Double. I'm the only American on my team is so funny.
To say that randomly is hilarious.
The fighters.
That's like the most American thing you could say.
Oh my gosh. Boom, boom.
Pete! We love Pete!
True, we do.
I have this like feeling if I ever kill Captain Sparkles, like I have to like apologize, you know?
Just go, hey, my bad.
Like,
He'll
it's like
ruin your life.
discourtesy. Oh yeah. You know, like
He's
the,
a very nice man.
You know Dexter's Laboratory? You know the thing with like the frame where it's like, I failed you.
Yes.
Like,
Yes.
Praying to the yeah.
That's so funny. Oh?
Oh,
Yeah!
It's
Okay, okay.
Hang on.
Go. Let's go.
Pa, 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 pa.
Nice.
I was the very last person to be announced. Damn.
I think our team looked the best. I'm just gonna say it.
Our fits are so
100%.
good.
Mm-hmm.
It goes so well with like the cherry blossom cape.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dun, dun, boom. Oh.
So, what do you think is the best game to smash out of the way?
What's the hardest one? Because that's
Yeah,
probably
what's the
that
hardest one? Yeah.
Because the multiplayer is later on.
Everybody
are
except for
annoying.
me hates Order Up, so it just like always gets played first.
Wait, what?
Should we start with Spleef maybe? You want to start with Spleef?
I like Spleef.
Okay.
I do like Spleef.
Spleef is fun.
Usually
Maybe-
everyone just votes Order Up, and so it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, I'm kind of
Okay,
chilling
that's
in
fine.
Order Up.
Which one is Order Up? The orange one?
Better,
It's the
better.
it's the purple one. It's the farm game. Oh, this
Extraction
green
2
one's
is kind of
A lot
difficult.
of
That would be
people play
Oh,
Race right now.
I got stolen.
I don't mind Extraction.
Okay. Race is actually like
I got
Theftery.
stolen. Yeah, Race actually might win. That's interesting.
Aunt Frost
Wow.
stole me.
What do you mean he stole you?
You can
I think I
grab.
can
I'm
bring you back.
abducted. Help.
That's true, Race.
I'm abducted.
Wait, Feinberg's in
It's
pickup
actually
too.
it's actually kind of close.
this is real close.
Not that
Oh,
real
I couldn't
close,
get
it's
out.
fine. It's actually probably good for the mental if we're winning with this shirt.
Yeah.
Voting closed. Order up.
All right.
Okay, let's go.
Oh.
Okay, so we're gonna, the newbies are
Yeah,
gonna
so
get the items.
yeah, so like me and Pyro are gonna chill doing orders. Pyro, you're gonna like float a little bit if you have to.
Yeah. I remember the deal
but,
last
like,
time. Yeah.
Yeah, and then the other three, you guys are going to chill at the farm over here. Let's just like, I don't know, like one person should get like almost all the animals, one person should get almost all the crops, and then one person kind of splits because there are only like two categories, and so
True.
for
I
many
mean,
people, it's
I would like to
Where's
have
the-
the
oh.
crops, I guess. I would like to
Okay.
have the
yeah,
crops.
yeah. So like,
I'll go to
the-
the animals.
yeah, the door that like I'm looking at here, like the crops will be like straightforward. It's just like mushrooms to the left, but I can get enough of those at the start, and then all the animals are gonna be at the right.
Where
How much
should
do we
I
want
go?
of each like
then?
animal to begin with?
Everything.
Just as much as you can.
Yeah, there's no downside to getting so much.
All
I
right.
mean, I might ask you to get like certain things like that are on the very first orders here.
Okay.
Just so we can do like the first ones quickly maybe, but if we just have everything, it just means that like I can just get in a flow of like doing 10 things back to back.
Okay, I'll
versus,
just
like,
focus on getting
Okay.
meat constantly forever.
Yeah.
Should I get fish
That
then?
might have been a really bad sentence.
Oh yeah, Datun, you can do fish and like some of like the tree
Like
fruit
apples and stuff?
like just
Yeah,
kind of
like
help with like
sugarcane
the
is down there as well.
sugarcane,
Yeah,
apples.
You
Okay.
want me to get only the crops, or should I get apples and orange as well?
The
You should
apples
do
are over there by
mainly
the
the
crop.
you should do mainly the crops.
So I'll kind of
yeah.
float. I'll grab fish and tree stuff and sugarcane.
Okay,
Yeah.
easy.
Yeah, and you
Definitely
can
just
do
do that first too, because you can like we'll have a bunch of sugarcane really quick because we don't really use it for many recipes.
Okay.
So like apples are pretty good. There's usually a lot of apple orders that come by, plus like because they come in bulk, so they're gonna be like 4, 5, 6 apple orders or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. There's
Lot of apples is
rush
good.
orders too, guys. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
all on me. I'll worry about all this stuff in the middle. There's just
Yeah,
I will
it's
do
all
it.
you,
It's
yeah.
just, it's
Okay.
just-
I gotcha.
We're in
You just call
Ohio.
me
Who's
out.
getting
You need to.
mushrooms?
I'll get mushrooms first. I'll go
Cool.
left first because like I'll
no,
just be sitting around.
let me
you
do the
got-
mushrooms first. Pyro, you should send like the crops, maybe like the trees also. Like there's the apple trees and like orange and lemon trees. There's like
Yes.
like you can see them kind of floating in the sky. Like,
Yeah.
There's
Oh,
like
Then you, yeah.
little
Yeah.
icons above stuff.
Just a reminder, by the way, this is Ohio apparently.
Let's
They said
go.
this was Ohio.
Listen,
Should
I used
get,
to live in
like,
Ohio. I got a buff.
everything and I'm sorry. Should I get like everything and just come back, or
Yeah,
something
get
special?
everything,
Yeah.
get everything and come back. It'll like respawn slowly, but like if you just
Okay.
get everything that's there and then come back, and then by the time you get back there, it'll be
be
mostly
more,
respawn.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
We got this,
Yeah.
guys. I believe in us.
You get speed to run on the road, right? Like don't
Yeah,
jump.
if you run on this like path stuff, it gives you like speed too, I think.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So
it's
don't.
good to like not
Yeah,
Don't
that's
jump.
good.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, just collect everything visible and bring it back. We don't have to worry about the speed at the start here.
Okay.
Okay. I'm kicking ass. Oh, sorry,
Okay.
butt. I'm
You
kicking
taking
butt.
names?
Yep.
Kicking
Gas
butt.
if you want.
I'm kicking. I was gonna say sphincter, but I feel like that's worse, even though it's not a
No,
swear.
that's fine. I like that. That's great.
I'm kicking
Schwinkter?
sphincter.
What's that?
That is
Never
the
heard that.
butthole anatomically.
That is the anatomical part of the butt.
Okay, I see. Nice.
The disappointment. Oh.
Oh. Okay, I'm bringing back some stuff.
All right, yeah, so just bring stuff back, and then there's like a chest in the middle that you're gonna like put stuff in, and just
Okay.
Okay, and just
Rush
go back,
order
right?
up.
yeah, just go back. Yeah, I'll do the rush order in a second.
Yep.
Okay, I'm grabbing fish.
I'm gonna be the most reliable meat murderer the world has ever seen. Pyro, I literally got this, bro. Would you not trust
Do we
me?
need? Do we need sugarcane? Do we need sugarcane?
I dropped a bunch in.
We need more eggs. If whoever's
Huevos?
near the chickens can get more eggs. Yeah, that's for the rush order.
Okay, I'm gonna drop off the fish
Wait,
real
how do you
quick.
get the eggs?
The
just kinda drop?
chickens should just like lay. Yeah, and I'm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I have a lot. I have a lot
Okay.
of eggs. I'm bringing them back.
Okay, yeah, if you can bring those back right now, that'd be good.
Dropped off fish, grab more sugar.
Right.
13 eggs in the cage. In the cage. In the
cage.
chest.
Cage eggs.
Okay. Got some more
I'm gonna
carrots
run
and some more
in
wheat.
Order. Yep, just keep taking some of your back. Pyro, if you want to work on like any of the ones on the side too,
Yeah.
like you
Good.
can just start working on them. Everyone else can just keep grabbing stuff.
Nice.
I'm murdering.
Let's go.
Good job. You got this.
I'll try to do like order 2 mostly. I mean, you're doing it right now,
Oh,
but like
I
once you're
got
done. No, it's chill. I have all the other stuff. I have most of the furnace. You can manage maybe the furnaces, and I can do like the mechanical order stuff. I think is maybe good.
Let us
And
know
like
if you
try to
need anything
focus.
Yeah.
Just everything. Just everything as much as you can and bring it back. Like having extra is actually good.
Bunch of meat right now. Bunch of meat would be good.
Fish,
Yeah.
come here. Fish, come here.
Oh,
Is there only
shit.
2 types of fish in this, or should I be looking for a third?
Oh, just two.
Only two.
So say
Do you guys take care of the upgrade table or should?
Yeah, that's on me. That's on me. Don't worry about it at all.
Okay, easy.
I have a couple chicken in the top furnace power, so that'll be good for order 3 in 20 seconds.
Cool.
I'll
I'll work on
goes
order 4.
fish.
Oh, shit, stupid.
Chats, how is everyone doing? Do you believe in us,
Yeah.
or do you think we're scuffed?
Now we're cooking.
Alright,
cooking,
order
we're
ready.
doing okay?
Fine. Do you want me to take it?
Alright, you can just stay. No, you can just take it. You take it. It's fine.
This is just like
Just
the
go,
bear.
we just
Order
run
ready,
it.
actually.
Okay, I'll run the other one then. You should just take it and go.
Yeah, taking it, yep.
Yeah.
You rush
I'll be the
order?
rush when I get back. I'll be the rush when I get back.
Okay.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. Nice.
Nice. Good job.
If you want me to switch or something, just say.
No, you're doing great.
Okay, perfect.
Comms are good?
Yeah, good job.
Okay. Get more fish. I got a rotation going.
Yeah, we're chilling right now.
What does the composter do?
That's me. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
That's all I need to know.
Like, it upgrades stuff, and you do extra like
Got another
things,
recipe
but
ready.
that's just me. All right, take it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not used to the men being in the kitchen. Not gonna lie. No, I'm kidding.
Good joke.
Thank you. Appreciate you laughing.
Proud of you.
Thank you.
I was always laugh at your jokes.
Really working on my sexism.
Pyro, do you want to think? No, sorry. I was like trying to think of order stuff, and I was like processing the sentence.
No, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine.
We're
You
the
don't need
personality
to lie to
hires. This is what we're here for.
We're here for the,
I have
yeah.
order 2's done, Pyro. You can.
I'll run it. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think just trying to manage the furnaces too. Like if they're empty, just throw random shit in there. I think.
Yep, all good.
Because we'll need it eventually. But we are cooking right now. Literally.
Yeah, we are.
Heck yeah.
Going crazy.
You're doing amazing. Keep it up.
10 orders. Good job.
Bringing back the
We're in
food.
second place right now.
Oh, let's
It's
go.
very nice.
W.
More meat delivered.
We're taking off the
Nice.
training weights. We got this.
Nice.
Meat in the chest. A lot of meat in the chest.
Meat in and around the chest.
And meat everywhere, all over the chest.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
How you
Do we
doing,
need
Kevin?
sugarcane?
I got sugarcane.
I think we have a good amount.
Yeah, I'm pulling a ton.
I'm good, I guess. I'm good.
Yeah, you're doing great.
Yeah,
Yep.
you're good. I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe you need like a. Do you have, oh, you got the pumpkins all good?
Yeah, I'm
maybe-
good.
Okay.
We might need more mushrooms at some point, but
Mushrooms. Oh, the mushrooms.
I
Oh,
don't
they're over there.
necessarily think so. Can you run this order, number 2 right now? Can you run that? I'm gonna do the rush order.
Here, I'll do a mushroom pass because I feel like I'm just getting way more of the
Mushrooms are easy
things.
to get to. They're
Yeah.
solid.
Yeah.
Feinberg, you need pumpkins?
No, we have so many pumpkins. I'm good.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you should still keep getting like just them in general, but we have a lot of pumpkins. So not a big deal.
Just them?
No, still everything. Everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
I need a bit of wheat.
I'm holding it. I can come back. Sorry, I grabbed it all. I've
I know,
hold
go.
46.
You got another order. I'll come back.
The sheep are doing nefarious things in the barn.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
Well, they're
We
making
love to
more
hear it.
sheep for
I
us,
put
you know?
wheat back there.
It's great. It works out, I guess.
Unless they're like starting a
This is
blood
actually
cult.
awesome that you're just doing the furnaces and things are just smelted in here, and I'm just
Yeah,
grabbing
we
them.
have so much meat.
All right, we have a lot of stuff. If you guys want to do one more like big run of like stuff and then just come back and start working on orders too. So like the next time you come back to drop stuff off, just stay here.
Okay.
Okay, easy.
Okay, I'm done.
And you guys can look at order like 3 and 4 and try to take stuff from there.
Okay.
Like work on the orders there. Pyro and I can do like 1 and 2.
Okay.
Okay, I'll do one last rotation. I'll
Okay,
come back.
I'm coming as well.
Yep.
Nice.
Oh, I'm stuck.
And don't worry about grabbing just the amount that you need. It won't let you like overfill the order at all.
Okay, so we just have to like craft it or something?
Yeah,
How
just
does it
like
work?
craft it. A lot of this stuff is already like smelted too.
If you have raw meat, just chuck it in at this point, because like we have.
This one's ready to go.
Yeah.
Order 3.
All right,
And just put it in the chest.
When it's
Oh.
ready to go, yeah, grab it, and then it's like the booster pad on the right, and then you'll have a big like arrow in the middle of your screen that tells you where you need to go.
Nice. Okay, come back. Last run. This music slaps.
Oh no.
How do you see where he is?
It should yell at you.
Yeah, there should be an arrow somewhere on the screen.
Of course, it's the very far back.
Oh, I see it. I see it.
Okay. Oh, I think I just stole everyone's apples.
I'm the one holding on to potatoes. That's good, actually.
3, 6 apples. 2 cookies.
Apples would be good.
Whoops. Yep, 6 apples in there. 2 cookies.
I got the cookies.
Okay.
Get
And
the mutton, get the
cooked mutton.
I'm doing the right order.
Where the heck is the mutton?
Nice. Good job.
Okay. Oops. Oh.
Oh, I messed up.
I can do that right now.
Nice.
We need golden carrots. I don't know.
Game.
what
What
those-
the-
I think we're out
button
of
in there?
gold.
Gold's in the
Okay,
chest.
where do I jump
Yeah,
pad?
like infinite gold.
Is it this one? Distance customer.
Okay.
6, 7, 8.
Um,
Oh, it's over here.
Just follow the arrow. The arrow will point you.
Oh, is it you? No, it's not you.
Okay, the right order is ready.
Nice.
Is it not?
Okay,
Chat, I'm
easy.
confused.
Yeah, they're already none of
Oh, there it goes.
There should be like
I was
a
putting it on the
highlight as
table.
well.
I'm doing the middle one.
Nice. Good job.
Anyone holding on to apples at all?
Yes, I have apples. Where? I
Just
accidentally.
put them in the chest or like in chest 2. I'll take
I
it
got-
as well once you.
There's
we need
apple
one
there.
golden apple. Nice,
I got it.
nice. Good
Yeah,
job.
yeah.
There you go,
Run the
apples
other
in.
ones when they're done too. Yeah.
Salmon. All right.
We're cooking right now.
Salmon, lemons. Do we have the lemons in there?
Cooked mutton.
The
All
mutton.
right.
Mutton's going in.
I got the mutton.
As soon as you put the
Okay,
lemon
nice.
in, I can run it.
2
I can
lemons.
run
We
it.
need 2 lemons.
Yep,
Okay,
here you
got
go.
it.
What the heck? Get in the
Okay,
chest.
it's ready. The
Okay.
4 is ready.
Run it.
Yep, I'll mow it.
Okay,
Oh
nice.
my god,
Good job,
there's
guys.
literally nothing for us to run right now. That's crazy. Next is cookies.
Cookies and pumpkin pie.
Yeah, I have it.
Can you craft the pumpkin pie?
Oh, this
Yeah,
person's
done.
way
Nice.
out there.
Good job, man.
Okay.
Alright, just focus on getting them in. I can do the rolling. Just get. We have 10 seconds to try to get stuff in if we can.
Okay.
6 cookies.
One
We need more
cookie in the chat.
cookies, guys. I'm doing the cake.
I got the cookies.
Lucky. It's overtime. That's all good. All good.
There. I got one in.
Good job. Good job.
Can I produce?
Wow.
Okay, nice.
That was great.
Oh my god.
That's
Did we
it?
come second or tied for first?
We tied. It depends on.
I
It
like the
depends on.
first
It
one.
honestly depends on
Yo.
speed. It depends on speed.
Whoa.
Yo.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Dang, good job, guys.
I've never been in that situation where there's just been like multiple minutes of like. Okay, so they were faster in a couple of the orders. So
Okay.
That's wise.
Hey, we'll take it.
So we're second.
Yeah.
Look at the gap between
You.
second and
place
third.
to God tier team.
Good job, guys. Good job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, good job.
Not even that far behind.
Great carries.
That's awesome.
Individual leaderboard.
I think that's now the new meta. Is just having like 2 people kitchen like pretty much from the start.
Yeah, that was
Yeah,
that
that's
went
genius.
that went great.
Yeah, maybe I could have called people back a little faster too. But it's like so like.
It's
too
good to
late
have so much
kitchen.
extra stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I know. Like that's the whole game plan.
Yeah.
Good.
That was really fun. I like this game.
Bye, Furious.
Yeah, maybe
It's such a fun game.
Also, German friends again. Hi, hello, welcome in.
maybe the meta
Hi.
Pyro, like I give you the Elytra at the start, and then I just have to buy another one. Because
I
like
didn't even know you
there's
could buy 2. I haven't even.
yeah, there's like a team Elytra that like one person can use,
Yeah.
and then you can. It's like 3 upgrade points, so it's like pretty expensive. And the composter thing, and the problem with the composter thing is like. You need to put extra stuff in there, and we have so much extra stuff, but the problem is like it starts to get to like it's like 10 things to upgrade once and then 15 things for
Yeah,
a second
and
one.
then
So
it's
like
not worth
when
it,
it gets to
yeah.
like 40, I'm just sitting there spam clicking it for like 7 seconds. So like I'm not doing anything.
Can we
put, like,
guys take a
mushrooms in
moment? This is gonna be the only time I'm ever in the top 10. We're gonna have to take a moment. Let's appreciate this.
If we play the other team game second, we'll do really well in Team Titans also, and then you might even be top 5.
Oh my god! I'm gonna
Yeah.
freak out. Okay.
Where can you see the singled like leaderboard? Like
If you're just in the middle of the hub, there's like a top 10 like statues area.
Oh
right
my
here.
God, number 7.
Yeah.
And yeah,
Oh.
this is one of the
Look at
top
us!
teams. So this is all-
Chat, take a photo.
Let's go. Let's
Chat, take a
go,
photo. We're
guys.
here.
Never forget this moment. This is huge.
Number 7.
Yeah.
Screenshot.
Click on like if you click on like your little person over here on the left next to the number 1 guy, like where it says individual leaderboard. Like,
Oh, yeah.
your little skin on the bottom.
Number
and
7.
It like tells you if you're not in the top 10 where you are. And, like,
How do you screenshot? Oh, I did it.
Oops. I accidentally took a picture of CPK, back of CPK's head. My bad. Boom. Trying to get a good. Wait, I want a photo of me in front of the top 10. Oh. Boom.
Huge, massive,
Huge for us.
gigantic, momentous,
Huge.
huge.
Someone in my chat goes, I took a photo like a proud mom.
What really caught me off guard
awesome.
last time with Tomb Titans was how much more difficult they made the mobs. Like they're still like manageable, but like I remember in the first one they were just like laughable, but now they're actually kind of like they can kind of mess you up a bit if you don't look after yourself.
Oh.
Wait, what?
Keep
What
that in
can mess you
mind
up?
when we
The
the mobs in Tomb Titans.
Tomb Titans. I like that one a lot. That one was fun.
How does
What's
Tomb
Tomb
Titans work? It's like a dungeon.
Yeah, it's like a dungeon
Yes.
looter.
Yeah, so
and
it's
you
just
get
special
points
that.
for every mob we kill and for every item we.
But you have to use
Yeah, we
loot or
inventory,
something.
right?
Yeah,
Sort of like what they don't really tell you is that it's sort of like inventory management as well, because eventually you're gonna get so many items, especially items that don't stack, where you're gonna have to sort of decide if you can find a merchant, that's great. But when you go to a merchant, I think things only sell for like 75% of the value, but that way you can get. It's
You
more so
clean
it's
your
like,
inventory.
You can get rid of
right?
your less valuable stuff there, and then you keep the stuff that's more expensive, right?
For, like, the big drops?
Portal.
yeah. But it's always good to like just have as many stacks of like the stackable items as possible, because like you're gonna get a bunch of like stone swords or whatever, and they're just not as valuable, and they just don't like. If you have a bunch of time left and you have an inventory of stone swords and you can't find a merchant, it's probably just to chuck things out as you like get more space. But that's, I don't know, that's my take. We have an expert in the call, so I would probably defer. But,
Yeah, when it gets picked, I'll talk more about it because
Okay.
like, it just helps with like the visuals. But we're probably it's like not really a team game. It's kind of like
wanna
I'll
be
run
apart from
I'll
everyone,
run
right?
off by myself, and then you 4 will split into 2 duos. I don't really care how it gets split up.
As long as you're not like taking the same loot, because that wouldn't make any sense.
Yeah, just because like spreading out and having everyone collect their own stuff, like the mobs are annoying, but like it's really not that bad. I think they nerfed them. I don't. The Emmons
they
nerfed
nerfed
them.
I don't
Oh
remember
no,
them being
they're back
difficult.
to normal. They're not
So
that
we-
hard though.
So we should split up or shouldn't split up?
Yeah, like I'll go by myself, and then
Okay.
You guys
easy.
will make 2 duos, and so we'll have like 3 groups kind of, and we'll just
Okay,
all
easy.
Em, I'm gonna
split up
need you
from
to hold
there.
my hand in this one. I'm scared.
Oh, it's gonna be great.
And then yeah, it's just like running around as much as you can and picking up as much loot as you can.
Yeah.
Yeah, last time I played this, I was doing really well, and then I got like surrounded. They just all spawned in at the same time. It was great.
D-Tune, I'm gonna miss you
Are
or
the bosses
something.
worth it?
Okay.
They kind of are. Like,
Yeah, like, if we find
I don't know if it was. I don't know if I did it in rookies or normal event. I was able to like solo one of the mini bosses if I ate like a gap and like a resistance potion, and it gave a pretty good amount of stuff. It's just scary because those are the rooms where like PvP's turned on. So
Yeah, right.
Ah.
Doo-doo.
Doobie-doobie-doobie-doobie.
Okay, 90 seconds,
All right,
guys.
Brat Chat, we peaked.
Yay.
This is
Let's go.
this is our peak. Look at this. Number
I find it
7
really
in a
weird when the
lobby.
NPCs look at you. It's very creepy. Anybody else?
Number 7 in a lobby.
This is
Which
great
one?
clip.
Oh yeah, the NPCs. Yeah.
Yeah, they always
This
just
is
turn
great.
and look at you like
Yeah, it's a bit
you're
spooky.
scaring them. Yeah.
I forget who it is.
Hi, Gookie. I'm gonna
It's
call you
like this clip
Goku.
of
Is that
somebody who
fine?
walks in and finds someone in their team, but they think they're like on their team and they're a player, but they're an NPC, and they're like, "Why aren't you responding to me?"
Oh.
They just have-
Why won't you speak to me?
So
I think
the
it's
games, the games give more and more points.
The later. we
The
go,
later
Yes.
games
the last
come, right?
the
Yeah,
last
they're
3
multipliers.
games give a lot of points. Yeah, and generally. People save like the PvP ones for last.
It's more
just
fun
'cause
that
it's
way.
like it's the most like variance, you know, because if you like lose as a team first in the PvP games, you get no points, and if you get like a lot of kills, you get a ton. Versus like Spleef, where everyone kind of does the same, like it all kind of averages out, you know. But like the PvP ones, you can like really pop off, and so that usually just ends up being last, whether like
Thinks he's awesome.
whether we like it or not.
Aw. Wait, y'all
Kevin,
being
Do you know,
so nice.
do you know Nova?
I'm sorry, Nova.
Starlight Nova, yeah.
Yeah, of course. She's
Yeah.
one of my friends. Yeah.
Oh, dude, she's one of my friends too.
Aw.
We have
Oh,
mutual
yeah?
friends. Yeah, she's
Friendships.
great.
Oh, what the
She's so
fuck?
nice. Yeah.
Wait, but how? So, how do you guys know each other? What the fuck?
We're women. All women know each other. That's how that works.
There's a meeting every month.
Okay, see.
Yeah. No, she raided me one time, like when I was a really small streamer.
Oh,
And
okay,
yeah, and then we became friends after that, and we just chatted a
Oh,
lot.
that's funny.
Yeah, she's the nicest.
The world is so small.
It is so small. It's so
Yeah. That's funny.
Oh,
Okay, let's go.
let's lock in.
cool. Oh god.
Oh, wait, what are we
sorry,
picking?
I got stressed out.
We were talking about Tomb Titans, might as well.
Yeah, let's do that one.
Okay.
Doom, doom, doom. Oh,
Cat boat.
someone's
Oh, I
getting.
can do a cat boat.
Froggy's getting abducted.
I accidentally kidnapped someone. I got someone on my head. I don't know.
Oh, I also kidnapped someone, and they're
I need to walk
teabagging me.
that
That is dynamite.
Wait, I died. Okay. GG.
They killed my cat.
Gross!
I'm not kidding.
Wait,
They
no.
killed my cat.
Is this your cat? Nope, that's not your cat.
No, it's not.
Tomb Titans. I want to
cat
say
got crushed
Teen
on the
Titans
wall.
every time.
Mine got crushed by the wall too. That's so messed up.
Disgusting.
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 Which years does you know how to flush the toilet after they take a shit?
I know whose one is used.
Wasn't me.
Tomb Titans.
Dan.
Yeah.
Find the treasure in the puzzle. I love the puzzles.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
the
you just
puzzle.
run around, kill
Base.
mobs. All these like brown pots and stuff.
Break the
you,
pots.
Break them.
Like punch them and they'll just drop stuff that you'll pick up. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, teams. Am I with you, Kevin?
Yeah, let's go.
D-Tune.
All right.
Yep, we're doing this, Em.
Kevin, Kevin's, you already accounted for it. Cool.
Yes.
Just making sure he's
Yeah.
not by himself.
Yeah. Please.
Yeah. All right. Kev, just follow me. We should be able to find a nice room where we can break shit.
man.
That's what we
Alrighty.
want.
Sorry, I have selective hearing.
This room is
I was gonna say that got decided a long time.
Stuff is like,
In one ear and out the other completely.
the crumbling stuff is just like we go towards them. It just makes you go towards the middle. It's
Okay.
not that big of a deal.
Okay.
Cool.
Is there something like PvP or?
Only-
there's like,
only PvE?
There's like 4 rooms that are like boss rooms, and in the boss rooms, there's like, I think like an iron golem or a warden or something, and then
Yeah. And can
you
you
can
handle
also
the?
you can also
handle-
fight other people in specifically just those rooms. But it's like I don't
Okay.
even think the bosses are worth going for. Because
Okay,
also
okay.
like
Yeah.
if we go for it as like 2 people and then like a full team of 5 runs in, like if you die you lose everything, and it's just so bad.
Yeah.
Okay,
With the
okay.
portals, if you go out the portal, you don't come back. Like that's
Yeah, so don't
ending.
go
the
out
game.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
So like in the last like 2 minutes,
Start making
maybe
your
3
way.
minutes even, we'll start making our way to the portals. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and you have to leave through the portals.
You have
Otherwise,
to leave
you
the
don't
portals
get
to
points.
Yeah, you have to leave through the portals, otherwise you get 0 points.
Okay,
Like
see.
I said, like we'll start to think about it like maybe 3 minutes left.
Yeah.
Are we not allowed to run in here?
Okay, Pyro, I'm just following
No,
you,
there's
yeah?
like the game's
We
like
got this,
no
we got this,
sprint,
man.
but our
We'll do
movement
good.
speed's faster.
Okay.
So like jumping is bad
Okay.
for moving.
So
Oh,
don't
yeah.
move. Or sorry, don't jump.
Yeah, don't move
jump.
at
You
all.
should
Stay
move.
here the whole game.
That sucks for me. I jump all the time.
Same.
Something is wrong with me. If I'm in a survival world, I'm just jumping on chests.
It's any game I play, I just jump. I just have to.
Well, I feel like
think
it's
that's
just
ADHD.
faster in general. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe I'm undiagnosed. We'll see. Anyway.
Yeah, that's a conversation.
I think if you're a
Let's-
streamer, you probably have ADHD.
Let's
and that's
open
just
that up.
so-
Let's discuss
Yeah,
this a
true.
little more.
Do you guys leave the map in the offhand, or are you
It's
changing
nice,
it to
yeah.
the shield?
It's nice to have it in the offhand. You
Yeah.
can change the shield like if you run into somewhere with a lot of mobs, but I keep it
Okay.
on offhand.
Forget the shield, you know?
Yeah.
I don't need a shield. Just
we
don't
just
get hit.
kill them before they kill us.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Easy.
It should tell us the value right by the item if we hover over it in our inventory, right?
Yeah, it's not that big of a deal though, because you kind of want to pick up everything. But like, if
Yeah, but
your
later on.
inventory's full, you could drop like random armor and stuff. And like using
yeah.
potions is good too. Like if you're low, like
Kevin's
using
doing
health
great.
potions is fine.
I'm really
Using,
happy
like,
he's
speed
on our
stuff
team.
to move around faster.
He's very
Like, yeah,
nice.
Speed stuff's
Don't-
probably the really good potion to use just in general.
And he also
It's
accidentally pooped his pants in a car, just like me.
Why did that villager start glowing?
Oh,
He's just powering up. He's ready.
Spadooter.
Maybe they're trying to show it on like the admin stream, and they just give it a glowing effect. Not everyone
Oh,
can
the
see it.
spider's already keying. Oh my god. All right. Well.
Okay, 10 seconds.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, Pyro, I'm just
Em, I'm following you.
Let's go.
Yeah,
then.
Okay, okay.
I'll
We're
go
gonna go
right, I'll go
left. I'll
Okay.
go left
We're gonna go right.
myself.
Oh.
Okay.
We're going right.
Wait. Okay, we're gonna stay in this room then.
Start
the pots,
breaking
break the
everything.
pots.
Yeah, also
look for
really
puzzles.
important, once you kill a few mobs, like, you might get better armor. Put that on. Very, very important.
I already lost you. Pyro?
Okay.
That's all good, man.
Armor,
Oh,
armor.
I'm getting shot
Getting
again.
attacked.
I'm on him. Oh, there's a gold armor guy over
Thank
here.
God. Yeah, I'm gonna help.
Okay.
Okay,
Ow.
okay.
Okay, check and see if you have good armor and
There's
if
a
you have
sniper
doubles
for you.
so you can
Okay,
pass
I got good
around.
armor.
Okay, yeah.
I have a helmet.
I have something.
There's a button around there. I don't know what the hell
Okay.
that is. Oh, there's a.
Okay.
Oh, there's these green ones here, Kevin. They lead to a
Yep.
puzzle.
Okay.
We love puzzles.
So, I
Is
think I
it
found the
possible
puzzle.
Keep going,
for us
keep
to
going.
beat the puzzle? Is it like
Yeah.
a hard one?
Yeah, it's
Very
like, I think it's
likely.
just like a memory puzzle. It's not too bad.
Easy, easy.
Oh,
easy.
okay.
Okay, spider.
After this puzzle, Kevin, you just keep breaking stuff.
Yeah, okay.
There's some zomboids around us.
Oh,
Yeah, let's go
God.
to the right.
I'm
Hold on.
clearing this room. Oh, there's a button right here. I don't know what it does.
Oh yeah, do it, do it.
I hit it.
The
Oh.
button-
Oh my
if you
God,
see a
we're-
button,
Uh-oh.
it's really good.
We're also
we
getting
went- we fell
jumped.
into a pit with zombies, actually.
Yeah, that's why it's like good because you end up getting a lot of stuff.
Okay.
I nearly died, so I need a sec.
Okay. I'll scout room. I'll scout
How
room.
does the puzzle work? Like, how it's going?
It's going good. It just takes a little
Okay.
time.
You good?
Okay,
You have
okay.
you have health
Better
potions
potion,
too.
we're good.
Remember.
If you need help or something, just say.
Yeah, it's all good. You just keep breaking stuff, man. You got this.
Oh,
Um,
there's a zombie teabagging me.
Okay, that's crazy.
yeah,
I don't know why he's doing that.
Do you like it though?
It was
Is it fun?
kind of
Is it-
nice. It might have been good
does
for
it
him.
feel
Get that
nice?
coin.
Is it like
Come
warm?
on, let's go this way.
Is it warm as wild?
I don't know.
Yes, it was.
Wait, Em, we're separated. Which way did you go?
Okay, I have there's a red
Okay, this puzzle's
button here.
not worth
I went the other way. I went to the right, through the right door.
Oh,
This way.
there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Pyro, I lost you. Oh my god.
Button here, button here. Ready?
Okay. Yep.
Oh
Press
my
it.
God, where the puzzle.
It's
Okay, I
golden.
got you.
Okay, all good. We're gonna go down.
Mobs are
into,
definitely
like,
back
Oh,
to
I
normal
died. I
strength.
died.
You died?
You solved the puzzle?
Wait,
the
do I
puzzle,
not get to
I
play
worked on
anymore?
the last bit, and it's probably not
No,
worth
the tune should be able to revive you.
Yeah,
So
I'm
just,
just
like,
clearing.
stick it-
it. Okay.
Okay, I didn't know.
That's okay. It's fine.
Oh wait, this is
How many more can you see? How many more are around? I have to switch my
I
weapon.
can't follow you, bro.
Pyro,
Okay.
I can't find the way.
Just res me whenever
to
you're
your
ready.
position.
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm gonna try to find you. I'm gonna try to find you. I think I'm
Oh,
where
fuck.
you're at now. We're all good. We're all good.
I mean, heck.
Okay.
I
let's go,
got you.
let's go, let's go this way.
Okay. Reviving.
Thank you.
Reviving.
Fucked, man.
Thank you.
I
Yeah,
got the
that's
one
hot.
arm. I got the one arm. Just chill.
Yo, Pyro, take this.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, man. Thank you.
They weren't
Okay,
bad
cool.
last time when I played. I went through the door, through the.
Hold on.
Awesome.
I'm changing out weapons.
Okay, you're
So
fine.
like,
Make sure you check
this
your
bit,
stuff
like-
too.
Yeah. I don't have like anything, so I'm just gonna
Okay.
hold.
Watch out, behind you.
Oh. Wait.
Nice.
There's another button over here.
Should we
Okay,
keep the heal
wait, there's
potions?
still stuff
Are they
over here.
worth it?
Okay.
Did you clear this way?
Yeah, keep them for a while. Keep them for a
Oh,
while.
there's a button here
3 points.
You can also
Okay.
just like use.
I'm
that
in the
too,
other.
like,
There's two
to
buttons
heal
over here.
if
We might have
you
to press
need
at the same time.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay, so grab that
Oh,
one.
there's another button that way.
Oh, you open this
Nice.
door? Oh, it's a big man. We gotta fight him. Ow.
Nice.
Okay.
Oh, watch out.
Oh, he hits hard.
Nice, easy, easy.
Someone else just saved us.
Who's someone else?
There's someone
If
else
you-
in the
if you
room
need
with
help,
us.
By the way, just call out, Kevin.
Yeah.
Get away from us. Who is this person?
Wait, can you loot your own grave? Is that something you're supposed to do?
I don't.
Pyro, I guess you gotta.
Yes.
Okay,
a
loot your
pen.
grave.
No, but if
I
like
didn't
you
need
if you
things.
You got
revive,
iron
then you
pants.
should just be able to.
Good. I got pants already. So we can just
Okay.
keep those, and if we get like.
Make sure you have your
Are you with me?
yeah.
Yeah.
Make sure you have a
Okay.
better weapon if you picked
Don't
one
go
up.
that way.
Don't go that way.
Don't go that way. Yeah, don't go down the hole. Sorry. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah. That's
I
where he came from.
think- I don't think I have a better weapon, but I can put some pants on.
I have an axe. If you want that, that'll
No,
hit
I'm
better than your sword. If you have a wooden
Hold on.
sword.
You need helmet?
I got it. I got it.
I guess you got it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there anything in
so
here?
we can we can like stick proper together, or we can just like stay in the same
And
kind
this
of
is
like
probably
room-ish
empty.
and then split up.
Okay.
So like
Yeah,
Just
just
keep
split
going.
a bit up. Yeah, but not too far.
yeah. Like, cover some
we
space so we
should
can like
go-
we're not overlapping and stuff.
I'm
Yeah.
looking. If we go
Let's
down
go to
here.
the middle. Yeah.
Yeah, there's some pots.
Pots. Yeah, you grab that.
Okay, time check. 7 minutes. Okay.
Oh, we got tons of time. Yeah.
All right, chat. How y'all
Okay.
doing?
Chats.
Chet. Oh, here's a guy. Here's a man.
This is
If you need second, you need help, Kev. Just give me a shout.
Yeah.
good. Sorry. Second you need
I'm
help?
fine for now. I'm fine for now. Sorry?
Needs what? I'm sorry, no.
Is he dead?
Yeah.
Okay. This way maybe.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at the map. It's giving me motion sickness because it's
There's some stuff
bobbing.
here. Yeah, it's a lot.
What does the purple?
Do you wanna go down?
Candle mean?
Oh yeah. Let's do it.
What's the
Candle
purple
means
candle?
that's where the portals are.
Avery,
gonna
hi,
be
hello,
eventually.
welcome in.
Like, not right now,
Hi.
but
We're in the middle of a Twitch rivals. How the heck are you? Everyone go follow my friend Avery. Hello,
Up
we're
there.
competing for glory.
So
Hold on.
it's not a good deal.
How are you? What'd you
Attacking me,
stream?
but I don't mind.
Good luck, stay focused.
Oh
Okay.
my god, big room with a lot of mobs. Come here. And then there's lots of
Make
stuff
sure
at
it's
the
not
bottom.
a PV. Okay, this is a good room. Oh, there's just chilling.
Chill room. Bob's actually on. Oh, they're not terrible.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going
How you
down.
doing? How you
Yeah,
doing?
yeah.
There's a
Jump
lot
down.
down here.
Yep. Oh,
yeah,
big man.
It's mid. I'm
Yep.
coming to you, man.
Focus him.
Yeah, just if you
Hold
He
on,
hits
hold on,
hard.
hold on.
just back up. All
Nice,
good.
huge. I think you picked up a good sword.
I think I did too. I'm gonna switch it.
Yeah, equip. Pros now open
Oh,
for
the portal's
escape.
opened?
Right.
Yeah, we got
Okay.
6 minutes though. We're cruising.
Yeah, we still have a lot of time to loot up and
A
stuff.
lot of men over
big
here.
room.
Remember, you have
Yeah.
a bow if you want to range.
Oh, I gotta run. Haha.
Yeah, run. I'm a gamer. They're dead.
You're so good.
I'm so. Oh, there's a lot of men over there. Oh, and men behind
Watch
us.
out.
There's men.
There's men everywhere.
Oh, okay. Maybe we back up. Kite this one. Oh, you're just in it to win it.
Oh no, dude.
Are you still fine?
I'm all good, man. How are you doing?
Okay. Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
You're gonna be fine. You got
Yeah,
this.
yeah. I'm just PvP enabled. Okay. Okay, resing you. Whoops, I almost looted your grave. Make
Thank
sure
you,
you
Kate.
loot.
Yeah, I'll loot my grave.
Make sure you
Yeah, that's
check
good.
for better items.
Yeah.
6? Oh, that's a 6. I'll take that.
Yeah, see, this is really good, Kev, because we're just like split up and still getting a ton of loot. Like,
Yeah.
it's all good.
Okay.
But
all right,
there's
we're good.
PvP on, so I can meet like
Oh,
other
men.
players.
Yeah, men.
You should be
There's
able to-
men.
Yep. Remember, you have
men.
potions and stuff to use as well. You have healing potions, movement potions. Oh, there's a bunch of pots.
Defense.
I like this game. Oh, I'm getting my ass kicked.
It's
Help!
so
Help!
fun.
Help!
I'm coming.
Help!
I'm coming.
Ow!
You need help, Pyro?
I'm all good, man.
I got him. I got him.
Okay, thank you.
There's a zombie over there, but there's lots of stuff here.
Okay.
Let's get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got it. Nice. Maybe there's stuff above you. I'm gonna go up there.
Okay. Remember to use your heal pots if you have them.
Yeah. I'm good. I have a defense pot.
Okay. Yeah, I need to start using my pots. Oh, they all spawned on me. Careful, there's another behind you.
I fucking
He's a wimp.
splashed myself with weakness on accident like a moron.
I need to organize.
I accidentally walked in a boss arena. Okay,
Yeah,
come
I'm coming.
back.
You walked in a boss arena?
Yeah, accidentally. It's a big room. It's a big dark room.
Careful,
going back.
PvP's
I'm
enabled in those
scared, I'm
rooms.
scared.
Keep jumping,
Yes,
keep jumping, keep
I'm
jumping.
going back. Fuck that.
Oh, there's a guy behind us.
fuck
Oh, he's
that.
gonna clap me. I gotta
Oh my
run.
God, bro, I'm literally so screwed right
Yeah,
now.
run.
Hold
Just
on.
run, just run. I'm trying to keep him off you.
There's a hidden
Oh, I missed.
lever.
Oh, these are strong guys.
in
These are
the
strong
Why
guys.
is there
Just
so many of them? Why is there so many?
just fight back. Just go this way.
Fight back, fight back.
I meant fight, like fight back.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay.
We can do this. They're babies. They don't know how
Yep,
to play
yep.
games. Listen, gentlemen, you're gonna have to die
3
today.
minutes. There's another behind you.
Yep.
3 minutes, is it?
Yeah,
3
322. So like, try to have an idea of like at least a room.
There's a
that
button
has
right here.
portal. What the
Ooh.
fuck is
Okay.
this?
We've never seen a portal
Pyro,
yet.
I'm going towards you.
Oh yeah, if y'all know where portals are, a good idea to.
Yeah, we need to
I
find
got
one.
some.
We've never
I got
seen
some
one.
purple candles.
We gotta go, T2. I think we
Okay,
gotta get
I'm getting chased away.
You wanna come to me, bro?
Yeah.
Okay, I popped all my pots. I'm very wowhead right now. I'm
I'm
calling
waiting
them
for you, I'm
God,
pots.
there's like 45 of them in here.
Yeah,
now.
just come. Just leave. Just leave.
There's a merchant over here if you need. I don't know if we need.
Okay.
Oh no, not big deal.
Okay.
Okay.
Why am I hearing?
Grab all this, and we gotta start moving. I think my inventory is getting kind of full, so there's a chest in
Drop
here.
down. Okay, I'm coming. I'm gonna help.
Is this portal
Big
not open yet?
boss over there. Anything
Defense
good?
potion.
I can take all this.
Yeah, take all that. Take all that.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, Pyro, I'm here.
Okay, I'm taking my defense potion,
Oh, God.
and then let's just
There's a room in here with tons.
Should we stack items like you want to take my silver coins?
God, which way? This
Pyro,
way?
you want
I
to
think we
take-
go this way, Em.
Yes, sir.
Hang on.
Just go.
Oh, good loot. Okay, 25 points.
Okay, we gotta.
Pyro, you want to take my silver coin?
Yeah.
Just
I'll drop
run
my,
out- just run out.
I'll drop my gold coins for you, and I'll drop my torches maybe. Okay, let's
Okay,
leave.
okay.
This
Okay.
section's collapsing. We gotta move.
Yeah, just keep going. Just keep going forward.
Come to here, Papa.
Still with me, Em?
It's like
Yeah, I'm with you.
Okay, just bolt up the stairs.
Yep.
Yeah, just try to
My
have
inventory is completely full.
That's
Like,
good. That's
completely
perfect.
That's
Yeah,
really good.
Okay,
Have a good, like, try to know where a portal is, like, right now.
We're trying to find one.
Okay,
I
we
think
So do you
we're-
follow
We got one,
candles?
We got one.
Yeah, purple candle, purple candle.
Yeah.
Okay,
There's
okay.
one here. There's
Purple
one.
candle.
Yeah.
There should.
Yep,
they should
follow
just
me,
be
follow me.
Open by default, but if they're not, maybe there's a button on the wall or
They're
something.
not.
Should I
This
say
one's
something
not.
here?
There's one behind us.
Okay, I went the wrong way.
I
Yeah,
guess
yeah,
some
but there's
some
100
church
mobs
items,
there.
right?
Keep coming this way.
Yep,
Keep
yep.
coming this way.
Oh, there they are. There they are.
So like,
Oh, that's
any
bad.
traps? Tell it.
Just keep running.
Okay, crap.
You got no. We have a minute 15. If you are you guys close to a portal? Like you guys
I don't
I'm
know.
dead. I died.
Yeah,
I died.
we
You died?
Pyro and I,
Oh,
Pyro
God.
and me, we are at the portal right now.
Em, I'm gonna have to
mean,
leave you, I
feel free-
think.
You guys can just go through. I think it's fine.
I run the wrong
don't
way.
leave me. If you can
I
get out,
mean, you
then
should
get out.
try to res maybe,
I think
but
I'm-
60 seconds. You have to get.
I don't
back
even.
as
I'm
well.
dead. I'm dead. Damn, I threw.
There was like
That's
50
okay.
mods
So
on
many.
us,
Yeah,
guys.
yeah, that's fine. It's fine. It's
I
okay.
couldn't
really
even
bad, I'm
find the
sorry.
portal.
All right, let's just go through. Let's just go through, Kev.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah,
Let's go.
I threw
Yeah.
that one. My bad.
Good job, guys.
Okay,
Good
that's
job,
okay.
guys.
That's okay.
Sorry, guys. If you didn't throw, it's not your fault. Like, we were trying to get out of a spot.
Yeah, I took a wrong turn. If I didn't, I would have at least been able to escape. There's no way I was gonna be able to get you though.
Yeah, it's hard to no, it's hard to manage. It's okay. It's honestly.
You
not
were
big
like
deal.
in a room with like 17
I
mods.
have so
Mods,
much
mob.
shit,
Yeah,
man.
it was not good.
Unlucky.
It happens.
Oh, what the
It's-
fuck is?
It was game 2 as well, so we're all good.
True.
Yeah.
269 items. All right, man. Okay.
I
My
had
total
such a
value on
good.
the right's 557. I
I had
just like hit crazy
such
stuff.
a good inventory. Bummer.
It's all good. It's all good.
Which place? Which place we got?
Don't tell us in a
We'll
second.
see. We'll see.
I did really good on that
We
one.
got 6th. All good. All good.
Okay.
But it's pretty close. Pretty close. So we'll still probably be like 3rd
Just
overall.
chill.
Second or 3rd
Okay.
overall.
Threw that one so hard.
Oof.
I threw
We
that
are
so
6th.
hard.
Oh, for that game.
Yeah.
Damn.
Nice. Good job.
Nice. Feinberg, good job.
Yeah, I don't know why it says items banked. It should just say like
Like
score.
money.
Because like yeah, you can like have like a stack of
Oh, there you
arrows
go.
that give 0, or
That's
you can have like
true.
1 ruby.
Second. Nice.
Nice. 1 second. That's cool.
Yeah, still second.
Huge.
Not bad.
It's gonna be a fight for second. This,
Yeah.
Like event.
Okay. Because Phantoms just have first, right?
Yes. Unless they troll.
We don't know. There could be some upsets.
Damn.
I hope my cat doesn't get crushed this time. That's all I want.
I just couldn't find a portal.
That's all good. I got really scared. Thank you, dude. Kev, you probably saved my life.
Oh yeah, because
Yeah, because I was just like, I don't know where a portal is, and then you just came out of the
okay,
wall.
okay.
You guys are up in the top 10.
No problem, man. Got you. Okay.
Kev, you're not allowed to say you're bad at this game anymore.
Okay.
You're not allowed.
Yeah, you're doing
Okay,
great.
dude.
You're doing
You're
great.
doing great.
We're still on second. We're still on
You
second.
guys are. Well, you're 8th overall right
You're
now. Ninth
8th overall.
right now. Yeah, you're doing
That's
great.
massive. Damn, I died at the worst time. 16th, I'll take it.
16 is pretty good for not making it out. That's doing
Guys,
solid.
do we still have the second? Yeah, right.
Oh, and we're
still
tied.
at second place.
Aw.
Yeah, we're top 2 right now.
Nice.
Are we tied?
Nice.
Yeah, you and I
Good
are
job.
tied. Cute.
Nice. Yee, matching.
Hi, KJ. Hello. Boom, ba-da-doo, ba-doo, ba-doo, boop, ba-doo, boom. This game's fun. There's no huevos. If they pull me into an interview, I'm gonna ask, like, where are the huevos? Do you think they hid huevos on the map?
Yes.
Huevos.
Huevos. Huevos.
Huevos.
Where are the hidden eggs? Let's see who gets it.
Yeah. Huevos.
Huevos. Huevos.
Just everyone's sleeper agent from House of Nightmare. They're like, oh, the dolls. Oh, God.
The doll.
The
That was
dolls.
so fun.
The doll game, bro.
And having to run the doll game back.
I wanna cry just thinking about it, but I also wanna do it because like it's
It was
what is
fun.
That when you, yeah, it was
When
fun.
everyone was screaming in proxy chat when they'd be these like long hallways.
Yes.
That one? Yeah.
That was so
Yeah.
funny. That game was great. I actually really enjoyed that.
I did too.
Yeah.
Huevos.
Huevo.
Was that, when was that? Was that April of this year? Was it April?
Was it?
I was in
No, it
this
was
house.
like-
was it?
That
No,
was
it
like
was
July.
July. It was July. There was
It was
a
July.
There's a different Minecraft event that was April. What was April? I don't remember.
Something else.
But yeah, it was. I was in this house because it was waking up for 4 days and just going huevos.
Huevos. Trying to find those things.
Yeah, where the heck?
Begging the mods to open the server.
Open the server. We need huevos.
Please.
Okay.
Where are we going?
Which game you want to play?
No clue.
Maybe the race. Maybe the race one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we can do race.
Yeah. Okay.
I like race. It's fun.
Race.
I guess that's my worst game tonight.
Oh, it's gonna be hard.
What? Game's
it's
hidden?
hidden?
Oh!
Oh no.
I don't pay enough attention.
Oh, that's crazy.
My cat's
I'm,
gonna go
I'm
here.
just happy to be invited. I'll play any game.
My cat is scooting all over the map. Help.
Wait,
Where's,
I got
I had a
cat
cat, but I think he's gone when I got teleported.
Yeah, I guess.
My cat's scooting on his butt.
Who did this?
Okay, I
This
don't
is
know,
brutal.
I don't
We are doing
Oh, I'm in race.
I'm in
Or maybe
extraction.
race?
Or race.
Is it?
Oh,
I guess
Uh-oh.
could be still race.
Extraction?
Oh, wow.
Damn.
Okay.
Oh, extraction did not
It's
last.
It's the first.
crazy.
Okay,
It's the first
Firebird,
PvP
take
game,
the
right?
floor. How does this work?
This is like CS:GO.
Yeah, it's just shooter. Pew pew pew.
Okay.
It's a 5v5. This is the map.
Yep.
We all have crossbows. Everyone has 4 like hits, 4 lives, 4 hearts, whatever. Every shot there's like 1 heart. So everyone you can get hit 4 times and you're dead.
Oh
Okay.
yeah. Okay.
And the basic idea is we just want to kill everybody and then leave out of the middle. Like it's not worth it to leave early, because then obviously like you just
Monty.
aren't fighting, and like the kills matter a lot for points also.
So fight. Yeah.
So we just fight and try to kill the other team. That's it. It's just Minecraft crossbow stuff. So you have to like hold right click to like charge the arrow, and then right click again once it's charged to shoot it.
And you just tell us when to leave, right?
Yeah, like we'll probably just run as a group together and just try to be aggressive on people. I
Okay.
honestly,
So we stick-
Do we want to do?
together?
yeah. This map is kind of confusing
Okay.
to me, but if we can just shoot them, like if our shots are just better,
Okay.
then that's all. that
I've never
matters.
done this map, so this one's new to me.
Are these all extraction points, or is it only one of them?
No, those are the spawns. In the middle
Oh,
are
okay,
extract,
okay,
but
okay.
that's like, again, we should only do it at the very end.
Yeah,
but
you
we can run around
want
the
to kill
map.
everybody first.
Just to
like-
see it. Yeah.
Yeah, you spawn in these like 5 things, like 5 circles on each side, and
Okay,
then
so we're
like
spawning on the bottom this time.
going up is pretty good, like these staircases and
Yeah,
like being
high
above
ground's
people.
high ground's
Yeah.
You're
decent.
kind of okay. You're kind of exposed a little bit right from the beginning.
One thing that Fine taught me that helps me out a lot is these crossbows load before you see them. Like the animation isn't what.
Yeah,
Oh, that's right.
They
Okay.
just load really fast.
It's
Yeah.
like
Okay, so-
wait till it makes
So
a
the
right
crossbow
angle.
is faster ready than it looks.
How do you?
Yeah,
yeah.
it's faster than you think it will be. Yeah, like you hold down right click
Okay.
for a very small amount of time, and it'll charge it, and then you have to right click again to shoot.
How do you
Yeah, you gotta-
ping?
It should be F.
Yeah,
or whatever
default
your
will be
offhand key
F.
is.
Okay, F. Got it.
It's okay.
Ah, you can ping. Okay.
Just call out.
Just
Yeah.
hold it down and then
comms.
click again, and that's how
Yeah.
you shoot. Okay.
Rush
Yeah,
B.
hold it down, it'll
That's
charge,
tough.
and then click again. And like in this first round too, you can like practice and spawn also.
Okay.
Hi, Pill.
Let's all run to the right.
Right?
Yep.
Okay.
All right, let's go.
There's a staircase right there.
Yeah, you can practice just shooting like at the wall for fun. Like that's how fast it goes.
Oh yeah, it's really fast.
Like it's really fast.
It's like the second it makes a right angle, you can shoot.
Okay. We're playing. It's a 5v5, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So load, go
If you-
right.
If you kill,
everyone
you're
go
there
right.
for the run.
Yep.
Yeah, if you're killing
Okay,
it
right,
for the round
okay.
and you don't heal at all, so everyone's just 4 shots.
Okay, see.
Okay. Bringing up the rear.
They're on here. They're over here. All of them.
Yeah, we can run at them and fight them here.
Yeah.
Yep.
Push it. Push it.
Line choose 1 HP.
Froggy's one.
Yes.
They're gonna. I think they're gonna.
I got one. Got one.
Nice. Nice.
Okay, okay. I think the other 3 went somewhere else.
They might have flanked around. Just stick together. Stick together. Are they
One here on the
Yep,
left.
above us, above us,
behind?
above us.
Above?
Yep.
Oh,
You got him.
Got
Oh,
it,
one
got
more.
it.
There's a Mogus. Here.
Oh my gosh, on 2 hearts.
That's it.
Nice. Good
All right, now
one.
extract.
One more. I don't know where he is.
Oh, there's one more.
Above.
Oh, here. On me.
Coming.
Oh, he's one. I died.
Nice.
One death. Extract.
Team the event. Let's go.
Okay, how do we extract?
Just go in the middle and then hold left.
Sneak. Let's sneak
Yeah.
in the middle.
Nice.
I died.
Good job, guys. Good round. Good round. Let's go.
Woohoo!
Hit.
I'm so excited.
Good job.
I landed 2 shots.
Let's
That was
see.
the best- that was the
I
best
got
team
5.
ever, So
I got 5 shots. Let's go.
Every shot counts. It's all good. We're doing
Yes.
great, guys.
I'm so excited. You guys are so good at this game.
I took a noble
yeah,
death.
that was really
job,
good. 'cause, like,
guys.
if you just overwhelm somebody, like you can't, like you can only shoot so fast, you know? Like
Yeah,
if we
true.
just like get in someone's face, that's
Yeah.
the perfect way to do it.
True.
Yeah.
Good call outs, guys.
All right.
Good job. Good
Same
job.
thing.
Okay.
Go right.
The comments.
Yeah, let's just go right again. Why
Okay.
not?
Yep.
Yeah.
Like that.
Okay.
Always
Right side.
right.
Yeah, let's go right
Yep.
again.
Just go
I'm
right.
not gonna overreach. I'll let you guys go first.
Yeah. Make sure you ping as well, just so
Yes.
we don't mess up comms.
They're here.
That's okay. Shot 1.
Got one.
Tubbo's.
Flank on
I
him.
got
Doubles
shot
hit.
2 times.
Oh, I gotta move.
That was 1 HP.
Nice. We got one. There's one guy
Right here.
close to you.
Right here.
Yeah, jumping with you. Jumping with you.
Yeah, you
Okay.
got it. Coming in. I'm coming.
Bring up the rear.
A lot of them
On
on
top,
high
on
ground
top.
here. Crowfang on 2 hearts. 1 heart.
Perfect on 1.
Oh,
Up here.
Damn.
That's okay. It's okay.
One, two outs.
Got one.
I'm on one.
He's still over here. They're both above. Oh, okay, I'm caught out.
Oh, I died, but I killed someone.
Okay, good trade. I killed
I got
Milkberry.
Radoons.
3 arch. Last person.
Where?
Yeah, he's right
Oh, I got shot.
behind you, behind you, behind you.
guys.
Behind you.
2v1.
Yeah, CPK's up
You got
there.
this.
He
You
just
got
dropped
this. You
down.
got this. Stick together.
Here.
He dropped down.
He's one. He's one.
1 HP on
You
the
got
top.
it? You got it?
Yeah, on the
Got him.
Nice.
Get out. Get out. Get out.
Let's go.
15 seconds.
Does it matter how many people survive?
Gamers. Yeah, we get more points for how many hearts we get out.
You did
Okay,
so
okay.
good, guys. Well
Woo!
done. Wow.
2 kills that round. Let's go. We're gaming.
You got cried.
Heck yeah.
All right.
No, good stuff. Good stuff. We're doing really
Guys
well.
look like they're doing pretty good as
I'm
well.
so excited.
We're locking in.
Phantoms are doing really
Let's just
bad, by the
go.
way.
Let's just go right again.
Yep.
Yeah, that's always good. I like getting a little flank. It's fun, but
No, flank. If you're looking for that power, that's really good.
yeah.
But the rest
Right
of us
side?
stick together.
Yeah,
Right
right side again.
side.
Right side again. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm gonna like face because I'm just first position this time. I'm just gonna like
Just face tank it.
yeah.
Okay, we're checking here. Pushing.
Yep,
Yeah,
pushing.
pushing. That's fine.
All right, they're back here.
Oh,
Nice.
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 Up
One
top.
up.
Over here.
One
Both up top.
One's above us.
Damn, I got
I'm
hit.
gonna stay with you.
Both up here.
Top, there's multiple
2
up
here.
top. They're trying to flank.
I'm pushing with
Many up
whoever
top,
I'm
many
with.
up top.
SK's on 2. SK's on 2.
Oh yeah. Hold on. It's 2 on me. I'm getting chased. I'm middle. All right, let's regroup.
Hang on, I'm gonna get.
Got one. Got one.
Oh. Wait,
Oh.
hit?
I guess there's one over here.
Oh, smoke bomb. Careful.
Loki's on 1 HP.
Got
All right,
him.
nice. Nice.
Damn. He should be low pyro.
SK's
He
gone?
should be low.
Oh, I
Two
killed my
guys on
queen.
pyro. 2 guys on pyro,
Yeah,
guys.
coming, power.
2 guys here.
Coming.
Yeah.
Right here, coming.
Oh, I can't get up.
I can't get up that way.
Yeah, we have to go a long way around.
Sorry.
You got this, you got
With
this,
me,
you got
with me,
this.
with me.
You're doing
I'm still
good.
holding. I have 3 HP. That's fine. They're like still here. They're just yeah, nice on you guys.
Nice.
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 All right, leave.
4 people.
you.
Good job.
Woo!
Good job.
Good job, team. I'm so proud of us. We're all gonna
I
do
just like there was just like a wall. There's a big wall in the way. I like we couldn't get you for so long.
No, it's all good. I was just doing the ring around rotate. Like,
Why didn't that let me out?
It just takes a lot of time. It's okay. Like as long as any of us get up, we all get the points.
No, I was at the top and it just dropped me.
It's okay. It's okay.
Sorry, that's
Let's go.
funny.
Let's go right again.
What
Let's go
the
right
heck?
again. We're doing
There's
really
a
Yeah,
second.
keep it up. Keep it up. It's
Right
working.
side again. Right side again.
Yeah,
Right side, right side.
yeah.
Okay.
How do they have more points? How's that even possible?
Guys, I got 2 kills.
Good.
All right, let's go.
It's like doesn't even make sense.
Good job. Good job. Good job.
Thank you.
Oh,
I'm so
ooh, I'm
proud
getting
of
clapped.
myself. You don't understand.
Okay, careful. Nice.
Nice. Keep playing.
Pushing.
Yeah. Pushing in.
Oh, there's 2 here. Nice.
Oh my God.
I have one heart.
Okay, play it safe then. Play safe.
Good job.
I don't know where
Oh
they
wait, the
Okay,
game's
pushing.
Let's go. Okay, one up here.
All right, where was that arrow? Ping it.
I
Ping
died.
it.
They were behind.
Yeah,
Yeah.
ping. There's one guy
Okay,
on top and
here?
one over here.
Yeah, I'm jumping while you're in the middle right now.
Okay, I'm coming with
On 3 yards.
Oh, smoke bomb over here.
Oh, I'm actually kind of weak.
I'm flanking.
You got it. You got
One
it.
HP.
Pyro's dead.
Got
Watch
him.
out.
Wally bear's down.
Yeah.
Coming.
Nice.
Oh, I died.
What's the house? What's the
Right
house?
here. On
They're
God,
in
I
the
can't
back.
ping.
Really
They're in the
Their
back.
spawn,
They're
their
team
spawn.
side. Their spawn.
They're going middle?
Okay, coming.
I thought they had 1 heart.
They're shooting towards you.
Yeah. There.
You got it.
Nice.
Nice. Extract. Good
Nice.
job.
Good job, guys.
Wow.
Good job.
I can't believe those two were just in the corner. They could do nothing.
It was,
That
it
was
was
so
like, it was like
bad.
3. Like
Yeah,
it was,
we just all jumped them in the corner. So that's a good lesson. Don't go in that corner.
All right, this is gonna be the hard team.
Yeah. let's
Everybody go
right
together.
again.
Yep.
To the right. Yeah.
Play this one smart.
Yeah.
let's go,
Just
let's go.
let's mob together. Nobody split up. I'm so excited. Sorry. We're
Okay.
just doing really good.
I don't see anyone yet.
One on the right here.
Yeah, they're
One on the
there.
right
They're
here.
there.
Pushing. Oh, here.
I'm actually retreating a bit. I'm retreating a bit. I'm
Yeah,
getting
one's 1 HP. No. Play aggressive. They
Got
don't-
one. Dem's 1.
Yeah, Demi's low as well. Dead. 2 dead.
Nice.
All the-
Okay, I'm flanking.
I don't see anyone. I
Out
don't
of
see
spawn. Out
anyone.
of spawn.
Our spawn. Okay, I'm going around long way.
They're shooting at me from
I'm
the middle.
taking
There's
left flank.
One on top.
They're on top. They're on top.
All right, side. Yeah.
Ping if you can.
On top.
Here.
Yeah, ping.
Callie, I'm
Here.
I can't ping.
There, over there.
Here. Sleeps
yeah.
1.
Sleepy's 1 HP. One above you right now. I'm
One over you.
Someone's extracting.
Sleepy's 1 HP.
Got him!
Nice, nice.
Oh, in
Good
air
job, good
shot.
One on me, guys.
Behind
Killed
you,
Sleepy,
behind
I feel
you.
good.
Five ups in the middle. 5 ups in the middle.
You got me.
Oh, are you
Here?
guys
Both
dead?
in the middle. Both in the middle.
Both in the middle. Yeah. Fruit berries is on top of a
Fruit
big
berries
thing.
1 or 2? Oh.
It's
How many
just-
people are
it's
still
just-
alive?
He's coming on the right.
All you.
The other one
You
is
got it.
pushing you
One
from
behind
behind.
you, behind you, behind you. Yeah. You
Oh!
got it. You're amazing. You got it.
We're doing so good.
He's trying to flank you.
Right side,
Behind you.
right side.
Okay.
Good job. Behind you. You got this. You're a gamer. You're a gamer.
No!
Hey.
They can't get out. We tied. It's actually fine.
Oh, we tied. Okay,
Yeah,
nice.
yeah,
Nice, nice,
yeah.
nice.
You actually clutched. That's so good.
Oh my
Good
god.
job, good job.
If I had one more heart.
To the right.
Oh my god.
Yeah, go
Yeah,
right.
yeah,
Just
right.
Keep going right. You actually clutched. That was awesome.
Oh my
You
god.
clutched that. Good job.
I killed Sleepy, I killed SK. I'm good. Those are my Overwatch friends.
Right side again, guys.
That's so good.
All right, here we go. Okay.
Getting memed.
Oh shit.
Okay.
Sparkles hit.
Yeah, jumping on the
Astral hit.
2.
We got him. He's slow.
Sparkle 2. Nice. Sparkle here.
Nice, good job, guys.
Sparkle here.
There's one more.
Feet on 3. One HP.
Nice.
Okay, who?
Flanking. Turn
I'm dead.
HP. No, it's okay. On my ping.
Okay, going to pain.
Going there.
Two. Last two. Both on me. Both flanking. I'm 1 HP.
I hit him.
Okay.
It's small.
Okay, run at them. We have
You have to go in, guys.
Yeah.
You have to go in.
Yep, got one.
Good job, one more.
Nice.
He's at our
Over here.
spawn. At our spawn.
Yep.
Okay, coming.
Go.
Going towards middle.
He's distracting. Go middle.
Kill him. You have to shoot him.
Head
Alex,
him
good
off.
job. Good shot.
3 HP. I'm really low. I'm gonna just chill mid.
1. Oh, it's small ant.
He's
Oh, I
going
gotta
right,
kill
he's
small
going
ant.
right,
Here. Come on, someone cut him off.
Yeah, I'm coming over.
Oh.
Kill you guys.
Nice.
Let's go.
Okay, 8 seconds, guys. This is tough.
Oh, I'm trying to get there.
I got it.
I made it out.
Nice, good points, guys.
Oh, I didn't make it. Couldn't extract.
Squad.
It's all good.
I was stuck in back room.
Pete sucks. Sorry.
Yep, let's go right
That's
again.
my friend.
Okay, right again.
Oh. This is actually going so
I
good, guys.
love extraction.
I love
Yeah, it's a good game, yeah.
I'm having a lot of fun. You guys are really good at this.
I had 27 hits. Ooh,
I
feels
think
good.
if you guys sucked at this, it would not be as fun for me.
Oh,
So
good.
thanks.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Okay, looking.
I went the other way.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
in
just
the
go
middle,
with their
in the middle,
spawn. Go
in
their
the middle,
spawn. They're up here.
Over there.
They're from above.
Yeah. Okay, make sure we're stay
Yeah, they're
group.
in their spawn again.
I hit Joe.
Hit one,
Anthos hit.
I died.
Oh no.
Right here,
Sorry,
right here. Collapse.
There's one flanking, guys. One
There's
flanking.
2 on Feinberg. He's getting destroyed.
I got one. Oh god, we're just getting surrounded.
Go down, Todd.
Oh, I got one. I hit Shadoon once.
You did good.
Oh,
Good try,
They
man.
suck.
That's okay. It's okay.
One
Did we
down,
all
it's
lose?
okay.
If we're gonna lose to a team, at least it's
Like,
it's
that's
that
just,
team.
it's so weird sometimes the point blank just like whiffs so bad.
I know.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
It's okay.
Good round, Star. Good round.
No,
Good round, Star.
five wins and 1 tie is really
Yeah.
good. This
Yeah,
game is
it's really
so inconsistent for me.
It's really good.
Whew.
I guess we're still second, right?
Yeah.
I guess we
Oh yeah,
good
still
to-
second.
Yeah,
still
we're good
second
to go.
overall, which is really
Let's
good.
go. Easy.
Okay.
Easy.
You guys did
Wow.
phenomenal.
That was
No, we're
fun.
actually really good. I'm scared. I get scared for this game a lot because it's just like so inconsistent.
I wish I could have
Right.
clutched that against Vibe Up. That would have been so sick.
That would have been insane.
Oh, I would never let him live it down.
There you go, man. GG's.
31 hits overall. I'll take it.
53 shots.
Wow.
Wow.
Let's go.
Yeah, that
Most
individual
shots
so
landed.
close.
Damn.
So close.
3 people? Oh my god, that's crazy.
Guys,
we're
does
third.
Ooh.
is the point count the important one, or like the position? Like, is second place important, or
It's second place, not the amount of points.
Not,
oh, like
not the
well,
point?
The points that we get in each game, like they all just add up together, and so then at the very end, it's with the 2 teams that have the most points. So like the
Ah,
points.
okay.
Yeah, the points.
So
do
points
I guess.
matter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like getting second place by like a lot is really good compared to
Yeah.
like barely being second or something.
Okay.
Yeah, or like winning by a ton.
Okay, let's see. Oh, I'm top 10, baby!
Good job.
I'm living my life.
Oh.
Feinberg top 2.
You're a gamer.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Mama,
Feinberg
I
is
did it.
I did it. Good job, good job, good job. Okay, so we're third.
Oh,
I'm 15th. I'm really proud of that.
find second.
Doing
Oh,
good, doing
so close to first. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's okay.
Gotta take out. Take him out.
Can I come down to Spleef? It always does.
Always does.
Spleef is my worst enemy. I either get like 37th in a game or like 7th. No in between.
Oh, we have about like, 6 minutes. I'm gonna run to the bathroom.
Okay.
It's all good.
Yeah, it's just like Twitch Rivals break time between every game, so it's gonna be a lot.
Yeah, I don't mind.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna go pee. Forgive you, war is terrible. All right, Chad, I'll be right back.
Wow, you guys take forever to pee.
Oh, I was cooking chicken in there.
You're cooking chicken? Oh,
Yeah, I was
jeez.
frying chicken.
Easy. While
I don't
playing
know
a
what that-
$100,000
the
dollar
sound
charity
you make?
event, just make some food. Easy. Easy.
How y'all doing? Are y'all good? That last game was so fun. Oh, I love that game. I love that game mode. It's so sick.
This is so fun.
Also, I got a chomp.
How incredible that extraction went. That was so good.
That was
so
so much fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. Every time I leave extraction, I'm like, I wish this was on a server. Like, I just wish I could play this.
Yeah. I just want to be an extraction main.
I'm kind of nervous about the race.
Yeah, I kind of
this
want to do
is-
race next.
Yeah, me too.
We can try. I think a lot of people want to also.
I've never been top 10 after this many rounds. This feels good.
It does feel good. Glad my parkour skills count for nothing.
I know, us doing parkour before this.
There's beep
Yeah.
test. There's beep test.
It's just getting movement tech back.
Wee.
Okay.
Wee. Sorry, I'm doing the trident thing. I'm very excited about it.
Isn't it fun? I like the trident thing.
It's so fun.
Tridents have always been like my worst nightmare. Even in survival, I'll just completely avoid them.
Really?
Yeah.
Some people are so fast with them. Like, oh, I missed that jump. Unbelievably
Yeah,
fast.
it's just about the pre-charge, I guess.
it shoots like way faster than an animation and way faster than you think. And also like a lot of people that don't like play Minecraft that much are probably used to like bow mechanics, which is just completely different. Like crossbow only got added in 1.14, which is like 4 or 5 years ago, like 5, maybe 6 years ago at this point, which like is a lot of time. But like when a lot of people play Minecraft as like kids, they only have like bows or whatever. Like
true. You're
not really making a crossbow in like survival either. You know, like a lot of people just don't interact with the crossbow. Also, it's like a pretty unintuitive thing.
Yeah,
and you can shoot so fast.
I'm so much better with a bow than crossbow for that reason. Because it's like in my servers, I'm not making crossbows.
Yeah.
Oh, all the admins
I love how
are
fun
fighting.
these events are.
How what?
How fun these events are.
Yeah, these are my favorite events, Minecraft events. Ooh.
Oop.
Chat, how you
pause.
feeling? How y'all
What's
feeling?
the sumo arena?
You hit people with knockback sticks.
Fun.
Oh. Somebody spawned in my head.
Oh my god. I can't believe I forgot about the fishing in the old map. There was like, I don't know, there was this one event and I stayed maybe like an hour after the event had closed just fishing.
Bro, you sent me flying. What the heck?
Yeah, skill issue. Do better.
Now what? Short ass. Sorry.
Wow. Rude.
You're muted. I'm making fun of you.
Rude.
Fight back. Fight back.
No, I'm just gonna let you stew in that.
It's doing you losing.
Rude.
Sorry. Everyone's trying to kill you right now, by the way.
I know. I'm gonna call racism.
Oh my god, I have to stop. I'm leaving.
No, everyone has to
I'm
stop.
gonna call racism. Why would you say it like that?
Because it'd make you feel uncomfortable, and it was great.
It was uncomfortable. You were right.
Let's go.
He just knows things. How does he know things?
Does he know?
Does he know? Thanks, Beyonce.
Wow.
Saved.
I'm glad you know what that is. We should all thank Beyonce that we're here today.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Do you think Beyonce just watched a Twitch stream once?
Yes.
Yeah? Which one? Kai Cenat?
Probably. Guaranteed.
Yeah.
I feel like
guess, right?
everyone's seen Kai Cenat at least once now.
Yeah, because he's the celebrity now. He's like not a
Yeah.
that's true.
Twitch
That's
streamer.
He's pretty mainstream, yeah.
Yeah.
Ow. SK punched me in the head. Rude.
Do 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 do. That happens to me all the time.
SK punches you in the head?
Yeah, I don't feel it anymore.
Did they have to get a sub? Oh, they did. the sub
Yeah,
for
Demi's
Owen.
sick, I
I've
think, so
been-
it's just something.
Hello. Welcome in.
I'll keep it real. I was so ill before this event.
Really?
And I think I've turned it around. Yeah. I
Oh,
woke
I'm
up
so
and I'm
sorry.
like, oh shit. No, it's all good. I'm fine now. But I was like, I woke up just dead.
Oh no.
I'm actually so excited. Since this event is kind of like later than most Minecraft events. I get to usually it's at like 5 a.m. for me.
Oh my god.
Maybe earlier.
Wow,
So-
dude.
My normal time is like midnight, so I'll just
What
have
is
to
it
go
now?
through the night.
Yeah, what is it now?
10:40 a.m.
Oh. But the next
Oh.
day.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're in the-
10:40 on
But the next
Wednesday.
day.
You're in the future.
This is already on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Bro's in the future.
How is
Some,
it?
some crazy shit going on.
Oh God, y'all won't believe what happens on Wednesday.
Future guy.
You won't believe it.
How late is it in the US right now?
It's 5:40 for me.
Ah, okay.
In PUST, in PSD, it's currently
What? In
3:40
fucking
PM.
what?
In PUST.
I haven't heard of that state before.
Yeah, Pusta.
Yeah.
My geography's not that great.
In PUST,
so.
yeah.
Uh-huh. In
Good old
California,
California.
it's 3:40 p.m.
Yeah. It's pretty early.
But usually these events are like, I mean, I'm not gonna complain. You just said 5 a.m. I was gonna say early for us, but like early as in like 10 a.m. And I'm like,
Yeah.
I gotta get up at 10.
Me too. What time do you guys wake up normally?
I'm 9
like
to
midday-ish.
9 to 10 a.m. here.
Okay.
I basically live my life like I'm still on the East Coast and just adjusted, or like didn't adjust to this time zone, so I just keep that going.
Did you move recently or?
Yeah, last year.
That's cool.
Yeah, I was in Ohio, which is why we did so good at cooking game.
Ohio.
It was just my buff. I was like,
You
oh
just
yeah.
knew the landscape.
Oh, here?
yeah.
I know where we are.
You practiced that shit forever growing up.
Better. I go by any pronouns, Mittens. Any pronouns. I eat them all. I take them all like in infinity stones. Yum 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 yum. Give me your pronoun. Yum 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 yum. So he, him, she, her.
I don't like being in a part of the map where there's no other people. It makes me feel weird.
Isn't it lonely?
I feel very weird.
You're sitting at a lunch table alone vibes.
Oh, you can teleport.
Yeah, that's how I've been going to the fishing game.
Mm-hmm.
You go fish. Oh, you're fishing too.
Yeah, hey.
Hey,
You're fishy. How about
What?
that?
that's rude. Oh, shit.
You have a cute bow on the side of your head.
I know.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, race.
Next game.
We
Orange.
can try to do race. I think a lot of people wanted to do
let's-
race
yeah,
until
yeah,
like,
let's try
got
race.
switched up on everybody.
Yeah, I feel like it's just the move.
Yeah, are people trying to do battle? Hang on, let me.
Hey, why are they trying to fight me?
I don't know if I could revive someone on our team. Ow. Unless I die. Stop hitting me. I'm sensitive. TNT.
I'm alive.
Me too.
The cats are
Okay.
actually saying put this time.
The Among Us
Oh no,
guy
they're
is
stealing
hitting
our
me.
cats.
I
know why.
res somebody.
You should
That's
report that,
crazy.
dude.
Oh no, we lost.
To
Could be
what?
battle,
To
actually.
battle?
I think it's
No,
battle.
it's close. It's close.
It's not. Hey.
Ooh, let's go. Oh, cats.
Oh.
Cat buff.
Mm-hmm. Cat buff.
Yeah.
Cat buff. Oh, we're flying. We're leaving our cats.
Yeah.
We're ascending into Arby's.
Arby's? That's no, that'd be descending.
The meat's in the sky.
Okay, race. Let's go.
Gold leaf. Have I done this?
Is it?
Okay.
It's also with Trident and Elytra, right?
Yes.
It'll like kind of tell you when that section comes up. Like it'll be very obvious when it happens. But yeah, this is just a race course.
And it's
It's,
3 laps
laps.
or
Two
2 laps.
I think
right?
it's three.
Two
I think
laps,
it's.
two laps.
I think it's three. I think it's three.
It's
No,
always
on the
three.
top it says 2, right?
This
Oh
is
yeah,
one.
it does say
Wait,
two.
God, this
So it
guy's
must be really
smart,
long.
man. Yeah, it's two. That's two.
Might be a very, very long
They
one.
changed it per map. I honestly thought this was a different map this morning. This is like a kind of older map, but it's so
German engineering, bro. He just understands it.
Throwing
Oh,
isn't worth it. I don't know.
event paused. Love it.
Yeah, that's
Wait, I'm getting in first place. Look at me go.
Yes. I got the most terrifying Instagram notification. Twitch rivals mention you in their story.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Don't open it.
Oh no!
Here we go.
Event pause. We got a second.
Oh my god! I'm gonna suck at that.
No, you're gonna be fine. That's
No,
it's
no,
not
no,
last.
no.
Yeah,
If
yeah.
you get overwhelmed, just like take it easy. You know.
This is the worst game.
You'll do
Trust me.
good. You'll do good.
No,
you
no,
did
no,
good
no,
at
trust me.
Tomb, and you said you'd
I
be
don't
bad
wanna-
at that.
I don't want to freak you out, but I've been last in this every single time. So.
Wait, really? Em, why would you say that out loud?
Oh,
Okay,
well,
10
I'm not gonna
seconds,
be
let's
last
go.
this time. I've done it twice before, and I won't do it again.
Wait, do you go right or straight here? Or like,
Left,
look-
straight left.
Oh, you made it. Even
oh.
That was
Okay,
I can't
that's-
see anybody else. We're alone.
That's actually a devious pause.
that
That's
is
a
Yeah.
awful.
That was
3, 2,
crazy.
1, pause. Hey,
Lion, can you
relog.
relog to get the resource
He does
pack?
have the resource pack. 3-second pause. We
Wow.
actually might be fucking around. What if they start?
Wait, I don't
was
think
just
I
like,
have the resource pack.
Yeah,
I
I was
think
like
you do.
swimming, and I was like, I should probably stop this.
Absolutely sinister.
My soul left
Alright.
my body.
I'm in first place.
I yearn for the urn.
I
yearn for the mines.
yearn for Arby's. Oh. Oh, I see somebody. Why do I see one person?
I see one person.
I just see one person.
Yeah, it's Froggy, yeah.
Hi, Froggy. Main character.
Oh, there's Lion Chew.
Oh, Lion Shoe's here now. Oh, they
Oh.
relogged. That's why.
I can see all of you.
Okay, I'm gonna deep breath.
I might
I'm
might drop a
scared.
death and lock in.
The
Do we go up
the craziest
yeah,
ice
do it.
ever.
Do we go up the left side? Up the like ice
Yeah, it's
thing?
technically better to go left and then hit the 2 red boosts, but just follow other people. It's not that big of a deal.
Okay.
Like,
Okay. Yes, sir.
yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
it scared me.
Okay,
Hey,
10
good luck,
seconds.
kids.
Oh, good luck,
Oh, I'm
guys.
gonna forget to
Wipe your
breathe.
sweat off your hand. Wipe your
Huevos.
sweat off.
Where's
Huevos.
the
Huevos.
music?
Yeah, wait, there's no
Show me
music.
the-
Oh, there it goes. Oh, it's loud.
I don't have any music.
Wait, really?
Yep, not even joking. That's crazy.
Put on some drum and bass.
I'm doing the easy path.
Down, down. Bow, bow, bow.
Oh no. Oh my god, I suck. Holy
No,
shit.
you're good,
fine,
you're
doing
good.
great.
Shoutouts that the like medium path was just like faster than the hard path. Incredible. Map design.
Ice boats. My worst enemy.
You're gonna be fine. You got this, D-Tune.
I'm
Look,
so
we
bad
don't
at
think
ice
about
boats.
it.
Yeah, that's cool actually.
Oh, Kane, please.
Oh my god.
It's a beautifully hard fall there.
Oh, frick.
Oh! Ow. Bow, bow, bow.
Hey, were we supposed to fall on those things?
Music is so loud. Okay, there we go. I just turned it down. Oh my god, I couldn't think. No. I messed up because I tried to turn the music down.
Oh my god, everybody sucks! I'm first!
Bro, hey,
Nice,
I'm
good job,
literally
good job, good job, good job.
No, I'm so they added a Neo on the skip thing and like 4 people missed it.
Oh god, I accidentally took the hard path.
Same.
Oh my god.
I think we
Oh my
all
god,
did.
I'm-
I didn't
I'm
see
cooked.
another path. There was just a ladder you could take. I straight up didn't see the other path. Oh.
How do I fly? Oh god, I'm doing
Double
it.
tap.
Everything's fine.
Oh, my head's too big.
Common problem.
What's the weirdest? Like,
I said that's a common problem.
Oh, I missed that. This will stand. Oh, I'm not doing so hot.
You're fine, D-Tune. I'm right behind you. We're both in 35th and 36th. That's great back here.
It's great back here is wild. Oh my god. Oh, stuck.
Oh no.
pretty simple hard path, you got like no benefit for doing that.
Hey, why is this water so slow? What the hell's going on? Oh, you're not supposed to jump.
Yeah, you're not supposed to jump.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh. Okay. Easy path. Oh, the music stopped. Oh, I can hear my thoughts. Okay, it's back. I heard my thoughts for a minute. I was very scared.
That's scary. I don't blame you.
Oh my god, I hate running like this. What the heck is going on?
That running path thing? Yeah, I've never
Yeah.
done that before. Dolphin Grace.
Okay.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
It's like the feeling after you shave. That's how you
I'm
feel.
playing for 4th now.
I like how short the ice paths are.
Yeah, I do too. That's my least. I'm terrible at ice boats. I just don't use them. Okay. Oh. I'm forgetting to breathe.
It's okay.
Same.
It's overrated.
Like, why is I lightheaded? Oh yeah.
I'm still 29.
You guys are tryhards.
No.
This
I
map
messed
is, they fucking made this so long.
This is a very long map.
These guys are
Wait.
so much better than me too. It's okay.
We still have. Wait, are you guys still in lap 1?
Yeah,
I just finished lap 1.
Holy shit.
it's a very long map.
Yeah, we're all still in lap 1.
Okay, maybe lap 2 is better than the first one. Let's see.
I doubt it.
4 minute lap is crazy. They just like added a minute to the map, which is cool. Just like didn't expect that.
Oh god. Okay, that movement felt good.
Medium path was easy.
All right.
Yeah, also got the medium pot.
Okay,
Oh, I fell. No, I fell.
I almost
Oh
fell
my
off the map.
god, I suck.
You're okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I was doing good.
Medium path is so easy. They lied to you.
Yeah,
Oh god.
it was, except I still fell. Ice boats.
Oh god, the ice boats. Damn.
Okay, I did better there. Okay, take this.
Oh,
take
God.
this. Take this. Boom. Okay. Boom. Boom. Oh, that was a bad charge. Oh, I did bad. Music, come back, please. Thank you. Okay.
I'll just die. That's fine. Okay, the game's not letting me jump.
Nice. Proud of you.
Is this sexism?
I think it is. Oh, I messed up one jump. No. I just dropped like
You're
4
doing great, you're
places.
doing
Oh no.
You guys are fantastic. Don't worry.
I don't want to take the hard path again.
I took it again
Oh.
and failed.
It's okay.
I should have just taken it. I did better on the hard path. Whoops. Okay. How are we doing, chats?
Instantly failed the hard path.
I did better on the hard path. I did easy. I just didn't know what I was looking for. Okay. Oh, I hit my head again.
What was I made for?
Do you still have no music, Em?
Yeah, no.
That's awful.
Why?
Because that's just, I don't know. You're
All I
alone.
hear are my thoughts. And
I was just
kind of
gonna say
like
you're alone with
the
your
dark.
thoughts. Okay, I'm on Dolphin Grace. Ooh.
You're so fast.
I did it again.
Okay, that was good. All right, let me not mess this one up. So you do this into here, and then this over there. Ooh! Oh, I messed that up. Damn. That would have been so good.
Oh, I almost got the Dolphin Grace perfect.
Oh, good try.
Just forgot that was a line even.
Oh, I almost got it perfect too. I hit the last wall.
I hate the boats.
Finished.
Oh my god.
Damn.
Dolphin Grace. I did perfect.
You did perfect. Huge.
Yeah.
Okay.
Keep it up, team.
Show us whatever.
Okay. Bum, bum, bum.
Lend me some sugar. I am your neighbor.
True. Oh, I missed the jump pad. Gross. I hate the sound of the slime when you kind of just tiptoe on it. Ooh, okay. Okay, parkour.
Parkour queen. Go off.
Wait, I did really well right there. Chat, clip that. That's the only moment I did well. Clip it.
How we doing, gang?
Really good.
I think good.
Good.
I mean, I'm not last place, so I guess I'm fine.
Yeah, we're killing it right now. 35th is like incredible for me.
That's great. Good job.
I'm having the best time.
I think I had my best race yet. I'm pretty happy.
Really?
Good. What are you at?
I got 15th.
Ooh.
Hell yeah.
Nice, good job, man.
I was doing so good.
I missed the jump.
27.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, 27 is awesome.
Hell yeah.
33? 33.
Okay.
Ooh. Good medium path. Good medium. Good job. Let's go.
Thank you.
33. I'll take it. I'm not good
Come
at this.
on.
Nice.
36.
36. Let's go.
Yay!
Let's go.
I'm so happy. That's way better than 20th. Vineberg, you're 4th? Good job.
Yeah, that's okay. I'd never beat Shane in a race ever. It's fine, actually. But I just perma stuck. But 4th is okay.
time.
I think I screwed up every hard path. No, not the end hard path. I was fine with that, but
Ooh, that was tough.
there was that one with the Neo that took me off guard. I was just like so surprised to see a Neo in the
Yeah, I'm surprised there's a Neo too.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, listen, 7th is not awful.
It's not last.
It's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, like look how much he gaps everybody else. Like it's just not a winnable
Jeez.
game. I just can't.
Wow.
do anything.
How
my,
did he get there? Like, how did he-
344.
What was the process? God. Because he every time, right?
You just like don't make mistakes. Like insane consistency gaming.
Best placement improvement.
Nice.
Pete is so good at that.
Digital game leaderboards. Overall ranking.
Do you think we okay? Third.
Okay,
Yeah,
third,
it's
but
fine, it's
but
fine,
one of
it's
our
fine,
worst
it's
games
fine.
is out of the way.
We
Right.
can catch up. We can catch up.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was definitely my worst game by a lot, I would say. So.
Not you finishing 33rd, the age when Jesus died, in 9:11 minutes. Okay. Come on.
Sorry, did you finish it in 9 minutes and 11 seconds?
Yeah. Sheila, come on.
The most voted game will be played. Oh my god, our team has the most viewers.
All right.
Oh, yo, Kev.
Yeah, Kev, come on.
Let me
Kev,
see.
this is your
Got you
moment.
guys.
Ooh.
Got you guys. Got you
Kev,
guys.
this is your
You're
moment.
on top 10 too.
I'm number 19. I fell from 9th to
Holy shit,
19th.
I can carry.
36.
Okay, third place.
Oh, that was just for that
we
game?
got
Yeah,
this,
that
we
was
got
for
this.
that game.
Yeah, we have a lot of time.
25th?
To get back.
25th? Let's go.
That's really good.
I want to stay in top 20. That's my goal.
I think you can do it.
That was probably my worst game. I just don't know the maps at all. So then I just like get lost.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Those are hard.
Because I've never played the same map more than once. It's always been wildly different. I didn't even know about the penguin thing. What the heck? Oh. A poll has gone out to Twitch rivals.
Yeah.
Viewer vote next game. Most voted game will be played.
All right, what do we
So
want?
there's 4 games left. One of them is just like a PvP game. I think we'll do well in that because we did really well in the bow game also. Like I think that'll go well.
Yeah.
That game usually goes really well for me. Then there's hide and seek. I don't think there's that much like variation. Like it's kind of like a whatever game.
Yeah.
Then there's Spleef, which like again is sort of a whatever game, but it's like more like there's like more skill expression in it, kind of.
Do we
most people.
do we throw Spleef then?
It's either I was gonna say we should either do Spleef or Party, because Party has
It's just everything.
Splatoon as a mini game.
Oh, I
it
like that.
has Photon as a mini game, which is basically the same exact
Photon
thing as the
rotation.
crossbow game that we played. Yeah, so it's Photon, which is the crossbow game that we play. Basically, it's like Quake, like one in the Quake or whatever.
Yeah.
Then there's Splatoon. Then there's a like parkour like dropper game that's pretty
Oh,
new.
Dropper was hard.
And then there's just a raw parkour game also. Like it's just called Beep Test. It's just raw parkour, like pacer test back and forth.
Yeah.
So we should probably do Party, because I think it's just got the most potential. Like Battle, obviously if we get last, we're just gonna lose. But like that's gonna happen no matter what. And like if we need to get points back at the end, I think it's good to save it. And I also think we'll just do well in the game also. Like
Okay.
the
So go
PvP.
Party.
I think we should.
I don't think we get to
probably-
choose. I think the chat's choosing.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
we
have the most viewers.
Yeah,
Oh,
we have the most viewers.
true.
Kevin can
Okay,
fix the
chat, yeah,
polls.
Party.
I think we should vote for Party.
Kevin, tell them to fix the polls.
Kevin,
definitely
fix the polls.
Kevin,
Start the
fix
steal.
He's deafened.
Stump
I
the
don't know
ballot.
where
Stump the
the-
ballot. Stump him.
Kevin's chat. Tell him we're talking to
not-
him.
Start
no
the
poll yet.
steal.
No, there's no poll yet. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Pause the
it just says-
steal.
It just says coming up soon.
It's in the Rivals chat. So go to Twitch Rivals.
Yeah, but like I don't see it. Do you guys see it?
Well, I'm just saying my chat was asking where the poll
oh,
is
sure.
gonna be.
Yeah. It's in the Rivals thing. Sorry.
Yeah. They'll do
That's
like
all
a chat poll.
Yeah. It's my fault.
Voter fraud. No, voter frog. Vote will be played next Twitch
Campaigning
Rivals.
is not voter fraud.
Fix the
True.
polls.
True. We just
Guys,
have
fix
a
the
worldly
polls.
audience. Start the steal.
Where can you
No
vote?
foreign election interference.
I don't think they put the poll up yet for whatever.
It'll be
reason.
in
No,
the
it's not up yet.
yeah, it'll be in the
Oh,
Twitch.
Twitch Rivals, like-
Kevin, we need your chat to fix the poll. We need to play Party next.
Yeah.
No problem.
Tell them to vote party.
You want
Yeah,
party?
we're gonna
Yeah.
we're
we
gonna
got
vote
this.
for Party. We're gonna
Yeah,
vote
we
for
got
Party
this.
next.
Easy, we got
Make
this.
them
Yeah.
fix it.
Fix the
Yeah.
polls.
I'm
Fix
just
the
excited to see the
polls.
margins. Like, I just want to see like what it looks like in the end.
Yeah, just give
If
me the
they-
link and we got party.
Yeah.
That's fine.
It's not up yet for some reason. Maybe
Hi
we're
everyone
setting up
over
a-
coming from
Yeah,
Kevin's
they're probably
stream
having issues or something.
from the wonderful stream.
I'm just like looking at the Twitch Rivals chat, and I just see like all of your guys enter.
Yeah, let's go fix the polls.
Everyone.
Is it up?
Not yet. I don't see it.
Damn. The view count on the Twitch Rivals account went up like 6,000 viewers or something.
Oh, I just saw it jump.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
I just saw it jump. Oh my
Holy shit.
god. Incredible.
It's actually okay.
What is like what does it mean? Like, what does QP mean?
It's like my logo. It's like
cool.
two P's.
Oh, that's cool.
Like
That's cool.
yeah, you know. Yeah, it's like not very creative, but yeah.
I don't know. It's a nice little tag.
I did it like 10 years ago or something.
Dude,
There
I
it
made
is.
Parasite for like my World of Warcraft character. Don't worry, man.
Wait, your name is after your World of Warcraft character?
Yeah.
Yeah, mine too.
Oh, no way.
hell yeah.
More wild
Yeah,
heads.
yeah.
What class do you play?
Druid.
I'm rolling a druid in hardcore right now.
Oh, that's great.
I want to
Yeah.
play hardcore.
Do it,
I,
please. It's so much fun.
I play Warlock.
Ooh.
You can tell by the Pyroscythe. But,
You guys are nerds. No,
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
kidding, I'm kidding.
Oh yeah.
Guys, I guess the poll's up.
Pulls up.
Like,
Yeah, you have to like click into
Yeah,
like
yeah,
the
it's up.
extension, but yeah,
Yeah,
vote
it's on
for
the
Party
screen.
if you can vote.
Oh, there it is. Yeah.
polling. I-
So
it's on
vote
the-
party,
Results
Okay,
hidden until end.
and they're gonna do like breakdown by like geolocation. We got
Oh my God, Party-
30,000
Party
votes from
barely won.
Germany.
Nice.
Oh, whoops. Sorry, das Prime Ding noch ab. Oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't muted. Sorry.
No, that's fine.
No, don't worry.
I'm a fake fan. I can't talk in your chat for another 10 minutes.
That's
Oh.
crazy, man.
A fake fan caught. Caught.
Fake fan, got you.
Caught. Recount demanded. Start the steal. Do you think they'll ban me for that? Put it in the chat. Let's see if I get clapped. Okay. Party and battle. It says they're tied, but top vote party. Okay.
Yeah.
I miss my wife.
I miss her a lot.
What is the in-game chat?
It's a Sonic thing.
That's caboodle. Don't worry. That's all good. That's regular behavior.
I miss my wife, Tails. I miss her a lot.
They're the entire Sonic crew. This is disgusting.
Wait, are they all here? Oh,
No, like
they
are.
Nix, are you in chat? Nix, you're missing your moment. I miss my wife, Tails. Even Amy?
Even Amy.
Oh.
I'm ready. My body's
I'm ready.
My body's so ready. I'm so nervous right now.
Sonic, get behind me.
Are they kissing? Oh my god, they're kissing.
This is incredible. I didn't realize SK was Sonic. Queen, I didn't know
Party.
you were
Okay, party's
Sonic.
up next.
Yeah, okay. Oh yeah, this is a bunch of like random games.
It's all mini games, yeah.
Yeah, it's just
Are we in the
4
big
mini
controller?
games.
Yeah, I like the big controller.
Okay, party.
I've never played this. Oh, this is just like the
It's
a new hub.
intro.
Yeah, I played it last Block Wars.
Yeah.
Compass. This
How
one
does
was
the
hard for
compass
me.
work?
Bro, this is so glitchy. Oh my god.
The dropper
Yeah,
one
like-
was
they
really
like it
hard
to
for
do.
me.
Same.
Good luck and remember it's party time. What the heck?
I'll explain the games when they choose them.
Okay.
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 It's not that cool.
It's not that
I think
complex.
I think
yeah.
I have like 3 block Neos in the beep test.
No. I don't even know.
like looking at
They've had
It's
like
4
I
games
think,
and. Oh, sorry.
yeah, it's just 4 mini games, and they all like work together to give us points. But it's like pretty short games. Like they're all like 3 minutes, 4 minutes, like not 12 or 15.
Yeah. There's some really, really fun ones. Oh, people are just running into the void. Huh.
It's actually pretty horrifying just watching them like go into the darkness.
This is what, chat, this is where I go after stream. Just kind of run out here and just dissociate till I go live again.
This is where every streamer goes when they're not like live.
When we're not live, we're out here. Dissociate.
We only live to entertain you guys.
And just
that's it.
wait till the time to show back up. Like, oh, I exist again. Wow.
Like teachers.
Wait, why are people? How are they getting inside of the gaming system?
Hackers.
Wait, we're in the video game?
We're in the
Oh my
game?
God.
You
We're
die in game,
in
die
the
in real
game?
life.
They're in there. How'd they get it? Oh,
go
they went
through the vent.
around.
Oh. I need to see Maria. Or are they RPing Sonic right now? This is bad news. It's so scuffed.
Oh my
just-
gosh, I want to sing a song, but it's not appropriate. D2, remember that song?
Which one of the two?
1 new vape, 2 lines of Coke, 3 drinks from the bar, 4 more lines of Coke, 5 guys fries, 6 hits of my blood, 7 more lines of Coke. I hope they banned me during that.
They banned
So wait,
us.
it's 6 hits in my butt?
No!
No!
Yo.
No. It's 6 hits of my blood.
American songs are crazy.
No,
Yeah.
no,
It's
song.
just
That's great.
not-
it's a culture shock thing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
just a thing over here. It's very normal.
Okay,
Also,
good.
I'm Canadian. Let's just remember that. All right.
Oh, okay, okay.
Please don't mix me up with them. I don't want
Hey, you're here now. You're assimilating.
Listen.
One of us.
Oh my god, I am here
One
now.
of us.
I do like it here though. It's kind of nice.
That's nice. Except you don't get healthcare. Hooray!
True. I just fly home for that. I fly back to
fly
Canada
home.
for all that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the move.
Starting to feel sick. Time to fly home.
Oh, gotta go back to
Time
Canada.
to see my family. Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh, nearly hit the 3-block near. Fuck.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Kevin's chat randomly comes in here and drops random facts about him.
That's what's
And one
happening
of
over
them
here too.
That I just got was Kevin likes planes.
I hate my chat, guys. I'm sorry.
Having to like thank my followers in German now. It's fucked. Like seriously, it's just like chat is German.
Oh,
Oh,
God,
God.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Splat. Oh, it's like Splatoon, right?
It
Yeah.
is exactly like
Alles gut, alles gut.
Okay.
Okay.
Coom all over the floor.
Unlucky.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's Coom Simulator.
Easier said than done.
Guys, don't worry. I got a lot built up.
Oh.
Guys,
This
I
is your
can't the
worst?
entire map. I'm gonna pass out.
I want to go. Wait, are we all? Is everyone playing on the same map? This is a disaster.
Yeah.
Should we all go to the same area? Probably, right?
Nah, I guess
You'll
we
have
should split
spawn
up.
you
points.
just split up, cover the ground, and killing people is really good too.
Yeah, killing people gives you
you
How do I
points.
kill people?
Yeah, killing people, like you can shoot with your little ink gun and kill people, and it's actually good for points.
Okay.
And just like
You can
you
camp
kill them
spawns too,
nervously.
which is
Are you gonna
cruel,
do a lot
but
of murders?
yeah.
No, you kind of just run around like it's a team game, but like you don't really play as a team. You kind of just run around and like just play like aggressive,
Okay.
kind of like Splatoon stuff.
Or you
Nice.
can just
But
play
if
Power Wash
there's-
Simulator.
If there's someone, I should try to kill him, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Killing people is good. It gives a good
Yeah.
amount of points for the team, and then like
Right click
you
to
get,
shoot, shift on your team's color to reload.
Yeah,
Do you
so
respawn?
it's
Do you
Splatoon.
respawn?
You have
Yeah,
to
when you
reload
die, you
shift.
respawn up on this like big ring up here, and you can just jump off. Wherever.
Okay.
So you can kind of see.
I
Oh.
like this way more than one.
Shift on the color to respawn or to reload. Remember
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Alright, Power, I'm coming with
You
you.
only have so much coom.
Boy! They're already dead. Crazy talk.
Got one?
Oh.
Someone's behind me. They're killing
Yeah, I'm getting
me.
clapped.
I died.
I died too. It's kind of hard to. You gotta get used to shooting in this game.
Yeah. The shooting is really weird, but
It's
it's,
a
like,
little
it's good
jank.
to- it's good to fight people. It's really good to fight people.
And you also get a speed boost when you
Nice.
shift in the ground.
Yeah.
Oh, do I have to move around?
Oh, I guess I'm dead.
I
But it's like,
died?
it is like
Area.
really weird.
You come back. You come back.
I just.
Like the shooting is
Got
just
him.
really weird.
Yeah, it's like really kind of. It's
But
kind
when
of
you get
buggy.
a kill, you fully heal. So
Oh,
like,
didn't know that.
it's
Ooh,
really
2 kills.
good to try to kill people.
Gamer.
Yeah, I'm gaming.
Welcome to my section.
Oh, I'm dead. Okay.
Oh, somebody came up right behind me. Rude. Everybody kill Radoons.
Okay. I'm gaming. We're gaming.
It's you.
Yeah, that's
Everybody
me.
kill
You just tried to shoot me in the
I'm
face.
dead. Nice.
Oh, Joe. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
Joe is inside the pink territory. I
Okay.
repeat. Joe is in the pink.
Oh. Huh.
10 in the pink. 10 in the pink. Kill him.
Oh, yep.
I
Joe's
killed
on me.
last one.
Oh, he's one. Oh, he killed me. Damn.
Rain.
Oh, I'm dead. Damn.
God damn
Okay,
it.
I'm gonna go somewhere else. I think we're all grouped too much into one area.
Still good.
Orange is like terrifying right now.
Killing 5 up. Killed 5 up. Feel better about my not clutching earlier.
Okay, I guess I'll die. That's cool.
Nice. Proud of
I
you.
don't think I've ever got a kill.
I've got
haven't
3.
either.
Oh, I'm getting
one?
shot.
5 kills.
Ooh, I got snuck up on.
Nice.
Radoons is really
Nice. Good
pissing
job,
me off.
Feinberg. Good job, man.
Nice. Yep.
Okay. Oh, you can't claim stairs. Good to know.
We should be able to, honestly.
Nice. Got silly.
I killed CPK.
Got
Good
merged
job.
by
You're
Tumblr.
literally a gamer.
Oh, I killed Sneak as well. Unless someone stole that. thievery. Third party.
Help, 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 help.
Oh damn! I almost got one kill.
All right, got
Okay.
4
Oh, sorry, I was
kills.
trying to kill
We
Blake.
have no idea how we did in any of the individual games until it just like does it all together. Like this block thing doesn't matter.
Yes.
Because it's just how many blocks are at the very end, but it doesn't account for like the kill points or like the blocks in general. Like this
That
doesn't
was a
matter.
fun one.
Yeah, that was
It is
really
fun.
fun. I
It is
enjoyed
fun.
that.
Yeah. that's
I'm
the
just
fun
never good at it, so I
But for
don't
this
enjoy
game, we're in the
Guten Tag.
12th place.
Guten
game. No,
Tag.
we just don't know. It's just it doesn't really correlate
yeah.
that well. Yeah.
Okay.
It means
We'll just see
nothing.
after all 4. Yeah, it's not gonna tell us for
Do
any
go down,
individual ones.
please.
What he's
do
saying
go.
is everything
Okay,
you're
cool.
doing is worthless.
This is the
Never
one that's
yet.
hard for me. I don't like this
Isn't it
one.
all worthless?
Oh.
I know
Oh, it actually says points and tab. Okay, never mind. We're in third. We
Okay.
we
Go
third in that
down,
game.
reach the
Okay,
bottom of
third,
like
let's
you can
go.
take
It's not
damage.
bad.
Yeah.
This
Nice,
one,
good
It's-
you just fall down, and you want to fall slowly, like not necessarily slow, but like short distances at a time. Because if
Oh,
you
you want
die,
to be above a block. Okay.
And
Yeah.
what's the blue and the orange stuff?
They're
it's
buffs.
not that important. Like
Yeah,
just try
they're
to find a way to
buffs.
go
Okay.
down.
I thought this was the one where you don't want to hit the things and you
No,
wanna
no,
go
it's
as
the
far down as you
opposite of
can.
that.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, you wanna fall down as fast as possible, but you have to watch your health.
Yeah.
And when you get to like the big color changes, like purple to magenta to pink, you heal.
Oh, PvP's on?
Yes.
Yeah, it's
Someone
not.
just
Sorry, I
killed
should have said that. It's not worth any good points, but people can punch you. Like it's not really worth it to punch other people. I guess if you just see them, sure.
Oh, somebody just
Hanging
PvP.
out.
Damn.
They made this game way hard.
Oh, okay.
Pig spawn. What does pig spawn do?
You can ride a pig down, and I think you don't take fall damage because of it. So I think it's
Oh,
actually
my
pretty
pig jumped without me. Sir, come here. Oh, I threw my pig.
Oh, I suck at that.
Oh, I
Oh my
almost
god.
killed my. I think I killed
good. No,
myself.
this game's actually hard. They made it way harder.
I killed Sneak. He's gonna hate me.
You're a gamer. Forget what he thinks. Doesn't matter.
This game is very hard. Okay. Oh, made a new color.
Okay, I got a bow.
Okay. Pig. Come here. Pig, can you?
Which color are you guys on?
I'm on pink. My pig is stuck. Sir, can you? Okay.
Oh no! I killed myself.
Other
That's
boots.
okay. You respawn like an
Right above. Yeah.
which is good. Yeah. Oh, it's just you.
Okay, just take your time. Very
First, like I
slowly.
fall and I fall all the way to the bottom, like no way to like die faster.
I know.
Okay.
Okay, I'm doing a lot better than the last time I did this.
Sorry.
Okay, new layer, new layer, new
I
layer.
killed him too. Nice. I killed one.
What's happening now?
Just keep going. Just keep going.
Okay. New layer.
Oh, that
And I
block
fell to
just.
my death.
That block disappeared. What the heck?
Wait, did I make it? I
Somebody
made it.
sniped my block. Did you get all the way down?
No.
Okay, so if you do, you just run it back.
Two, it's kind of a G. Alright, that's good.
Okay.
too.
I haven't blinked in so long. Oh, I was so close to the bottom.
Oh,
That was really
I was
fun.
so bad. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Okay,
so
we're
close
still
to the bottom.
third. We're still third. It's fine.
Feinberg.
No, Purple and SK got 2 laps. I only got 1 and like a little bit.
I almost finished my first lap.
Me too.
I killed somebody.
No, the game's
Kind of.
actually really hard. They used to like the first time I got played, there was like no fall damage,
Mm-hmm.
and then they like hella buffed it. Like I fell like twice, just totally accidentally. It's like really hard.
Beep test.
Beep test. Okay.
This is just parkour.
Yep.
Oh no.
Okay,
Not
then we just
again.
practice this for
Not
20 minutes.
again.
No, you got
man.
this.
Not this shit
You can
again.
choose normal or challenge though. So if you're not confident, do normal.
Where?
If you're
How do you?
confident, do challenge.
Which one's
it should be?
normal?
It should be in your. It should be in your inventory. And you click 4 or 6, right?
Oh, I see.
This is the one
Okay,
with the
yeah.
teleporter one.
Right-click.
The teleport jump we talked about earlier. Remember that one?
Yeah,
Just
yeah,
drink
yeah.
some water, guys. Chill out. Sorry.
Why am I the only person in?
Wait, I'm the only
challenge?
person in normal. What's happening?
Oh,
It's
you just
okay.
can't see. You just can't see people.
So wait, what's?
Look in, guys. Look in.
Oh, you just go across the other side.
Yeah.
Oh god.
It's easy. You got this.
Oh, I see.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and you have a pretty good
Oh.
amount of time.
Now what?
What the heck? What's
You just wait, and then it's gonna do another one.
Oh, so I'm waiting. Oh, it's a fitness gram pacer test. Oh, I fell.
Fitness
Oh,
room. Sorry.
I didn't think these were glass.
Oh what?
Dude, this
Oh,
music's kind of a fucking
Oh, I
jam.
didn't know I
Yeah.
Awesome. Oh my god.
I didn't have music. Hello?
You still don't have music? You have it
Nope, no
muted?
music.
Oh, it's kind of a jam. It reminds me of a Sonic game. Oh my god, it is a Sonic game.
Whee!
That wing is so sick. Oh,
Okay.
I immediately missed the first jump.
Are you guys also at the flowers? Yeah, right?
Easy
Oh.
was so freaking easy.
We all missed the first jump.
Yeah, I whiffed the hard one like twice in the early points, so I'm just gonna
Oh,
Oh, okay.
That's such a shame. I
Got it.
oh, I always mess up slime. Dang it.
Just remember not to jump.
Yeah, I messed up slime.
Oh what?
What the fuck?
Damn.
Wait, I don't understand.
There's jump on the side bit.
Oh,
Like, with the
Oh my
wall,
god, I
the-
suck.
the way.
Oh, I get it now. Okay.
Sorry, I should have said that earlier. My bad.
You're fine.
Everything was green. I didn't realize I was jumping on slime, and I held jump. GG's.
I'm trying to make my whole life green.
Oh my god. I'm out, guys. I'm out, guys.
That's
Oh my
okay.
god.
You're fine.
What the fuck?
I'm looking at the challenge course. Ooh, that is.
How do you?
What a slime this
Let's
time.
go.
I've never seen this much
Oh.
slime in Beep Test before.
I don't know how to get up.
Dude, that's
I know a lot of men struggle with that problem, but I'm a woman. I didn't think. I
If
would
you
have
fell
that
down, you lost a heart.
oh, fuck, that's so stupid.
The music is so good in this.
Music's insane.
issue. I made it.
Okay, let's go. And you're crushing it.
Thank you.
You got this, guys. I believe.
Wait, can I? Oh, I can't see Kevin. He's gonna float around with you.
I can't believe it syncs to the music. That's so beautiful.
Okay, 10 seconds left.
I fell.
Do you die here? Is that your last?
Felt well.
I don't know
Oh, you
actually.
missed
How
the
many lives do you
ladder.
have?
Jesus.
I think I have one more life.
Okay. I didn't realize.
Oh, no, I'm dead.
you're
I
dead.
died here.
Oh.
Yep, I didn't realize.
Wow, what the?
Ooh,
fuck?
this one's a little tricky. Let's do the hard course. Oh my
I
gosh.
should have
No
just
one
taken my
finishes
time.
hard.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, nice. Oh, you only one.
Okay. I
Oh.
just didn't read it correctly. No, this is so hard. I'm
This
out
is
now.
fun.
What
This
the
is so
heck?
good.
No, it's so good they made it harder. This is so good.
Yeah, this is
the
a
amount of
wild
slime
one.
is crazy too.
Yeah,
I've never seen something
everyone's dead on hard. We're doing switch to easy, which is maybe the move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he's just like gaming the points on. He's gonna do really well.
Oh, that's it.
Is it just him? Oh, he fell.
Yeah, dude, that is hard. They just made it harder than
That is
like
so
weird
awesome.
things.
Okay.
That's
It got really hard
good.
all of a sudden. Yeah.
Are you guys ready for the sickest track in the event?
Yes. Ooh, let's go. Look at you two. Hop off.
Yeah, just two goats of
done.
equal skill, you know?
Goats, equal skill. We do our thing. Do you like Skibbity
The
Toilet?
levels completed thing kind of matters. How did Fruit complete more?
Yeah,
We died on the same.
The score.
Wait, how did he complete more if we died on the same? Oh no, I just entitled
Okay.
him. Probably.
Why is
The
it
next one is
dinging
the
and
last
it's
game.
just the one?
It's Quake, right? It's Quake.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
this
Quake.
is just Quake. It's very
Oh, nice,
similar.
nice.
So
Okay.
the
One in the
only
chamber kinda
difference,
thing.
a big
Oh.
difference here is these crossbows automatically recharge. You don't
Oh,
have
Yes.
to hold
just
it down
left
at
click?
all. Yeah,
Yep.
it's just right click. It's right click, not left
Just
click.
right click.
Okay.
It's just right click, and it's just like
Spawns were rough last time. I hope they're a little better. Let's
Oh,
see.
dude, yeah, the spawns were nightmarish.
Okay.
I usually win.
Okay.
just run around and try to find people and frag out. That's the idea.
Yep, that's it.
Doesn't matter if you die at all. You insta respawn.
I'm dead.
Okay, kill by Shadun, as it should be.
Oh, SK killed me. I deserve it.
Oh, I killed 2 people.
Killed
I'm a
CPK.
gamer.
Okay, CBK got me. That's understandable. Completely understandable. Respect. Hello.
Ooh.
That's me.
Okay,
Don't worry.
turn
You
up
don't
audio.
I'm on it. Don't worry.
I forgot.
We've been
we could hang out together. I'm sorry. I was wondering why you weren't shooting me. It doesn't make any sense.
Killed Tubbo.
I killed Captain Sparkles, but he killed me too.
Oh, I died to Mogus. Oh, this song is sloppy.
CB got me again. That's understandable.
Got him.
Oh, I'm not seeing anyone.
I'm gonna run away from you just so we don't steal.
Okay, Fruit got me. That's also
Oh my god, I haven't seen a single person in so long.
I know, saying this map's too big.
Smat. Oh, dang.
This map is like legitimately too big.
Yeah, that's hard.
Oh, good shot, Ricky.
Crow.
I haven't found one in so long.
Oh, I stole
Like
your.
another like
Oh.
7 like feet or something like that.
Not yet.
Oh, come on, Joe. Bro's name is. God damn it, never mind.
Oh. Damn.
Okay.
Oh my.
I killed 5 up.
Oh, I choked against Small Ant. Never living that down.
Oh, it's Astral Spiff.
Okay. Double kill. Nice.
Oh, Sparkle got me. I'm doing bad. Oh my god, I was doing so good at the start.
You're good. You're good. You're chill.
How?
Okay.
Who shot me?
Oh, Pete killed me. Okay.
Yay, Captain Sparkles died. Oh.
I can't even shoot.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, we're both bad. Oh my god, we're both bad. Oh, we killed each other.
Oh, Smolyan's too good, bro.
Oh. Nice. Okay.
I live in here. I live in
Oh, okay. Traded. I'll take the trade.
Yo, ring around the Rosie. What's going on?
Oh,
Oh my
They
god,
got
you
us.
both got killed.
Oh.
Oh my god.
yeah.
Damn, Ricky
There's like
got
35 people here.
shot.
Tubbo ruined me. That's fine.
Ooh! Me and Frost Ant killed each other holding hands.
Adorable.
Oh my god. I am suck at this game.
Did you say Frost Ant? Oh.
Frost. I don't know. I don't know who it was. Frost.
I got Anthos. Oh.
Oh my god,
You
who's getting
got me.
fucking
Yeah, no.
spawn ran?
Soon.
Oh my god, I can't spawn!
That's insane.
Oh,
Nice.
my last 4 deaths were just spawn
10
camp.
kills, 10 kills, 10 kills. I don't know.
I got 10
Nice,
as
good for
well.
you. I got 8.
Good, alright.
Uh-huh.
Damn, my last 4 lives just spawn camped. 25!
Yeah,
Oh
People
god.
got 25? Okay, that's funny.
Wow.
Truly had the best kill streak though. Yeah, 11.
Ooh.
Yeah, let's go.
Nice. Good job,
There was just some like middle area that I was just playing so well for like a minute.
Four.
Feinberg, you had the highest kill streak. Damn.
Yeah.
People. Not bad.
Nice. Oh, good job, Piper.
Individual
There we
leaderboard
go.
number 1. Let's go.
Excellent work.
Okay,
Ooh,
okay,
nice.
okay. We take
We can come
that.
back from this.
It's actually so close between first and second though. Damn.
Yeah, that is really close. Who's all in fighters again? Oh. Sleepy 5 up right now. True berries.
All right, here we go.
Where's Huevos?
Was that the whole game?
Not of that, yeah. Okay, look at you, number 10. Fine, number 1.
Wow, good job.
Kind of how we do it.
It's a day in the life.
Okay.
Let's see, last
27.
leaderboard. I was 31 last leaderboard. I did so bad at one of those games. Let's see, 23rd overall.
32nd. That's not awful.
Oh, there's not much between me and 8th. I can maybe claw her back.
You. 7 minutes?
7 minutes? Oh my god. Okay. All right. Well, I'm
It's
gonna go
just
like,
like-
I don't know.
They were doing like interviews,
It's
probably.
just rival stuff. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just rival
Yeah.
stuff. There's just
I'm gonna go like paint my house. I'll be back. Guys.
Yeah.
I can probably like let it dry. It's pretty warm there.
Chat, how are y'all doing? how are you? As he pulls up the team. Oh yeah, we're Pink Knights. Good. Bama, hi, hello. Zesty. I'm so tired.
I wish they had more parkour on this map
Same.
to mess around with. Yeah.
It'd never be enough.
Give me more parkour.
Give me something to mess with while we're waiting 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Guys, which games are left?
Oh yeah.
Battle
Spleef.
with Hunt Spleef.
Yeah.
Okay.
Spleef, hide and seek, and battle. Yeah.
Oh yeah, battle. Oh, it's just kid PvP, right? 5v5.
Battle. Is battle
Yeah,
the
I guess
big
it
open world
should
one?
be. Should be. I guess there's like 8 kids or something, and you should.
Oh, yeah.
You pick one.
That's right.
And then you fight 5v5, I
Wish
guess.
I could like easily teleport back there. Oh, sorry guys. Sorry.
Nice. Thanks, Em.
Didn't know I was
we
yapping
weren't
at you guys.
We weren't talking
bad.
or anything.
Yeah, I apologize again.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right. Yeah, rude.
Yeah, the blonde hair prevents me from hearing things on occasion. It's a real rough time, so.
Yeah, it be how it do.
Technically not my fault. Yeah.
I have the opposite. All of my secrets are stored in my hair. That's why my hair is so big.
Nice. A lot of secrets.
A lot of secrets.
A lot of secrets in there.
Yep.
You're a girly girl with
a
a girly secret.
I
If you tell you that you keep it, I'll tell you now. His
My
little
little
secret
is
he
I
accidentally killed a man. He hit his body in his pink glitter van. If he tells you. Oh wait, to be honest, it felt kind of good.
I'd like to kill
He
again.
wants to kill again,
I
but
don't
he doesn't
know
know if he should.
if I should.
I wear his clothes from time to time.
There. Oh wait, what was it? What was the next line?
His shirts are Y2K,
2K so divine.
I
am a Y2K girl.
Y2K girl.
I do a Y2K twirl.
twirl.
We're never getting
So
invited back to
insane.
a game.
No, we are not. We are not.
Or at
It's
least,
so fun. You got 100%.
at least they're gonna be like, we have to separate these two. Like the troubled kids in class who can't sit together.
Yeah, call the cops on me.
They called the cops.
Year 7s, I have never seen such poor behavior on a school excursion.
I feel bad that I disappointed you, but it's exclusively because of your accent. That's the only reason.
What? Why does he keep doing this to me? Hello?
Yeah, if they cut us while we're singing that, they just go, cut away, cut away!
Cut away! I accidentally killed that man on purpose. I feel like killing is my life's purpose. They'll be like, oh my god. Never again. Oh, I don't have my Ow.
Wait till they hear the Coke song. sorry. Coca-Cola, baby.
Coca-Cola.
Yep.
Sponsor me. Brand deal.
Sponsor us.
True. Truge.
Truge.
Real and Truge.
Real and Truge. Real and base.
I found that I could fly on this map. Now I'm having so much fun. Whoa. Wow. I do love when you fly, you just like kick your little feet.
I know, it's
my
adorable.
God.
Swimming through the sky.
New horrifying notification. They've tagged me in a tweet and
Oh.
they've apologized for scaring me.
Oh no, it took my... Ow. What was the total lines of Coke? Oh my god, we gotta do the math. 2...
One new vape, 2 lines of Coke, 3 free drinks from the bar, 4 more lines of Coke, 5 guys fries, 6 hits of my blunt, 7 more lines of Coke.
Uh-huh.
Oh, sorry.
Guys,
Sorry.
Feinberg is playing Ozu right now.
Oh, warming
Sorry,
up!
talking about Osu much, sorry.
That's
You're playing
crazy,
something
man.
else?
I used to play
You
Ozu.
guys wanna play Farm Merge Valley?
Y'all,
Don't talk about Farmers Rally. Don't.
I've never heard of that.
who's trying to log on a WoW?
We made a Farmers Rally
it's
channel,
like
my
video.
friend Discord.
Yeah, I got one as well. I swear, I think the only reason I got subbed into this event is because I constantly like visit Wolfie's farm. That's it.
Aw.
That's, like, it paid off.
I think I got keep getting invited in
Mine.
because I was on team with Wolfie in my first one, and then I was just the personality hire from there on out. Because I did not do well.
Kara just said they're showing us a lot, so
Oh.
hopefully they enjoyed that song.
Oh.
Nice.
Well. 10
It's
drunk
fine,
cigarettes.
haha.
It's awesome.
You know, Kara's just cracking up. Kara's just like, what is happening? Wait. Kevin, you have a song? Do you have a song that I can listen to?
Oh, he's deafened.
Deafened.
Yeah.
Chats in
Donald
here are
Wald.
saying, yeah, I got Dono Wall.
Wald.
Great. The Germans came up here and set me up for a Dono Wall.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Nice job, guys. Nice job.
Ugh.
Look what you've done.
Classic.
Classic.
Oh, it's classic.
It's a classic.
It's on Spotify. Oh.
Okay,
the
guys.
music stopped. Do I tap back in?
Point multiplier. Okay.
We should do
Battle?
battle. We should not do battle because we should do it when there's more point multipliers, so we do better.
Okay,
And-
yeah.
Which one?
Leaf.
Just not battle. Like either
I got murdered by
Overspleef
CPK.
or
Nice.
Hunt. That's
Yeah, let's go spleef.
Oh,
Let's go spleef.
Milkberry.
Yeah, I'm going Spleef.
Wait, where's the dropping one? Are we not doing that in the game anymore?
Oh, that was no, that was the go down one in party.
Oh,
Yeah,
they
that was just part of
changed
party.
it. Okay.
Yeah, Dropper. Oh, yeah, Dropper's not in the game. Ow. Somebody's burning.
Yeah, just go to Overspleef.
Sleep's gonna win by a lot.
I'm just
Yeah,
hiding
so-
in a corner.
Nice. Okay, let's go.
Cats, do they count as one or are
They
they?
count as one now.
Jordan, why did you do that? My
It
government
wasn't
name.
you, probably. Yeah.
My government name, jump scare.
They put your SSN out in public.
Wait,
They
I'm
dox you if
Jordan.
you lose.
New game, you get doxed if you lose. Actually, great. Uh-oh,
yeah.
what's that? It's a spleef.
Is there? Do we usually do like just go off on your own, live your own life in this, or is there like?
No,
some sort
standing as a team's actually not bad.
Okay.
It's like kind of a social game, and then you get really aggressive at the end.
Yeah, I just try to make friends.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Sleep's kind of RNG at the end of the day. You gotta avoid the crash out.
There's a lot of people freaking out. And you gotta avoid those guys.
All right. My chat says to win.
Okay.
That's the strat.
Okay.
Kevin, you
Nice
gotta
choice.
show me your song.
Oh no. Please just
Yeah,
don't check it out.
You gotta.
keep yapping
I'm a
about it.
music producer. I gotta hear it.
Yeah, then really don't check it out. One reason more to not check it out.
You guys like my truce?
Maria? War never changes.
War never changes. Is that inappropriate to say, or am I gonna get in trouble?
Oh, they're gonna kick you out.
Oh, yeah, booted.
no.
We hold each
Booted.
other's left butt cheeks.
Just the left one.
Everybody grabs each other's left cheek.
Okay,
and then
guys, let's
why
go.
would anyone fight?
Alright, I'm just chilling over here.
Yeah.
Wait, how does this work? Oh God, they gave me a shovel. I don't want this power.
Yeah, I'm trying to chill. Hey,
I'm
Michael,
killing Captain
chill.
Sparkle.
Oh, enemies.
In game.
Oh, the perks of being Feinberg and Spleef. It's okay. So I get targeted
Listen,
by
brother.
everybody.
Oh my God, he's trying to kill me. Help!
It's actually
Yeah,
okay.
Michael just tried to kill me.
It's actually just okay to get targeted by
Oh.
everybody. Mine's you just full targeted, man.
Huh.
Yeah,
No,
dude,
stop!
just, like chill.
Five
dude.
up,
Oliver
chill.
tried to kill me.
Like there's just no point in doing a dumb thing.
Nice.
I just want to exist over here alone.
Me too.
Nice.
Okay, I'm just chilling.
I put 2 people down.
Okay to be targeted.
Put him down.
What?
Yeah.
Small
that
ant.
as well, like
Oh, he
one-
fell. He deserves it.
To the vet.
What? Why are you hitting me?
Just like,
Me?
why?
Oh, you
What
have
if we
to
just
do
like
that.
all chill? What if we
It's
just
only
all
game.
relax? CPK's up there. Really high up.
I got targeted
Nice,
hard.
nice. Good job, Pyro.
Oh my god,
Nice.
somebody
Oh.
dropped me 4 layers.
No. Please. Okay,
I've
good.
been dropped pretty hard.
Oh.
I am actually just.
Froggy!
I'm one of
Hey,
the
if you
last
want,
guys
if you
in
want to
first.
focus anyone on that layer, you can focus on purple.
All right, where is he?
Froggy
Tubbo
lied.
is hammering purple. Tubbo
Okay,
is
I'm the last man standing in the first layer.
Nice.
You're the first layer?
Yeah.
Just
Yeah,
vibe.
yeah.
Oh my gosh. I got targeted so hard. And then lied to.
People underneath are trying to kill me. It's very scary.
Okay. Remaining layers are decaying. Okay. Just chilling.
Wait, I'm coming over to you right now. Whoa!
Okay, I gotta watch my back.
Oh, I'm really scared.
Pete.
I don't like
Pete,
this
be
game.
chill.
There's lots of
Small ant,
violence.
please be chill.
All right. Hello.
I'm beside you.
Oh,
Gumi's trying to kill everybody.
Gumi is.
No.
It's so over, right?
Em, I see you.
Oh, that's
I'm losing the
That's
blocks
very
behind me.
menacing.
Gumi just killed me so quickly. Oh no!
Okay, I gotta
Did
go.
I like? Oh my! I gotta get like third. Ah!
Me and Doki are chilling. I like making friends.
Alright.
Okay.
Except I wish Eric Point grows in this game because I would target him so hard.
I killed myself. I tried to kill Pete, but I killed myself.
Dude, Kevin.
Karma.
Oh, never mind.
But I killed someone.
That is.
Who's alive still?
I'm alive.
Oh no.
You're doing good. Just stay alive.
Yeah, I'm just trying to mind my own business. Joe,
There's a guy
please don't
right
look at
above
me.
you. Right above you, D-Tune. Directly above you.
Possibilities in this one.
You can hit the floor and then they'll fall.
Oh!
Nice.
Good try.
Oh! I slid backwards.
Good try.
It's all good,
That's
man. It's
5
all
up.
good. Let's go.
We did good, guys. Just not the best, but we did good.
Yeah, I thought I was holding shift.
Second was
Blueberries?
Second. Wait, seventh?
No, we got 6th of the team, and then you get some individual points too.
Okay.
I'm just gonna try to
it's.
stay alive.
Is it more
There's
than
2
one
rounds
round?
of this. There's one more
okay.
round of this, and then one round with like bows.
Oh, yeah,
okay,
the bow
okay.
round.
Yeah.
It's just so fun.
Okay, everyone just don't kill people. Focus on surviving.
I gotta find Froggy. Froggy betrayed me.
I'm looking for a couple of people. I've got a little sticky note now. Their names.
Oh! Who just... Oh my god, that was Michael. Michael, what the hell?
God.
Oh my god, Michael. Leave me alone. Reno, what are you... Oh my god. Why do they hate me?
Yeah, like purple just tells their whole team to target me, and it's just so boring.
I gotta go hide.
Oh, Sweet I've been
Froggy!
pissing me off the last like 3 events. Just makes no sense.
I mean, heck.
Hang on. Oh, purple is just like. Hang on. I'm undermining purple right now. I got you.
Oh. Froggy hates me.
Maybe like
Is someone on the first layer still?
I am not.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
being
just me, it's
targeted
just me.
so
It
hard.
doesn't really matter though.
I'm
He just
amazing.
follows so much.
yeah.
Froggy, why? I don't know you.
I'm getting bullied by a strange man.
Oh my
What's
god.
the man's name?
Oh my god, Froggy, stop.
Bricky Orchid.
Oh yeah, Bricky
Yeah,
is pretty good.
Yeah, Bricky's like top 10 right now.
Stop shooting me!
Cool.
Sorry. Bricky's being really, just really aggressive.
Like fun actually.
Froggy, why? Froggy, why? Froggy, I don't know you. Why are you doing this to me? Yes!
He tried to shoot me to death, and then he fell. And I honestly feel better.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'm on the final layer.
got Froggy. Chat, we're so bad.
This isn't good.
Oh my god, he's trying to kill me, CPK!
Bricky's
Somebody
dead.
help! He fell?
Ow, ow,
Bricky's dead,
ow,
yeah.
Oh
ow,
my god, I
ow.
suck.
Why? Leave me alone. I'm not doing anything. I'm just vibing.
Small Ant's
dude.
mean. Small Ant's really mean.
Oh, I died.
Dude.
I'm just, oh man, I'm better with the TNT one.
Why
than, like,
hate
this one?
Sad.
Yeah, me too.
You guys are all dead?
Yeah, I got hard targeted by Froggy who just wanted to 1v1 me. I don't even know them. Why?
One of a
Five up! What the frick? He just did a peaceful sit in front of me and then tried to kill me.
Yeah. That's what they do.
5 up is not peaceful.
5 is not peaceful.
Yo, you guys are really
Feinberg,
high
I'm
right
with
now.
you.
You guys are doing real good.
Thanks.
Michael's just murdering people. Not very Mick-chill.
They don't call him Michael McChill.
I just took a big sip of Monster when you said that.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I have a kill. And it was Froggy, and they're not. Oh, goodbye.
Freaking CPK died.
Oh my god, the whole orange team just went on one like foul sweep. Damn.
Whoa.
Look at this, look at this.
died.
Shane is bringing a blizzard right now. This is crazy. Look at this. He's just making it snow.
Oh.
Oh, it's over.
Oh.
That was one of the last.
Come on. Oh, Simon's got to fucking stall his game. He's got F3T there.
Damn. I know, Froggy, they're
God.
hilarious. Go ask why Froggy hates me.
That's fine.
Oh, this one. Okay.
Yeah, this one there's a crossbow in like your second slot.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's like a rocket boost. You can go up a layer if you fall. Like you can test it
Oh,
out
I'm
here.
so bad at that.
Yeah,
so
I'm very bad at
So
this
right now,
one
but
too.
if you shoot directly under you with that like
You go
crossbow
higher.
with a rocket, you'll boost really far up.
Oh my god,
You
I
can-
dropped 2 layers.
No, it's okay. You, like I said, you can use that one crossbow to like boost yourself up again. If you want to try it.
Wait, how does it work?
Just shoot your feet.
Take that, just shoot under you and then like
I
jump.
just got shot off and I died first. Well,
Okay, see.
I'm so sorry, guys.
Oh my dude.
Oh my god.
Okay.
I fucking stole the. That was a devious kill. That was just a devious kill.
Oh my god.
I'm forgetting to breathe again.
Huh.
Oh my god.
Tomo,
why did you
stop!
kill me?
Tomo! Tomo! Oh my god, I fell so
sneak
far down.
snag.
Oh my god.
I got ruined, guys. Sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
Oh, stop shooting me in the ass. Ow. Oh, I hit my head.
Damn, Feinberg, you're really good at this.
It might be like a ping-based thing too. Like maybe it's easier
Oh, I think it's a. I don't know. I just added.
or like harder on high ping or something.
Yeah, it's a little bit harder, just with crossbows
Oh.
and bows, but like I mean, like all the other Aussies are doing pretty good.
Ow. Okay, I'm just trying to chill. Just trying to chill. Who's up there? Oh no! Oh, I'm alive. That was bad. Sorry for yelling.
You're fine. You're totally fine.
It's okay to yell.
The layer that I tried to jump to disappeared. That's disgusting.
It's disgusting.
Oh, I hit my head. Boop, 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 boop. Oh my god, the layers I'm trying to get to are keep disappearing.
You got this, D2, just stay alive.
Okay, like here? Yes, alive.
That's true.
Ow. No! Who was it? Reno.
Oh!
Disgusting.
Oh Jesus Christ.
Oh! Froggy screaming through all this. I gotta go be like, Froggy, why do you hate me?
Honestly, I'm so impressed people are all still alive right now. This is so crazy.
Yeah.
17 players remaining.
Okay. I did... Oh, this
Nice.
is wild looking. Okay. Huge jump.
Okay,
job. Good
okay.
job.
Huge
nice.
jump.
Massive.
Crazy.
Nice.
Oh, oh,
Oh god,
oh.
oh god, oh god.
Oh!
Good
Try.
Good job.
Good
It was a
try.
2v1.
Good
You
job.
did really well.
I was like trying to get the kill points or whatever. That's fine, I guess.
That ascent there was incredible.
Close.
Good save,
Oh.
man, at the end.
We got
Yeah.
lost in
Yeah.
sleep, but that's okay.
Really impressive.
Damn.
I think I saved the individual a little bit,
You did.
which is important.
I'm
I
For
think
my ego and my chat. Not enough.
Okay.
Overall,
Still third.
Can still catch up. I'm surprised.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, it's still our game.
So,
We can catch up.
I'm actually not surprised Orange is doing so well. I kind of am, but not really.
Boom, 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 ba-dam, bam, bam, ba-dam, bam.
Yo, hi, new German friends.
what happened?
I just said hi because they were being so nice.
Aw.
Oh, dude, I fell from like 10th to 18th. Holy shit.
You can't go wrong with 9th and Spleef. That's okay.
Oh, man. Oh, that was my highest placing bet until then. No.
Chat, help, I dropped the last roll of TP in the toilet. Astro, oh my god. Well,
You don't want to do that. That's not good.
well, wet butt. Wet butt time. Spleef gets my heart racing. It's intense.
Yeah, it is. You did
All
great.
all the baubles on the tinsel outside look like D20s.
I thought that too.
Yeah.
It's like, yo, let's go.
Yeah.
I want to go bowling.
Let's go bowl.
Focus on.
Battle
Get Batman.
first. And Hunt last? That's actually kind of wild.
Hunt last is awesome. Hunt is such a wild game.
It is. It's just.
What's Hunt like?
It's just
It's like
hide and seek.
I don't know why it says Hunt instead of Blitz Hunt. I really hope it's not
Yeah.
actual like the old Hunt game. 'cause that'd be
Oh
really confusing.
yeah, that's right. It was called Blitz
Oh my god,
Hunt.
this is
Hide and
OG
seek.
map. Oh, this map's so good.
Okay.
Okay, so how does this work?
There's classes, right? It's
Oh,
the
I
one.
remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's classes. Yeah.
Okay.
Which class
Yeah.
do you want me to take? Oh, 3 support
Honestly,
classes, 4 damage.
whatever you're comfortable with. I'm gonna go Scout.
Mm-hmm.
What's an easy one?
There's a couple of healer ones that are really good.
I'll do
you
a
also
healer
get you also
class.
get points for healing too, so it's like chill. Like they added
Yeah.
that recently. Like there's a point pool for healing.
Okay.
I liked the, well, probably because I played Shaman a while, but I like the Shaman class because you get a damage buff too.
I guess I would like to try the crossbow one.
Pew.
There was a crossbow one.
Yes.
Do you need?
I think that's the one I'm picking. Sorry.
Oh.
I don't. There's a bow one. Like there's a regular bow one which could be good, but like specifically crossbow. I'm gonna
Yeah, I
steal
could.
that from you.
I could do bow. Should be fine as well.
Do we need more like frontline, or are we all good?
We'll see. I think if the Tune and M go healers.
Yeah, I'll go
I'll do a
Shaman.
healer.
Yeah, I'll
Or
take
totem.
a frontline class.
And then
then.
Pyro, you can kind of flex whatever you're gonna be comfortable with like utility and stuff, and then
Yeah.
When do we
you
get to
can
see the?
go- I don't-
They
it's
should
just 'cause
pop
it's
up soon.
paused. It's just
Yeah.
because it's paused, I
Okay.
think. I don't
Okay.
know.
Okay.
Oh, Feinberg, you want to play the ranged weapon?
There's 2 ranged ones. One's a crossbow, one's a bow.
Oh, okay.
And the crossbow one that I'm gonna pick has like 4
But is
arrows.
it smart to
and,
have 2? I don't know.
Yeah, it's not bad because like a lot of it is like
there it is.
we're gonna be third partying a lot of fights and stuff and like trying
Okay.
to pick people off. So like range is good, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
you picking the scout?
Yeah, you would pick skeleton.
Okay.
If you want to do a range one, and you can see like what the gear is, and
Yeah.
that's fine.
Much
How do you pick one?
Just right.
Just right click
it.
on
You
it.
already picked it, yeah.
Okay.
So this is
Yeah,
lingering into hills.
Fairy's the good one, I think. Fairy's the good one.
Very healing boost and then golden.
Yeah, like when we're next to you, like when we're all grouped up on you, we get like passive healing. So
Yeah.
the whole game is we're gonna all just follow me. And if I make a bad call, it's my fault and it's unlucky.
Okay.
But if we just go together as 5, then we can overwhelm people that are in like bad positions or like going out or whatever. As long as we're just all confident together,
Yeah.
it works out most of the time.
Okay.
And I tend to make the right call. But if I mess it up, it's my fault, not your guys' fault. As long as we're just like sticking together, that's the biggest.
Okay.
But is
Yes,
it like
sir.
5v5 or is it like
Yeah, so
everyone?
it's everyone is on
Everyone.
the map together.
Royale.
So like we're gonna go for a lot of like third partying, a lot of like cleanup and stuff. Like I'll know which teams I want to fight based on like what gear they have and stuff, or like who's on their team and everything.
We won't start the fight. We'll finish it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright,
Yeah,
what are you playing?
I'm going lumberjack. Just gonna follow you.
That was bars,
that's
right? Sorry.
I'm going
Find
Totem
out
Master. So we have regen totem, damage boost totem.
Yeah, let's go.
If this doesn't go well, I might try summon it next time because that could just cause a lot of
Okay.
chaos.
Okay.
So do we go
So-
capture first point?
Yes, just follow.
Okay.
Just follow
Just follow
Feinberg.
me.
Yep.
Just follow me. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Is team
You
damage
have
on?
0 hearts on my
Team
side.
damage is
Team damage is
off. Team damage is off.
Okay.
Okay.
Just follow me. We're gonna look for a capture point. It should be up here in front of us to the right. Come right.
Right.
This is green team. I'm okay with fighting these guys. We should
Okay.
stand on this and try to get the points. But like
Right.
use range and stuff. Oh, they're just going in.
Wait, what?
Okay, run out. No, back up.
Oh my god, they are just going in.
Back up.
I'm backing up. I'm Bill. I'm back at
Yeah,
spawn.
I'm trying to back up.
Just back up. Shoot arrows and stuff. You can play range. I'm kind of low.
Okay.
Back up is good.
I have
Just
no
like,
totems,
just like
so up
fire
there.
arrows here. We just all still stay together. We're good.
Okay.
I'm just gonna launch arrows, and if they end up getting lower, like separated, like we should run.
Yeah,
at them
plan,
now.
plan.
If they end up getting low, like
Okay.
I'm getting a lot of these arrows spammed in here at good
Yep,
times.
right behind you. I'll have totems up soon. I have no range though.
It's okay.
They fired.
Fireball us off. That's good. We can still chase them though. We're gonna just wait for this, and then we're gonna chase them. Just wait for this fire, and we're gonna chase
Yep.
them.
Okay. Go.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, let's go.
Just gonna keep chasing them. Yeah, just keep chasing them and get the range damage in. See, look, they're getting pinched here.
Yep. Go.
So just stay back. Just make sure you're always like on good health.
Totems
here.
up.
And watch the boot. Yeah, no, run at green over here. Just keep running.
Okay.
Keep running them.
Yep. Okay.
Watch
It's getting
wall,
low.
watch wall. Jump down.
We can fight this. We can fight
Go
this. They
in.
have less people.
Oh, it's first like dead, pretty much.
Yeah, dead. First dead.
Captain's
Just
Go in.
chill. Yeah, you can get a little aggressive, but you should chill as well.
Okay.
Like, watch our health. I'm kind of low.
Okay.
I'm just chilling. Yeah, just chill. Chill right here. Chill's fine. We can back up a little bit even too.
Yeah.
Just back
I'm
up,
getting
back up.
back up.
Play
back
corner?
Up, back up.
Yeah.
We're good right here. I don't have totems up.
Follow me around
your health
here.
okay?
To the right. Yeah,
I'm good.
right
I'm good.
Watch out
Okay,
on the
there's
top,
right above us. Right above us.
Right here.
Yeah,
Right here. We
don't
get this
shoot
kill.
together.
Oh, we get third party this.
Yeah, just keep your health up. Keep your health up. Stay
the
back.
fringe
There's
out.
so many people.
Yep.
Okay, you got damage boost.
Just chill.
Kip's buckets one.
Okay.
Chill. There's so many.
We're getting surrounded.
I killed the guy.
In here. Come like to the middle area.
Guys, down.
Yeah.
Back up. Come to the middle area over here. We're chilling right now.
Yep.
Just chill. If we all stick together, we get a lot of
I'm getting up top. 5
Some
up.
people on top.
Yeah. I'm just.
Yeah, come over to me on the right more.
Okay.
We're gonna run it purple right now. See purple?
Okay.
Down here?
Yeah.
We're gonna run it purple.
Okay. Yeah.
We're kind of low. Oh, we're getting backstabbed.
Yeah. We're getting surrounded.
I'm just leaving. I'm leaving.
Okay.
I'm in the middle by accident.
I died. I got third party by blue.
I need help. I'm scared.
Hannah got
I'm gonna cry. Where are you guys?
I'm in.
Okay, I'm up above.
Let's see. Careful. Oh, you win this.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
Make sure you heal yourself if you can, Em.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Wait,
try.
this map is so crazy in mid.
They got my ass. I think I'm pretty
Yeah.
much dead.
Yeah, all good. That's actually not bad though. It's not bad.
This is a hard map.
Is it more than one run?
SK,
Three
yeah,
rounds?
are
Okay.
pulled in the middle. How do they have all these spiders?
They have a summoner.
Summoner is like, I don't know, it's causing a lot of chaos. I just don't know how like good it is, if you know what I mean. I don't know, like.
I think it actually might be pretty decent here. And I think the tune you should actually switch to medic instead.
Okay.
Next round. Cause like there's too much movement here for I think the totems to be good. Like we're
Okay.
just moving on so much.
Yeah.
And you're still fine on
Fairy?
on fairy, yeah, because like if we stick together we're healing there. But this is yeah, this map is crazy.
Yeah,
It
this
is.
Yeah, it's nuts. I feel like there's nowhere to hide at the end.
sudden death. Ooh.
Yeah, and it shrinks so fast. So.
Yeah, that went really fast.
I guess that should change too. I
They
guess the bow
swept.
wasn't.
Yeah, if you
the right pick.
like the bow, like getting like damage like poke in is pretty good.
Okay, medic.
But if
Is
you didn't
hitting
like it,
them in the
obviously you
head
can switch.
good or no?
No,
Wait, what is the-
there's no
what is the-
headshots in
matter?
Minecraft.
Should I take the
Shots
lumberjack?
in Minecraft.
Lumberjack was
Yeah,
alright.
we have to reselect the kits by the way. It's not gonna
Yeah.
remember.
Yeah.
Lumberjack's okay.
Lumberjack just from I didn't
Summoner's
realize that beast mode is like a
okay.
fist fight thing.
Yeah, Summoner's okay, but yeah, the tune if you just go medic instead, and I
Yeah.
think you don't get an absorption pod also, so we
The
can use
blue
that at
team
very
were
start.
all summoners.
Were they
I'm not
really?
sure which one
They
to
were.
pick, to be
Wait, I
honest.
thought you
I
can
mean,
stack
Skeleton's still
same
fine.
roll.
No, you can't stack the same kit. They just had a lot of spawns.
Wait, Feinberg, you already took Scout again, right?
Yeah, I'm Scout. You can do Skeleton again, and we can just like play more passive with the bow stuff.
Okay,
It's
I
fine.
try.
Yeah.
Chat says should take Summoner. Is Summoner good?
I think
want Summoner? I can-
Pyro's on Summoner.
have it
It's only
if you want.
It's only 3 seconds. Don't worry about it. Maybe for round 3. Yeah.
Oh, we're in.
Yep.
Okay.
Datun, you have a absorption potion, right?
Yep.
Okay, so everyone get in this like front corner, and Datun, you're just gonna splash it when we start. Like, don't
Okay.
move until he splashes it. Like, stand on me.
Yes. All stand
On
right
me in
here.
This corner here.
Yep.
Yeah,
Ready?
and then use
3,
your
2,
hand.
1, go. All right.
Okay, now we just have an extra 2 hearts. Just follow me down this way again. We'll see what team it is. It's yellow team.
Yellow.
Okay, y'all.
Totally.
I mean, we can maybe fight them. We have health. We can at least stand on this. Yeah, the summoner things are good. Just watch out. Watch out. Again, just make sure your health is
Watch
good
out.
always.
Yeah.
But like, we get a lot of points for this.
Yep. I'm in. I'm on.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. Watch out.
We're good. It's just a lot of poke damage.
Watch out, watch out, watch out. Big team.
Okay. We get this.
Yeah, we're getting the points. We're getting the points.
Yeah,
Everyone
yeah.
just leave.
Okay,
Yeah,
Okay,
come,
leave.
Come back this way. Come back.
Yeah.
Back up.
Okay. Coming.
Retreat.
Green team's coming up on us.
Yeah, we can fight them.
Fight him.
Or at least do like poke stuff and try to like catch one off guard. See, like now. All right, chill right here. This is good. Just
Okay.
fine.
We have a team coming up behind us.
Yeah, just stay.
I don't want to get pinched. They're coming.
Fall down. Everyone fall down right here.
Okay,
fall down. Everyone fall down right now. We're gonna get pinched in the back. Fall down right
Yep.
here. And just follow me.
Okay.
All the way looping over here. All the way.
Good
looping
call
over
outs.
here.
We're getting shot. Careful.
Just chill right here on the ground.
Yeah. This
Oh
corner.
my god, wait. One of my guys killed someone.
You got a kill with that? Nice.
Yeah.
W.
Okay, we got some guys up above us, just be
Yeah,
careful.
we're chilling. No, we're
Okay,
chilling. Now. We just got a lot more passive here. There's
top
red and
left.
The red
green.
team's kind of seeing us. They're looking
Blue.
up.
Blue's
Yeah.
blue's high ground. To our left.
I'm just gonna stay in this.
Should we
corner right here,
interrupt
I can
the
see.
green and red teams?
Yeah, the people that fell. Like,
Yeah,
jump
go.
right now.
Okay, yeah, small in.
Yeah, good one.
Yep, pick anyone who's left. Nice. Okay, go back to our... Are you dropping all the way down?
No, I'm saying.
There's one red guy alone.
We have to get in.
Yeah,
Just
get
stay
in
in
here.
this corner.
Yeah,
Phil. Stay in this
yeah,
corner.
yeah,
Phil. Stay in this
Watch,
corner.
high ground, high ground, high ground.
Yes,
Left.
The blue team.
Yeah.
Captain Sparkles is here by himself.
They're
Do you have a
picking.
health platoon you can use in this corner?
I don't have anything.
Platoon,
Come down,
behind
come
you.
down.
Behind you. Health pot.
Yep.
Nice. Okay, chill above this red team. Come back.
Yeah, we're getting
Guys,
picked
I'm
on
getting
the...
shot up there.
Yeah.
You're getting picked-
No,
you're
we're
getting
fine.
picked
Just come
off
back.
that way.
Come back. Come this way.
Okay,
Come this way.
I'm coming.
You're good.
Okay, I got everything on recharge.
Sibley's one.
Okay, they're rushing.
It's okay. Oh, TNT chicken. Watch out. Just chill here. Killing spitters, just stay here. This red team still has to come to us, and we're gonna get 2 free kills.
Yeah.
Oh, I feel so bad.
Okay,
No, they have to fall down. We're gonna get 2 free kills. Just stay here still.
Yep.
Right above us, like right above us still. Look at them.
Waiting.
TNT chicken.
TNT chicken, watch out. TNT chicken.
I'm healing.
They're still up here. They still have.
They're down. Get them.
That's fine.
They're off.
Another TNT chicken.
Okay.
Just chill in this corner. If you have another health bar at the very bottom, come in this corner. Come down.
Yeah,
to this
I
corner.
only have individual hearts now.
We're just chilling. Just still use the bow. Get some like
Barry is
spam.
in the middle alone.
Okay.
Okay.
Walls coming in. We're gonna have to go forward. Left or right?
Just stay. No, just stay.
Okay. Oh, I have no heals.
We're gonna be forced to do something here. I'm scared.
Yeah. Okay.
Just stay. No, we're good right now. Like, I'm just spamming arrows. I'm getting so much damage.
Yeah,
We should jump
yeah.
really late.
Nice.
Yeah, let them fight it out. I have no heals.
Okay.
We're getting pushed forward.
Can we go in the middle?
Yeah, soon.
Okay.
Now.
Okay. No, my abilities.
Yeah, it's a sudden death. Just swing away.
What? I died.
I died too. I killed
Nice.
Lenchi though.
Good job.
Yes! Let's go!
It's like magic.
Did you jump to your death?
Oh yeah, I jump to my death every time.
I'm not gonna lie, I really like Summoner. If you want to play Summoner this time, though, Kevin, do you want to give it a go, or?
That felt good.
Good call outs, fine bird.
No, I think
Yeah.
having the bow there is so good. Like, I actually probably got like 30 arrow like just shots while we were just kind of chilling there. That was really
Nice.
Okay, I'm picking Summoner this round. Oh,
Okay.
wait, some of you guys already had, right?
I'll take
Summoner.
Skeleton. I'll take Skeleton.
Yeah, you guys can switch it. That's fine.
Okay, how does it work?
So every 30 seconds, you get to cast one of 3 summons: the zombie summon, the skeleton summon, or the spider summon. Each has different utility.
Chat, we're so
Early game,
back.
I kind of like the zombie for
We're
point control.
so back.
But skeleton at the end is really good as
Holy
well. because You
shit.
can just like.
Damn, sounds complicated.
I got 3 kills
You
at the
take
end
it, you
too.
take it, I'm fine.
Yeah, so that's
sure?
fine.
You
That's
sure?
fine. Yeah. No, if you want to switch back, it might be better.
No, I'm taking Lumberjack.
Yeah.
Okay.
Heart is
Maybe
through
do
the
you want me
roof.
to play
Summoner.
bows then as well, or like?
I mean, bow's not bad. Like, the problem is
Oh.
you have 20 and they don't regen. Like, Scout has regen arrows.
Yeah. Also, I get like a summon
Okay,
every
stack
30
again.
seconds. I'm so
Left corner.
Yeah, stack on me on the very front here, and we're gonna use that
Okay.
extra points.
Yep. Everyone stacked.
And then we're just gonna run forward again. Like, we played that really good.
And casted. Go.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, so
Orange.
watch.
Scary team. We don't have to fight.
Oh.
Just use bow stuff.
Yeah.
Kill the zombies too.
Yeah, seriously, like deal with these zombies, and it helps a lot.
Sleepy's in on us right now. They're playing aggressive, maybe.
They already got the point. They're gone.
It's okay. I'm just gonna get like spam damage in.
Here
We
for
don't
the
have to fight
TNT.
them again.
Okay, they're still here.
Yeah, we should back up left. Just come back
Okay,
up. Just come back
okay.
up. Oh, back up.
Everyone
back
back.
up. Oh no, they already
Finder,
left. Okay, we
Finder,
can-
do I have the beast mode more than once?
No, run. Follow me right now. Come back. Come back.
Okay.
Fight this purple team. Come follow me. Come follow me.
Just remember that.
This way now.
Okay.
I'm trying to steal. I'm trying to catch this purple guy off guard. Oh, it didn't work. I'm back up.
Okay.
Back up.
Back.
I had like a moment there for a second that I wanted, and I didn't get it. We're chilling right now. We're just chilling right here.
Yeah. Right.
I'm trying to just look around.
We could third party the blue team.
No.
down there?
Come
play-
right, come
play
right,
slow.
Come right.
Right? Okay. If they drop down.
Throws above us.
Yeah.
Come-
If
Oh, hello. Out of position, Froggy.
Yeah, Froggy's out of position.
No, chill. Oh, I see. I'm chasing.
Oh, sorry. Fuck. All right.
Em, you good?
There's one guy behind. Watch out.
Em.
One guy
No,
behind.
Froggy, jump Froggy.
I'm trying to keep you alive.
Behind you guys. How's Froggy
Oh
still
my god,
alive?
Em, you're muted.
I didn't know. My bad. Yeah, they're above us.
What is
Yeah.
going on? How is
Wait.
Froggy still alive?
Right here, Froggy.
Froggy's still alive. There's 1 HP.
Shoot.
Awesome.
Oh, watch out.
Nice, good job.
Nice.
Just chill. Break these zombies and just chill.
Yeah, get zombies.
Yeah, medic is just so hard to kill.
Okay.
Come in the middle.
Middle?
Come in the middle, right here.
Yep.
Middle right here. And just chill.
Watch.
Blue's there.
Don't run
Yeah.
anybody, just chill.
Just chill.
GG chicken.
Come right, actually. Come right.
Fruit berries.
Come right.
Spider,
Alright.
get that thing out of here.
I'm running at this yellow guy, he's solo.
Yep.
Okay.
Not anymore.
Alright, we
Okay,
can
we're
stay here and wait till blue has to drop.
Come left, there's one red, come left, I want the kill. There's one red.
Okay. Yeah, we're on your way.
Actually, yeah,
No.
just run it like these solo people in the middle here.
Yeah.
Actually, there's less solo people than I thought. There's a crazy.
Guys, I'm getting.
Oh, someone's dead.
I killed one.
Nice.
Okay, just chill here.
Should we go under blue?
Maybe. No, blue. Blue's 4 people actually. Yeah, we can sit under blue. Here. This is fine.
Yeah.
I'm gonna move to the TNT.
Nice.
Just stay kind of close. We'll keep you healed up.
I'm gonna hang out here, guys.
They're gonna all jump.
Yep. You ready?
One guy dropped.
Yep. Yeah. Get him. Oh, he's
he's
sneak.
being led to
Another. Stay where we were.
Yep.
Oh, it's just a mob
Oh,
of
he's
people.
down. We got him.
Okay, nice.
Nice.
Okay, group.
Can you guys come down and help me?
Yeah.
Just stay on this blue team. Oh my god, I didn't get the kill.
I don't know where you guys are. I'm
No,
scared.
we're good, just stay in this corner. This corner's good. I need heal pots if you have any heal pots.
I've just been healing you as much as I can.
Okay, yeah, good. No, that's perfect. Just stay in this corner. Remember, this is like last game. We're staying in the corner. We just get
We
some
love
poke
the corner.
damage.
The corner's very nice.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm just gonna look to play a little aggressive.
Get the spider, maybe.
Okay.
So stay in the corner. There's 4 teams.
I'm gonna heal in like 3 seconds.
Yeah, I have one pot.
I use it.
It's okay.
Oh, someone's trying to. Ooh.
It's just
Keep
these
the spiders.
We're good. Everyone's gonna get down to 5 hearts and no abilities anymore.
Dude, what the fuck?
Okay.
Jump
Game
in,
on.
jump in.
Go.
I died.
I died too.
Oh fuck, me too.
Oh, Wally Bear.
It's okay. I got a
Oh,
couple-
good round though.
They did really good.
Yeah.
Dude, I just got hit by this stray hit from like a spider. It was so tough. While I was jumping.
We're doing good. We're second right now.
That was not bad.
Second guy.
We got second in that game. Not as
Nice,
much as
good
we
job.
like to, so I don't know if
Yeah.
we're gonna be in second overall.
No,
it might have
that
been
wasn't
like
enough
4th
points.
because this blue team caught up by a lot. But
True.
We did. We did gain a little
Both
bit.
kids Feinberg. Damn.
Yeah, there it is.
Let's go.
Nice. Good job.
Individual.
Low.
Hannah.
I guess I got the kills late. Okay, that sucks.
All right, Hannah. Overall. Okay.
Oh damn.
Wow. First, second, third was
place, eh?
close.
Jeez.
Yeah, 4th, just because blue did really well. That's surprising. Actually,
We can
not really.
still come back on them, right?
I was gonna say blues all FPS and
It's
gamers.
hard to have a lot of point differential in the hide and seek. Like, we're probably not going to.
Okay.
But that's okay.
I have really good hiding spots.
That's okay.
Okay.
Okay, we're chilling.
Oh
am I
god, the
overall?
stress is eating me alive.
28th. Just dropping.
Oh man, I'm dropping as well.
Playing healer, you just don't get as much like individual points. Because like
Yeah.
everything
Oh,
is
I
so
did 9th
cooldown based.
last game. I healed so much. That was really good.
Last game leaderboard.
Hell yeah.
25th now.
Damn.
Okay, so the fairy healing
Yeah.
roll is really good because you're just constantly healing everyone.
Yeah, medic has like a hard cooldown if you use your main pots.
Mm.
And you're just sitting there with a heart, hoping for the best.
Well, healing actually did a number for me. That was crazy.
Yeah, that's huge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Damn, they really caught up with that 3K.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
I mean, SK is a PvP gamer in every other game. Not surprised.
I'm actually
Wow,
being constantly haunted by this one clip now of you, Fine, where it's like you hiding and me and Corey just run onto you. It's
Oh, yeah. Oh, that sounds pretty good game.
It's fine. Yeah, fuck you.
Okay, guys, is there any strats for the last game?
Don't get found.
Don't get
That's it,
found.
really.
Yeah, hide. Just
Is
hide.
it just simple hide and seek?
Yes.
Kind
Yeah, yeah,
of, but like, can they kind of see you sometimes?
No, you
No,
have
it's
no
mostly-
name tags at all. There's like a sonar ability that just lets them know people like exist.
Yeah.
Okay.
But like
it
you
doesn't
don't get
point them to
revealed.
you.
Yeah, you don't get revealed or anything.
Cool.
But is it like can we
You can run.
like look do we look like a block or something or like
No,
like
no.
our
It's just
scale?
hide and seek with the. It's just hide and seek with people. Like
You just have to like
Yes.
ram yourself into little like nooks and crannies and stuff.
This is not possible.
Having hide and seek this late is wild.
Yeah.
Because it's such a anything can kind of happen.
Kind of. You played this, right?
Yeah, it's just there's a lot of like potential RNG, just depending on where people go first.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was
But
in,
also, you can enter a bad room, like a really shitty room, right away, and that's not
Yep.
as fun. So it's all about finding that good room,
that good.
that
Any
good
fissures?
hidey hole room. Maybe getting high up, you know,
Yeah, high up usually goes well.
little parkour.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just fishing. I caught a perch. Wow.
Tough choice.
Event paused. Discourse den.
It was about to start. Oh, and it's still
Okay.
about to start.
What shall we vote?
I'm going to this gray one.
The illusion of choice.
Just beating up Pete.
I don't even want to be in that slice of pizza anymore, anyways.
No. Just teabag at him.
Hunt fighting game.
Okay.
Just
We're
hitting him while he
sending-
flies.
Okay. We got this. We got this.
Okay.
Do we stick together
What's up?
or like
No,
No, don't stick
It's
together.
not an individual game at all.
Wait, is
Especially
it-
like
is it like 5v5 or is it everyone
no,
on one map?
every one team. There's 8 rounds. Each round, one team hunts. Everybody else hides.
Yeah.
Oh,
And they hunt
okay.
for a minute and a half.
Okay, okay,
And
okay.
Yeah,
if you
yeah, yeah.
survive the full minute and a half, then you get a lot of points. And then when we're hunting and you get kills, you get points. That's it.
Yo, diamond hands.
If they see you run,
Yeah. And try to make them kill someone else first.
that's always a good
Yeah.
idea.
Griefing is okay in this.
Yep. Oh, we bullied Pete on the Rivals channel.
Was that on the Rivals channel?
Yeah.
Oh, we're monsters.
What did we say?
What do we say? He deserved
Did
it.
we say anything crazy?
New room.
Look at Aqua.
So blue team first. Look for a good room.
This room's really annoying.
Oh, we can't see much. They've covered them up
One of
more.
them- does one of them have a skin layer on right now? Did they prepare for this? No way.
Wait, what?
Oh my god, they
Look at
did.
them. Oh, wow. That's
Can you
crazy.
do
is
that?
Is this blue one here the new map? East?
That-
There's a lot of new rooms, yeah.
That's a
okay.
wild thing.
What?
Just
They
being a
change their
skin map.
skins?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, they're both dirt. Yeah.
They try hard.
That's crazy.
That's wild.
Oh, I'm nervous. Okay, don't be nervous. We only have half a heart. That's crazy.
Sweaty for charity. Okay, which way y'all going? Pick a cardinal direction.
East.
It just doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. Like, just find a good spot. Obviously, if you're hiding somewhere with a lot of other people and then like they check it, like maybe you can outrun a few of them if they all try to chase. But like, I I can't explain the strategy that well.
Yeah.
There's no strategy. It's literally just hide.
No, that
Like,
is
that's
so
it.
opposite of true, but it's okay.
Really?
I think this game has the highest skill expression in the entire roster.
Really?
Okay, well,
Yeah.
then explain
It's-
why I've
it's-
been top 10 every time I've played it.
Because you're good at Blitzlight, and that's just life.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
you're
okay.
just good.
Different
Skill issues.
views.
Do you need one hit to get found?
Yeah.
just
One hit and you're done.
Yeah.
one and done. Ooh,
Oh, I
like this room.
don't like this room.
Oh god, I don't like it at all.
Oh no, I don't like this room.
man.
Do we see the seekers through the
Oh,
through
this
the
is
screen,
bad.
through the wall?
Dude, how do you
Yeah,
cave?
you always have this.
This is
shit.
bad.
I can't believe it.
This room sucks.
It's okay.
You can see them. You can see them.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm scared, guys.
They left us. Oh no, they're
And your
here.
heart will beat when they're close.
Okay.
Bro, I'm literally.
Oh, I got found. Damn, that room sucks. Do not go into the whatever Krabby Patty room.
Okay.
Oh, it is SpongeBob. Wait, it's a SpongeBob room. It is a Krabby
No
Patty.
way.
I'm in a terrible fucking room right now, but I see the line. Like I
Yeah,
see.
it's Squidward's
I
house.
see what I'm supposed to do.
That's the Krusty Krab. Don't go to the Krusty Krab. It sucks.
Nah, it's got a good spot. It's got the skibidi toilet spot.
Do
Someone
not
said
go.
Emma's good at hiding from men. Yay!
Hooray! Okay, this
Oh,
is,
they're all on your side, guys. That's very scary.
Should I move, Feinberg?
this spot is pretty good. And where you're at, this is a good spot.
Oh god,
Oh,
oh,
dude,
god,
yeah.
we're fucked. We're fucked. Okay, we're fucked.
To get up here, they have to climb through this house, and there's 2 ways to get out.
Yeah. I just got unlucky that they turned on me where I was.
Dude, how? I was so close. They were in my room the whole time. That's so rough, man.
Hi, Fawn.
Nice. Let's
Welcome
go.
in.
Good job, good job,
Good job, good job.
Huge. Wow, that's a
Good
good
job.
spot.
Good job. Oh yeah, wicked, wicked.
All right, who's in here
Now
now?
they're gonna be different rooms.
Oh yeah, the rooms are different. Good. Krusty Krab sucked. Was
The
bad.
Krusty Krab pizza is the pizza for you and me.
I don't
It's
like
so
that
weird
one.
hearing the English version.
Oh, what's yours?
Oh yeah, sing it.
Die krosse Krabbe Pizza ist die Pizza für dich und mich. I guess it should be like this. I love SpongeBob, man.
Uh-oh, I don't know if I like this room, D-Tune.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
here
God,
though.
my room
Em,
sucks, my
go
room
somewhere
sucks.
else. Okay, you're going up there.
Good. Yeah, they can't see me here.
Yeah, I don't like this room either.
It's GG for me.
Oh my god, who just showed up here?
I don't know, but you have to parkour to get to where I am, so I'm kind of happy with this.
Oh, there's fucking wait. Oh, he's gonna chase me the whole fucking time. What's the best thing?
I'm dead.
Oh.
Yeah.
You're
I
okay.
actually left me at the very end. Oh,
Really high up.
Yeah, somebody's in the sky.
just wrong.
Is that Kevin? Okay,
I don't know where the best spot is.
I'm dead.
40 seconds.
I'm just gonna hold my breath forever.
Come on, you saw them, not me.
Don't move, just don't move, just don't move, just don't move, just don't move. Just don't move.
Oh my god. Okay, they're not gonna come back. That was
Oh,
so
Good
close.
spot, man. Good spot. Good spot.
Oh,
That was,
I'm trying to like,
I almost
trying to do it in terms
peed
of
my
visibility.
pants.
Like, what would they see?
I read the logo on their pants. They were way too close to me. Oh,
Sneak and Anthos just got bound. That's really good for us.
true. Okay, someone come back in here. No. Oh, we
I
win.
think we're fine.
We win.
Yeah, we're good.
Oh yeah.
Oh, someone's coming to you.
No, you're good. You're good. You're
Spyro,
good.
You got this. Oh, you're good, man.
Easy.
Nice. Do we also get points if we survive?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get points if you survive. There's no team like bonus for team surviving, but
Okay, alrighty.
Oh, okay, we're
us.
going.
That's
All right, everybody pick a wall.
I'm
I'm
looking
gonna
east.
pick a wall that's different from other people. Just stick to the wall.
I'm red,
Just, like,
red, red, red,
stand
red,
on the
west.
wall.
I'm going
I'm
west.
going east.
Yep. And
Okay,
then
I'm
just
going
run
south.
and do this.
Dun, dun, dun.
Can you put on hitboxes or is it like cheating?
No.
Boxes doesn't work at all.
Okay. I mean, you have to try, right?
Just run the way your wall was. Datoon, go forward. Go south.
Yeah, I'm going south.
Feels cruel.
Okay, good luck, guys. Ugh.
Oh, and then this platoon.
Got Froggy. That was personal. Okay, nobody here. Oh.
0 players nearby. That's so epic. Wow.
Oh god, I lost the person I was chasing.
I keep hearing people, but I don't know where they are.
Found 2 people.
Is that a person, chat? Is that somebody stuck in the water? Yes, they were stuck in the water? How are they doing that?
Oh, fuck.
You have to hold shift?
What?
But they look so tiny. Ah. They were in the wall. That's so cheap.
I haven't seen a single person yet. This is really bad.
There's
got
speed
fire
battle.
breath
You should not be jumping right now.
Yeah. Okay, nothing there.
Oh, jumping's bad. I didn't know
Yes.
that.
Well, just at the very end.
I've only
my
found
God, nice. I
2.
found
I've
one
only
more.
found 2.
I've found none. I've seen nobody.
Okay, I got 4 or something. Yeah, 4.
I got 8.
I got 2.
8? Holy shit.
Blue
Good
is
job.
coming back fast. Oh my god.
Rough, dude.
No. The points. The points for this game are gonna be so even.
Oh, I don't like this one. I'm gonna go east.
I think I'm
Reading something.
Oh my god.
Pete's on my wall.
I don't
Come
really
fuck with
like
that room, dude.
I hate this room.
Oh my god. I suck.
Oh, nope. Hiding up here.
Oh my god, I really suck.
Somebody's head is inside my head. Oh my god. Oh no, there's too many people here.
I can't believe everyone's saying GG in chat for this spot. Like, you guys just are so unaware of like the power of this spot. You're just unaware in my chat.
Let them know. Let them know.
Tell him.
I don't know who this is, but I'm making friends with somebody.
Sure is upset with me.
I actually hate where I am right now, but I can't move.
I hate where I am too. Who's in the room with me? Somebody's high up.
I think everyone thinks everyone's gonna be hidden really high up. I think so. That's saving me.
No one has even been in our room yet.
Same here.
I've had a dude inside of my left butt cheek this whole time, and I.
Yeah, I have a little throuple going on over here.
Oh my god.
Oh, they're so
One
close.
Touch me.
One guy is coming towards my room.
No, it was like 10 seconds left, and I got.
Okay.
Okay, I
nice.
make it. I make it.
Saw
I make
that,
it.
Pyro.
That was tough.
Nobody
got it.
came into this room at all.
Yeah, same.
Everybody wants me. And I'm
Nice.
very scared.
Yo,
Wow.
let's go. Good job.
Yo, 4
Okay.
survives. That's really good.
How is blue so good?
Yeah, they just kicked it on.
They are nimble. They're nimble.
They just waited to the end to just like pop off.
Wow, there's 4.
Pop off, queens.
Fruit's going that way. Why does fruit always go the way that I fucking want to go, dude? And that's shitty. You're in red. No, it's not shitty. This guy's always going my fucking
That
way.
looks like the worst idea.
Oh god, I hate this room.
Oh, I don't
it's
think
the room with the Oh yeah, I know this.
Oh god.
Wait,
Okay.
maybe I should leave this room.
My position is so bad.
I'm just gonna do
I might have to
this.
stay in this room. I'm sorry.
No. QB, just play like move yourself around the corners and stuff. Like this room's really good. Cause it's so hard for them to look everywhere and like you know where they're coming from. So you can like block the line of sight kind of. Like this room is
Oh.
we'll be alive here.
Okay.
Okay, this isn't a bad spot.
This room is so good.
This isn't a bad spot. Oh, fuck. Oliver just scared the hell out of me.
Going to pee my pants.
It's also
my
really annoying
pants,
to
my
clear.
pants.
Like, it's
I'm
so
going
tough.
to pee my pants. I'm
You have to, like,
going
look
to
around.
cry.
They're right on the other side of the wall from me.
Look, he's so overwhelmed. There's so many places you can go in this room to be like, we're so good, you know? Like, we're so good.
Oh my
Even
god.
he goes
Come on,
in there
Bear.
once and like, but there's
He's
full of
leaving.
things. Yeah, this room's
Let's
so
go.
good. If you see this room again, stay in this room. This room is so
Yeah.
good.
Oh my god.
Good job, guys.
Oh, that was so close. Oh, I'm clenched.
Okay, 30 seconds, guys.
Bro, I'm so lucky right now.
I forgot to breathe. Okay, 20 seconds.
It sucks. They just didn't check any other stand. That's wild.
Hunters have
2
speed.
people on my one. Fuck, man.
Whoa.
Oh, unlucky.
Oh my god, we got this.
Okay, we're good. We're good.
Good job.
Hey, keep you look how good
job.
this room's perfect.
Dang, let's go.
We made it. Let's go.
Oh! Oh!
Let's go.
Oh my god.
Yes.
We're getting the top 2.
Oh, we done? We gotta be done. I'm so stressed.
No way.
Okay, one more.
Left,
One
man.
more.
Three more. Well, haha.
3 more.
I want it to be over right now.
Yeah,
I want it to be over.
This has to end.
Oh, this corner is fuck me. What is this shit?
What is this
They
room
just, like,
I'm
add
looking
new
at?
rooms for fun. Yay! I mean, it is fun.
I love Block War. It's so fun.
I don't think I like this.
Who's hunting?
Oh.
Actually,
Okay, I'm going here.
Wow, this spot is
This is not great.
crazy.
Oh, there's someone else. Oh, there's so many people.
This
Oh,
one
hey,
where
I
you
lived
are?
with you last time.
Oh, I guess my room
Chat,
sucks.
who is this? Whose skin is this?
Oh, I might
They were
be
with me
dead.
last time.
should I go higher up, Feinberg?
Oh my god, this guy just scared me. Why would he do that?
Is that Froggy? I don't know what
I
that
got
was.
caught. Shadoon got me.
Okay.
Oh, how's purple alive in this room?
I hated that
Seems
room,
good
bro.
Sometimes. Maybe this spot's just so clean because it's so far out of the way.
Oh, we are in trouble in here.
It's okay.
Wait, are we not in trouble?
Shouldn't be
We're in
the
trouble.
fountain.
Are we not in trouble? We might be in trouble.
God damn it, Kevin. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
Why would you say that to Kevin?
I just thought it was funny. Oh, that's a good
I
spot.
tried to save me, but ran into another one's CK hiding spot, and he got fucked also.
Why is this dude trying to jump in and expose you?
Griefing. Oh my
you
god.
guys still alive?
Stop griefing. I'm still alive.
Yeah, you might be screwed.
Nice.
Oh, you're good.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh? Oh? They don't know. They don't know.
They don't know.
They don't know! Oh my god. Yay, 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 yay.
You made
yay,
it.
Yay, yay.
Nice.
Good
Nice,
job.
good job, guys.
Who's
I don't like how
this?
many rounds Aqua are surviving.
Yeah, they're crushing it. Thunder. Thunder. Hear the thunder. Oh, there's my pin.
What?
Wow, 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 wow. Thunder. Congo line? Oh, don't like this
Bro, I
one.
hate when people get inside my head. Like, get out of my head.
Yeah,
Watch the
same.
spot. Watch the spot. This is a perfect spot. Get in here and get on the lower trapdoor.
Can I not make this jump?
Get lower and then crouch.
Oh my god, I can't make this
Yeah.
jump.
And we just don't move at all.
Okay.
If we get caught, it's GG.
Oh, I'm going
I
here.
trust you, man. I trust you.
Damn, someone got snapped immediately.
I guess we're dead.
Yeah, Turbo.
No.
Great.
You're good, you're good, you're good. They don't know, they don't know, they know.
That's okay. That's okay. I got that work the other 2 times I did it. That's okay. It's the stupid, the sonar thing actually helped them. They said,
Oh, he got me from around the corner?
that is my bad.
How did they hit from the hitbox was wild. All right, let's Early death.
Yo, shut up, bro.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh.
How'd they get me?
Thanos snapped.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, jeez.
How are you still alive?
That's a great spot, Pyro.
Yeah, because they have to parkour to get to you?
Well, they can just like jump and hit me if they see me, right? But if I dance around it, I should be okay.
Oh. I got snapped from around the corner.
That was a really good spot.
I like it. It's nice. I get to hurl insults at Shane from here. It's good.
Twitch rivals mentioned me in a story. Oh no.
Not again. Not again.
They
On
had a good
Instagram?
hunting round.
Yeah. Oh, it's our win at the on battle. Good.
Oh, nice.
It's not me bullying anyone.
W's. Nope.
Dude, they see everything. It's crazy.
Okay, last round, guys.
Okay, lock it in.
I'm locking.
I'm locked. I'm locked.
I'm locked.
I forgot to unlock.
Okay, Em, I'm
My
going with
body's
you.
locked.
Let's go.
All right, let's do this. Trust me. Trust me, bro.
Oh, what is this library room? Oh, wow.
Oh god, this room sucks.
This room might actually suck. But trust
Library.
Me,
What a nerd room. Am I
Oh
right?
god, I'm fucked.
Yeah, this
Oh,
room.
wow. This is actually.
I'm in a bad spot.
worse than abysmal. Yeah.
I'm in a bad spot.
Oh, God,
I'm in
fucked,
Ohio.
fucked.
Yeah. In a bad place right now. Not mentally. Just Melbourne.
Just Melbourne.
Melvin.
Melbourne.
I'm in a. Oh my god, they are Congo lining. They said they were gonna Congo line.
It's team is split. There's 3 of them, 2 of them playing, 3 of them playing for content.
Join in. Oh my god.
I don't trust Tubbo. Tubbo could be a malicious trickster here. I'm not sure.
Nah, they got shooters on their team. I'm not falling for that.
Uh-oh. There's a guy in my area.
I'm detected.
Oh no. They're on each of you. Oh no.
Ah!
Did they give up? Did they give up?
They got me. They gave up on you.
Oh my god, they
Yep,
did
they
give
gave
up on me.
You did good.
How they definitely saw me. I'm in a bad place.
Really? 3 guys of them just sneaking?
Pennsylvania.
Melvin.
Oh, murder.
Red-Ins is crazy, dude.
Playing for glory. Bad guy, no peace, no love.
This is a great,
You guys
this is
are
a great
doing
room.
fantastic.
Scammed.
This is awesome.
Yeah, there's like 40 hiding spots in this room. Like this like tank, like army battalion room. This is like an insane room for spots.
This is great.
I love when Twitch will clip something because it's just total gamer face.
Yeah.
Just locked all the way in.
Completely. Yep.
Like, thanks, y'all.
Well, we definitely didn't make it up. It's probably
get
just
DC'd?
whatever the 2 teams that were.
I got DC'd.
You got DC'd? Oh, wait.
Yeah, it
oh.
kicked me out.
Oh, because it's the score breakdown.
Look at the chat. Okay.
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 It's just probably gonna be orange and purple in the top 2, and I think I got second individual. Like I'm pretty sure, which is chill.
If I get top
Good
20
job.
this rate, I'll take that.
What does the gold mean?
This is Patreon.
Oh.
Patreon peoples. Top 10 individ.
Yeah, it's okay to get not first. Oh my god,
Gummo?
Gumi 10.
Okay,
Oh,
okay, okay.
Gumi, pop off.
Okay, okay.
Well, dishonorable at that last one. I'm just gonna throw it out there. Hannah.
Sleepy, love that.
Sleepy.
Sleepy did great.
Yeah. And Frost.
Oh my god, there's a big gap.
Wow. Oh my
5
god.
up?
Oh, it's so close.
Aqua might actually have
That
caught
looks great.
purple.
Fruit
Oh
berries.
man.
Fruit
Probably a
berries?
It'll be purple then.
Oh, maybe you-
Purple.
No, I'm second. I'm second.
Fine.
I didn't catch up enough. Yeah,
Fine.
that's me.
Yeah,
The
good
second
job.
It's
Yeah.
also very good, man. Good
And
job.
then
Well done.
Firebreath
GG.
Man.
That guy's skilled.
Gamer.
Gamer.
Alright, where was I?
I pulled it together.
Alright, 15.
26. I'll
QB,
take
you got
26.
20.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Top half.
Wait, how do I know your? How do you know your?
It's
Just
set in
scroll
chat.
up in chat.
Oh,
And you got 28th.
28th. Let's go.
good.
I think last time I was
Thanks.
29th or 30th, so hey, I'll take it.
The problem is with my average is I think people have made videos about it. I've fallen effect to the Feinberg buff. Like I played more games with you than
Fourth.
without you. So it's,
Yeah,
We're
fourth makes
fourth.
sense. Just keeping that game almost changes no score. I'd be shocked if it wasn't orange purple. It's either orange purple or orange aqua.
Aqua's it?
It should be.
I'll take
yeah,
fourth.
It's just so hard to make up 800 points.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
Wow.
Actually, shake up. They actually won the
Guys,
Sun.
that was
Orange
so
or purple?
good.
Orange, because purple was third. Orange or purple was.
that is so sick.
Wow.
Yeah, it should be orange. I mean, maybe not.
Oh.
That's cool. That's
Wow.
really cool.
Okay.
Okay.
Maybe,
So a little bit of an
maybe
upset.
Shane purple is balanced. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Wow.
Huge W's.
I've already got the you're kind of washed DM lined up for Shane.
All right.
I'm so proud of myself, guys. I didn't even train for this.
Job.
No, I didn't.
Good job, guys. Good job.
Got invited. I was
Wait,
like,
why are we back in the game?
Because
What's going
it's
on?
the spectate. The final.
Oh. It spawned me in the middle, away from everybody. Oh, I guess we can't see each other. Right.
I want SK, my queen, to win. Come on, SK.
Oops.
SK.
I think I'm rooting for orange purely because I got like screwed.
versus
Actually, no, they won't screw me
Sleepy.
over
Wait.
in Pleaf.
That's actually sick.
7-minute break. Okay. Oh, they're gonna do some interviews or something. All right. All right. That's 7 minutes of Merge Farm Valley. Hell yeah.
It's the final. Come on.
Yeah, but we got 7 minutes.
Interview? What interview?
They said
Interview?
7-minute break.
7-minute
Yeah,
break.
7 minute,
Okay.
yeah. That's why I'm like, all right, I think I can just do this.
Oh, Sneak, chill. All right. Chat, how we feeling? We were... Was it 20? Oh god, I already forget. 20 what overall? Oh yeah, Kevin's song. Wait, this is a perfect time to listen to Kevin's song. I don't remember. It was 26th? 4th? What was it? 26th? All right. I'm saying fellow Germans in chat. Germans in chat, how do I find this song? It's music time. All right, here we go. Oh yeah, is it on YouTube or Spotify? I don't know why I assumed it was on Spotify. Is a music video? Oh my god, we're running it. We're running it. All right, let them know. Let them know we're running it.
Do you guys give a speech too, or is it just me?
I'm listening to Kevin's song.
Oh,
No, man.
I gave a fourth place speech.
With the music video.
You guys were such a great team. The vibes have been so
Yeah,
nice.
it was very.
Yeah, this team was
very cool.
awesome. So much fun.
Thank you. I was scared that you guys would hate me because
true.
I pull everything
Yeah,
back.
same.
But I had such a good time. Yeah, good job, everybody.
And it's like we said, every game. They always want to have fun. And, like,
Yo!
Wait, what are you saying go to?
Kevin's song, let's go.
It's good. Are you embarrassed?
It's AI generated.
Yo, the beat is so sick.
Nah, it's not.
Okay, it's like, wow.
Okay, music video.
Talks about it.
Roadrunner, baby, ich bin gleich bei dir. It was a phase of mine.
Heute Nacht mein Bruder.
Like 3 years ago or
phase?
something.
Es läuft, Travis Goosebumps.
Music was your passion, you
Mehr,
could say?
vielleicht
No. Maybe at that time, but not yet.
What made you stop?
Wenn es läuft, Travis
Like
Goosebumps.
time and focusing more on streaming.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, like 10 years ago or something?
So you're like 40.
I started watching Twitch when it was called Justin.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's Soda, Rackful, and Forsen, yeah.
Yeah, man.
What got you guys like into streaming at first?
Wait, that was sick.
League of Legends.
Wait, that was sick.
I was playing Classic WoW when it came out in 2019.
Here's the thing. I don't know what he's saying, so if the lyrics are cringy, I don't know. I have no idea what they are. But the thing is, it was a fucking vibe. I don't know what he's saying, but the voice, the vibe, it was there. Yo, I could.
Shawty ruft mich an bei FaceTime, Lippen sind rot, Hotline blinken wie die Drake-Line, sie ist alone.
Like, this is a vibe!
Rein und laufe los, brauch ihren Standort, denn ich weiß nicht, wo sie wohnt. Vibe zu 60s, Elvis hit it different. Can't help falling in love, nicht nur ein bisschen. Viel gesehen, doch weiß nicht, was heute Nacht passiert. Roadrunner, Baby, ich bin gleich bei dir. Sie ist heute Nacht beim Bruder.
AirPods in my mouth and I chew. Listen, I chew on a lot of things. I vibe with it. I gotta glaze them up.
Instead of moving out in like a day. And
Where are you moving to?
Oh, he's
Canberra.
He's
It's like
muted.
DC.
Oh, okay.
It slapped.
Yeah. So I got to work up there full time for a
What
while,
did I say?
and then
It's
nice.
I'll be back.
It slapped.
Do you stream like? Do you stream like every day or?
I try to. I mean, it's not my main hustle. I mean, like I'm a student right now, so I'm trying to balance like student stuff, getting a full time job, sort of transitioning from my part time job and streaming at the same time.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
I
What about
chew on
yourself?
things anyway.
Yeah.
That
Put
would
a hole
stress
through
me
the
out.
night,
I'd
AirPods
get
in my mouth
scared.
and
Yeah.
chew.
No, it's tough.
Keep me awake while I'm doing
I
night job with her.
stream
Yo,
full-time.
bars.
Yeah.
Bars.
And yeah, I was studying for. I finished my undergraduate degree, and then I was studying for law school, and then
Whoa.
this ended up working out, and I was like, okay, I'm just gonna stick with this because I love it so much, and it was a good choice.
Is there another song I have to listen to?
Nah, I tried to give it a go, but I didn't really hustle hard enough, and I was like,
If there's another song I gotta listen to, I gotta
I'm
listen to
gonna
it
go
again.
study.
That's fair. That's totally fair.
Yeah.
Another one?
What's your degree?
All right, running it
international
back.
Studies with like a major in global security.
Wow, that's so cool. What the heck?
Yeah, it's kind of depressing because I have to read the news every day. But
Wait.
like once you get over that,
What
it's
is
like,
it?
Yeah, you get it right.
Oh yeah,
What
that's
about-
why I got
what
off
did you
Twitter.
What did you
Because
study?
people. Oh, I studied business and law, so it was a
First one?
pre-law
Oh,
degree.
was it the first one?
Whoa.
It was really fun. Actually, very useful for this industry.
Wait, I want to listen to.
It's like a wild west out here. People trying to take advantage of streamers left and right. So.
I want to listen to more of his stuff. Does he have more songs out there?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, I actively.
Is it
ignore the
this?
news.
Oh my god. Well, now I'm worried. RIP headphone users? Nine years ago? No, not this one. Jenny, is it wrong? Oh god. Okay, I'm gonna give it one peek. You are listening to horrible things.
So long.
Oh. Okay, never mind. We're back in. The music just scared the hell out of me.
And then I got invited to a bunch of these meetings, and then I just met them all, and they were very nice.
Oh, awesome. Nice.
What are you discussing?
Oh, so Pyro wants to work in government. He has an internship with the government in Australia, but he wants to do like international stuff. So I was just telling him that I like knew the Canadian delegation and then also the Saudi Arabian delegation pretty well.
If you want U.S. political brain rot, I'm your guy.
Oh no, no, I changed my stream from a Minecraft stream to like a results stream back on the 5th.
Ah.
Last month.
Yeah,
And, that's like.
I cover a lot of politics over here.
Oh yeah, me too. Damn, because usually, especially in Minecraft chats, it's like a no politics rule, and fair enough. Like I don't blame them. Like people are stupid on Twitch; they don't know how to talk about it.
Yeah.
But I love talking about it. It's awesome.
Yeah, my thing is I'm a pansexual person of color, so I gotta. There's a lot of things that are like directly affecting, so I'm like, I want to build a space where we can exist.
100%. No, I have a lot of young people, so I try to like educate them on stuff, bring them into it.
The only education I do is telling people that they should shower more and wash their legs.
True.
Which apparently nobody does. No, people don't wash their legs in the shower. They just think the trickle down water soap effect is like effective.
There's
I
no
know,
shot
it's
that's
disgusting.
real. There's no shot that's real.
No, it's a real thing. Ask your chat right now.
Chat, do you wash your legs?
No,
No, everyone here 100% washes their legs.
No, they don't.
Yes.
Yes.
I wash my legs, but sometimes only, like every every 3 days or something.
Every 3 days. That's honestly fine. That's actually better than 90% of the world, probably. That's really good.
Yeah, wash your legs and feet.
One in chat, if you don't wash your legs, just let us know.
I think we found we have a way different demographic.
No, bro, they don't wash their legs. And if they're telling you they do, they're lying.
No, they don't lie to me here.
No, they do.
They're
They do lie
painfully mean
you.
to
I know
me,
brat-
unfortunately.
They're called brat chat for the reason.
Yeah,
that
because
called
they're
brat chat.
a little too nice sometimes, where it's like, okay, you didn't have to be that blunt about it.
True. Everyone thinks that body wash and soap do the same thing, though. How about that?
Wait, what does that mean? Are people using hand soap on their body?
Well, body wash isn't as good as soap, like an
Yeah.
actual bar.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, you'll smell way better if you use soap versus if you use body wash.
It also depends
it's a
on
whole thing.
what you use to like apply the soap. I heard some people just use their hands to put soap on their body, and I'm like,
That makes me want to die.
huh?
Really?
Wait, what?
Yeah.
I do that. Yeah.
Wait,
You use your hand?
What do you mean?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, what?
Obviously,
How do you
use your hand.
exfoliate?
Yeah.
No,
Wait,
no,
how-
you
how
gotta
you
use
guys
like
do it?
like a
Oh my
loofah.
God, get a loofah.
Or like
You
a
have to
loofah.
exfoliate.
Or like a
what is
rag.
loofah?
I'm gonna link it to you.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
I-
add you as a
Like
friend,
a
and I'm gonna
sponge?
link
Is
it
like
to
a
you.
sponge or something?
Kind
Like
of.
More abrasive.
I guess my mom uses this.
You should
I'm
use
adding
it
you
too.
guys.
EU friends, help me. What's it called over there?
It
Something-
exfoliates you. It's very worth it. You need it.
Okay, I'm following blue. I want Aqua to win. Oh.
Did you just type
Yeah.
that in the freaking game chat?
Did
Yeah, I just wanted to see what people's thoughts were, but I got it.
Wash your
I
legs.
feel like there's something more important going on. right
Do
now.
you use your hands to apply soap?
Bomb.
You want it to
Or
hurt
are
after
you
you're done, you know?
normal? Question mark. Does that mean?
Wait, you always use a loofah?
Yeah.
Of
When you take a
course. You gotta
shower.
get that first layer of
What
skin
the
off.
fuck?
Kev, you also like wash with your hands,
Kevin.
right?
Are you guys 40 or something?
Wait, what do you
No,
think?
you
What do you
got
think
10
we're
layers
saying?
of dead skin buildup right now. What are you talking about,
What
bro?
the
You're
fuck?
crusty. I know you're crusty.
My
You use the
grandparents
loofah
used
to,
use this. What the
and your
fuck?
skin will be
No,
so much
bro, I
smoother,
know
and
your
you'll smell
legs-
better.
Yes. You carry scent
Now
around
I
in your leg hairs,
understand
bro.
how we
Telling you
didn't
right
win. What the fuck?
Now. Because we're clean?
My
Because
teammates
we're
are like
cleaner than
80
you?
or something.
Because we're
my God.
clean.
Me in with them. Do not lump
What
me in
the
with this.
fuck?
I'm like,
Kevin, when's your birthday?
In January,
All right. Oh, it's coming up.
Dude, when in January?
24th.
Dude,
Wow, Archer's one.
All right. So that means I'm sending you a loofah, a rag, sponge.
A bar of soap.
I'm using soap, guys. Just,
One single
I
bar
put it
of
on
soap.
with my hands.
No,
dude.
It's totally normal. It's totally normal. Everyone
I
in
don't know how the
Germany,
Germans
everyone
do
in
that, but
Germany
that's
use
freaking-
their hands.
But,
It's
do you
totally
guys-
normal.
Do you have
know
the
it,
toilets that are like the plate where your poop just sits on the plate? Or,
What are you saying,
Wait,
Em?
on a plate? Wait, we don't shit
yeah,
on
when I went to
plates.
Austria, when I
We
went to
just shit in the
Austria,
toilet.
guys, when I went
We
to
don't shit on
Austria,
plates.
their toilets in
What the
Austria
fuck?
were
America's
crazy.
fucked up, guys.
No,
NA is cooked.
Okay, when I went to Austria,
No.
they
She's
had the
Canadian. Don't lump me into
craziest
this.
toilet I've
In
ever
Austria?
seen. Yes, it was crazy. Hold on,
I've never been to
I'll send you
Austria.
a picture of the toilet.
Of the poop plate?
I don't know. I guess I don't need it. It's fine.
You poop on. Oh my god,
I
it's
guess
so
I don't need
fucked up.
to pick off the toilet.
Clutch? Is there a clutch? SK clutch?
Oh, Chat is calling. Chat is saying me. It's called in Germany or in Austria Flachspüler.
It's awful. It's like the worst thing you'll ever see.
Oh, so they know.
We have a.
Oh, like
it-
where you can shit on a plate. I see.
What does that mean?
In Germany we say Ablage.
It's so bad. I'm gonna send it to our group
Yeah,
chat.
yeah, I see.
I'm so bummed that I know this information
Yeah.
now.
You can look what your shit looks like before it enters the
They
water,
want to
right?
see it. It's like a
So,
thing that they
so you
wanna
poop
see.
on a
It's
plate and then you put the plate
But
into
you
the
always
toilet?
should check your shit after you poop, right? To check if you're like healthy and stuff.
So that's like a medical thing.
I would
course.
check a
I
dog
always
shit,
check
but I
my
wouldn't
poop.
check. Really?
Oh.
Yeah, of course, of
See,
course.
now you're weird. Now you're weird because now
You check your
stand
poop
up,
and then
you
wash-
lie down in your
Weird because
dookie,
I
and
check
then
my
you
poop
sniff
for,
it,
like-
and then yeah, you're weird.
But then you use.
You check your shit and you wash your body
I
with
check
your
my
hands.
shit. I check my shit for like I don't know. any
But
kind of,
you think
like,
using a
illness
wash
or
rag is
something.
weird?
Yeah,
you have a-
your wash rag is fucking weird.
Do you
guys.
have a
What the
poop
fuck?
journal?
Nobody, I
Do you have a poop
I
journal?
guess I don't
I
have
can't believe you don't know how
one
to shower.
friend who uses like a loofah. No one uses this shit.
No one uses a
Everybody
rag.
uses loofahs.
Okay, don't like pick it up and put it under a fucking microscope. Just look at it when it's in the bowl. Like that's it. That's all you need to do. Like,
Bro
if it is
takes out a
long,
sample and
brown,
sends
but-
it in.
Dylan,
But do you use the loofah for your balls and ass and shit?
Yeah,
does it
everywhere,
work?
and then you get a new one.
Nah, that's cap. That's cap. That's cap.
Are they
That's
like
cap.
one use kind of thing?
Okay,
One
one in
use?
chat if you've used a loofah or a towel.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
one in chat if you do use
What is a
anything but
washing
your
towel?
hands.
Yeah.
Like just a
Hello?
towel.
Oh,
Or
It's-
just
it's like a
anything,
small
hand
one, right?
wash rag, or
that
loofah.
you get wet kind of thing.
Oh,
yeah.
so wow, it's like almost everybody.
In
Literally
my chat, it's like 70-30, I guess.
that use wash rags.
70% you don't use
I'm
it,
looking at all
and
those
30% use
ones.
it.
I'm seeing all them
Oh my
ones.
gosh.
I'm seeing a lot of twos personally.
I'm seeing a whole
Stop
lot
the
of
count.
ones. Stop this steal.
So Minecraft, right?
Yeah.
Minecraft.
Minecraft.
I'm watching it right
Yeah,
now.
Minecraft, right?
See now,
I
like a
prefer-
bunch of North American women
bridges.
are all looking at German men like, what the fuck?
I mean,
I love-
we
I was
wash
gonna-
we wash our bodies. It's not like we're not washing ourselves.
True.
Yeah, you
Ooh.
That's
think
not
you
how it
do.
works.
I love
You
having a
think
completely
you
We
do.
still wash our body,
Yeah,
but just
call
with
it
our
washing
bare
your
hands.
bodies.
I love
We
having
just
a
wash our body with our bare hands.
Wait, Kevin, they call you father feces?
Oh, that's crazy.
Do they call you father feces?
Yeah, yeah, Papa Kacke.
Yo, Aqua's
I make
rolling.
my chat call me daddy too.
Okay.
I'm kidding.
Just okay. They call me. What do y'all call me? God, it's fucking gastral gaslighter is what they call me. Awful. It's awful.
Call me like
Kovu.
shithead.
Oh, they call me Kovu. Lion King 2. Sad.
That's great. That's great.
Sad.
Yeah, looking like a good run for Aqua here. I personally prefer bridges. I think that might be because I've won it
What do
once,
you-
but I just
What are you talking about?
Minecraft.
The Minecraft.
The event that is in front of us.
Oh, I didn't know we were still watching it.
Oh, I'm still watching it. I'm
I
locked
really
in.
don't have a
watching it, I'm
clue what the fuck is going on in
This is
game.
CS:GO.
Counter-Strike.
It's
yeah.
CS:GO, yeah.
The
It's
bomb is
Valorant.
planted.
Yeah.
I want Aqua to win, just because I'm an SK
Yeah.
fan.
I think they've got it.
Let's
to be
go
honest.
SK.
I'm pretty good.
Yeah, they. Oh,
Oh,
oh.
damn, SK popping off, and then
Come on,
died.
Gogi Bird. Oh, they're healing someone? Wow.
Hey,
A
GGs.
sweep. Jeez, almost a sweep.
GGs.
I love women.
Same.
I love women. This was such a fun team.
Yeah, it was so
was
fun
awesome.
playing with you guys.
Yeah,
like
it
this
was a
team a
blast. Thank you
Wow.
guys.
Yes, thank you. Lovely to meet all of you.
Yeah.
Lovely to meet you too.
Good luck in uni and good luck with the move.
Yeah, good luck with your washing stuff. over
Yeah.
there. What the
Learning
fuck?
how to wash your body.
Yo,
for the
good luck
first
checking your
time at the age
poop.
of 45.
Yeah. Okay, maybe I'm trying a loofah or how it's called once. Maybe. Maybe I'll try.
What did I
Give it a try.
undeafen into?
Oh, it was a whole thing.
Oh,
Oh, you missed a lot.
Feinberg, you missed a lot, man. Holy
You
shit.
literally missed.
You
Literally,
missed a
holy
lot,
shit.
bro.
If you want to know a little recap, he doesn't wash his body with a loofah, which is disgusting. And also,
Feinberg,
he poops on a plate.
I don't poop on a plate. Feinberg, do you use a loofah for washing?
I don't use a loofah either.
Do you use your hands?
That's why you're the goat, man. Good job.
No, don't use your hands.
Nice.
Can't
nice.
exfoliate.
Because your hands are already clean in the shower.
But no, it's
Yes,
exfoliating.
man.
It's getting rid of the
That's
dead
what I'm saying.
skin.
You got 10 layers of dead
You
skin
just
on
gotta
there.
scratch at your skin.
That almost made me throw up.
With your nails?
Yeah, you just gotta dig them in there.
Whoa, okay. Okay,
Listen,
now it's getting
fellas.
weird, guys. I'm
This has
leaving.
been the time
Yes,
of my
thank you
life.
so much.
Good
This team
times.
was amazing.
It's very
Thank you for playing.
Bye.
It's
I
so
added
good
you guys
meeting
as
y'all.
friends.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye, farewell.
I'm just gonna stay in the chat by myself. That was so fun. That was so fun. Feral behavior? Nah. Nah. Nah, that wasn't feral behavior. He did shoot himself in the car. Boom, 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 bottom, boom. That was so fun. Classic VC. Classic. That was a good time. I enjoyed that so much. I think that was my favorite team we've had. The vibes were just great. The jokes were great. The vibes were great. The absolute we played pretty well. He did shoot himself in the car. Well, both for those Kevin watchers, I also had a poop in the car incident, and that's how Kevin and I bonded. I also accidentally pooped myself in the car. You don't have to do this? Well, I did. It was an accident. We placed what, 4th overall? I think that's the highest I've ever placed in Rivals. I think that was straight up the highest spot we've ever placed. I think that was huge. Hi Phil, welcome in. But was Kevin's an accident? No, Kevin just let it rip. Kevin was just like, yo, I gotta go. I'm doing my thing, you know? It was good. It was good. We placed 26th overall. That was my 3rd Twitch Rivals. Not bad. Yo, welcome in. Hi, friends. Hi, new friends. Guten Tag, except it's super late for you, isn't it? Oh my god, what time is it in Germany? It's 3 a.m.? How do I say good night? 3 a.m. Guten Nacht? Nacht? Am I saying that right? Guten Nacht? I don't remember night. Oh boy, 3 a.m. Close? Yo, I tried my best. I tried my absolute best. Nacht. I could say, was ist das? Was ist los? I said naked. I said good naked. I said good naked? Wait, okay, new friends coming in. Can I ask you a question real quick? We love a good naked. Can I ask you a question real quick? And I want you to be honest. Be honest with me. Ready? This chat is trying to say I look like this guy. I need you to ask me. Ready? Lock in. Look at me. Do I look like this man? Do I resemble this man? Kinda. I'm cooked, man. I'm cooked, kinda, yes. Do the face. Okay. All right. Ready? How's that? How is that? You don't have to do this? Put them on? Okay. All right. 1-to-1? All right, hold on.
I'm about to bust. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought this was the bathroom. Oh, good lord.
Does this help? Or does this make it worse? Does this help or does it make it worse? Worse?
Don't they know I'm busy spoiling myself?
You guys show the fan art that you thought was you? What am I watching? I don't know. Allegations? You never. Show them the Kovu fan art I thought was you. Oh yeah. Yeah. Let me listen to the song. I do gotta run soon, but let me listen to this song. It was good meeting y'all. Hey, actually, real quick. Does Kevin do spooky things? Does Kevin do play spooky games or like scary things? Because I do this thing where I go to real life haunted locations and straight up ghost hunt, and I take other friends along, and I take different creators, YouTubers, streamers, and I just take them in and we IRL ghost hunt in haunted places. It's a show that I do called Paranormal Detour. Do you want to see a quick trailer? I also wrote the music for it. It's just, and it's like, I'm not trying to make people think ghosts are real or you know, push people to be like, I'm trying to challenge you. It's just fun. I like being scared, right? Here, I'll show you a little trailer of it.
I'll throw something.
Okay.
So I wrote this song as well.
Please don't throw it at us, but feel free to throw something if you want to.
We're gonna be in for a long night.
So this is all live on stream.
I feel like we should leave.
Could you tell me?
Please get out.
Yup. See you later.
I feel like I'm being watched.
Holy shit. I stopped because I heard whistling.
I heard a whistle.
Yeah. It's my fun little ghost show that I do here on this channel. It's all live, multi-cameras, and it's just, it's a fun time. It's 6 p.m. for me right now. He'd shit himself like he did in the car. It's Tuesday. Yeah, it's Tuesday, but we had Twitch Rivals today. But yeah, my goal is to go overseas. So like go to Germany or like the UK or Ireland and like really go international. Tuesday is the worst day. What does that mean? Good night, those coming over. I know it's super late for y'all. For those who are curious about the stream, we stream Sunday, Monday nighttime, and Wednesday, Thursday daytime. In the daytime, it's more EU friendly, and Europe friendly. So I go live at noon. What time is it there for you? Actually, I have no idea what time it would be. Noon PST to Germany. 9 p.m. for you, so it's a nighttime. Is this one of the clips? Oh wait, I know this game.
Okay. Fertig gepisst, easy. Bro, wer ist er?
I fear we are the same person. I fear that we both are the same person in how we get scared. Oh my god. All right, here we go. Can't be afraid of fruit snacks. I cracked my neck so fucking hard. I cracked my neck so fucking hard. At least it was a good hair day. Here, I'll show you another one. One time I got so scared I printed chat. I logged into Microsoft 365. What do you mean? I printed chat, dude. I printed chat. Oh. I printed chat. Somehow, I got so scared, I sent chat to my wireless printer. And I printed you. Oh no! I printed chat. All right. One more. Do you all know the game Five Nights at Freddy's? Of course you do, right? Well, there's one time I got so scared I sounded like Foxy from Five Nights at Freddy's. It's actually so scary how close I sound to Foxy. I was on tour, so I was using like a shitty headset mic.
Oh, hey. Did I make that?
God damn it, dude. I will never live that clip down.
Oh, hey. Did I make that?
So I think we are pretty much similar in the way that we get scared. I think we are similar. And the problem is I get scared to non-scary games too.
Goomba looks so well then.
Why does he look like that? I don't know. Why does he look like that? Why does he look like that? I don't get it. I do not understand. Why do they make him look like that? Anyway, welcome in. I hope you're having fun. The links are fine now, just because it's a whole thing. Just for now. I'm okay with it. Yeah, it's just because we're having friends from a different country, and I want to make sure no like language barrier gets in the way, you know? Okay, wait, what was the song y'all told me to listen to? I'll listen to one more song and then I gotta go. Archer's one. Is it this one?
Ja, Icke, ja, yeah. Sie trägt ein Deutschland-Klebetattoo auf der Fotze. Ich sitz in mein Trainingsanzug vor der Glotze. Ja,
Good night.
Anpfiff. Sie fragt mich, ob sie Schwanz kriegt. Nein, aber sie darf mein Pimmel blasen unterm Stammtisch. Ich bin ratzevoll, ich bin nicht ans Licht. Ich lebe für den Atzenvolk und jetzt wird gekickt. Deutschland, Flagge, 2 Stück im Gesicht. Erste Strophe sing ich mit, das war keine Absicht. Chips, Funny, frisch, Tisch, Fliesentisch. Bier ist von der Tanke, mir egal welche das ist. Schwarz, Rot, Jolt,
Yeah, wait.
Glas
Is Papa in this?
Wir töten alle Nazis und ihr Hakenkreuz. Deutschland!
Is Papa in this one? I want to hear him spit a bar. Wait, I'm getting a text from a friend. I'm still alive. Wow. It's from his friend? Oh! I wanna see. I want to see another with Papa in it. Papa, what'd you call him? Papa Poop? Good night, Hollow. Papa, I love alcohol. Is that what it's called? Is that I love alcohol? I love you, yes. Alcohol, I love you. Wait, what? Oh, M told me to quit streaming. M said quit streaming. Quit. Oh, yeah. I just looked at my phone, just text message. Hey, quit. Alcohol. Dish, liebe dich. Is it this? Is it this one?
Reese.
Papa Kaka. Michael Bay outro? Yeah, this is it.
Bitte bringt uns Bier! Wir sind mal wieder hier auf Malle. Völlig knalle, Suff in der Kralle. Oh, oh, oh. Der Lümmel ist pralle. Ich klär mir nicht Schnalle. Wir kotzen alle. Oh, oh, oh. Bier und Wein, ich bin dabei. Wir trinken bis zum Morgengrauen. Alles ist geil, ich bin am Start. Seco Matona, Maracuja. Du lässt mich vergessen, was ich hab noch richtig dick Lümmel. Okay! Alkohol, ich liebe dich. Du lässt mich vergessen, was mich bricht. Alkohol, du bist
Wait, it's kind of catchy.
heute geht's nur mir und keinen Joint. Alkohol, ich liebe dich. Du lässt mich vergessen, was mich bricht.
Wait, it's catchy. I like it. Alcohol, I love you. You know what? They could definitely open up for our girly pop song. And this goes on the same playlist. Hi, Bubble. How's stream? It's good. It's good. Was that beer in my ass? Beer in my ass? Beer in my ass? Are we doing butt chugging? Dancing for the 19 entire months, yes? Okay, my type of party.
Okay! Alkohol, ich liebe dich. Du lässt mich vergessen, was mich bricht. Alkohol, du bist mein Freund. Heute gibt's nur Bier und keinen Joint.
Beer on my ass, beer on my ass, beer on my ass.
Du lässt mich vergessen, was mich bricht. Alkohol, du bist mein Freund. Heute gibt's nur Bier und keinen
Beer on my ass. Beer on my ass. Beer on my ass, 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 ass. Beer on my ass. Beer in my ass, beer in my ass, beer in my ass.
Alright. Alright. Nee should play this. I'll request this. I'm like, Nee, you have to bring back requests. You have to bring back requests.
Beer, 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 beer in my ass, beer in my ass, beer in my ass.
Okay. It was great meeting you all. It was honestly so much fun meeting you all. Thank you so much for hanging out. I do have to run. It was this is a bonus stream. I usually take Tuesday off. And my partner is leaving for the next 5 days to go film a wedding. So I want to be able to go hang out with her before she leaves. Germany loves you? Aw, what the heck? I've never been to Germany. I was in a band that toured Germany, but I didn't have my passport for that. My passport expired, so I couldn't go. Yes. Okay, everything we learned. Make sure you use a washcloth when you wash your body. And make sure you wash your legs and wash your feet. And make sure if you use that little poop plate, don't look at it too much. No! But Germany friends, please rest well. We will we'll be streaming tomorrow, so if you want to pop in, and we'll have a lot more time if you want to chat and talk and get a vibe, we do that. Now every toilet has that plate. Does your toilet have that plate? We're clean, I swear. I know it's jokes. It's jokes. We're having fun. Yes. No. Yes. It's a lot of plates. Mine doesn't. Huge. Okay. We're gonna raid over to a friend, but yeah, I want to go hang out with my wife. Yeah, I'm a wife guy. What of it? I want to hang out with my wife before she leaves for 5 days. So I will see you soon. Let's go raid. We're gonna go raid. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, I was gonna raid Kara, but she's not streaming anymore. Let's go raid a friend. Boo, boo, boo. Let's go raid Nixie Puff. That's where we're gonna go.
Where?
We're gonna go see Nixie Puff. I think Knee might be ending soon. Oh my god, I hit copy paste, and y'all, that's what's in my copy paste. Oh my god. Oh no. Yeah, I'm gonna raid a friend that I normally don't get to raid, but I'll see you all so soon. Thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate it. I know what song I want to leave with. I will see you all so soon. Those who are here in this community, I'll see you tomorrow for a normal stream. I will be live on the UMG channel tomorrow morning. I'll post that in Discord. I'm working with Universal Music Group. We're going to do a stream tomorrow morning, and then we'll come back and stream here. Cool? Yeah, I actually kept saying good naked. Was it good knocked? Is that naked? Good naked, everyone. All right, let's get out of here. Thank you so much for everything. I will see you soon. Thank you.
Alcohol in my ass. Alcohol in my ass.
I'll see you soon, everyone. Goodbye. We'll be live noon PST, so it'll be about 9 p.m. in Germany, or 9:10 p.m. in Germany, around then. Good naked, everyone. I will see you soon. Rest well. Sleep well. Thanks for hanging out. This was a really fun stream. We made some new friends. Good naked. Would you do a Simon? What do you mean? Good naked.
Get my ass.
Bye, everyone. Rest well. I'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye. Good naked.
Hear my ass.
Go say hi to Nixie Puff. Drop dead, eat shit, goes to hell. Head first out the window. Oh, raid message. We can go alcohol, I love you, sure. There you go. We made our own. Y'all did your thing. Were you kicked out? Goodbye.